watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning right here in Lagos, and we have enough fact to keep you going this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me in the studio is
Onyeka Valentine.
and of course,
Destiny Mama.
Destiny Mama. All right, we have quite an interesting show packed and a lineup for you this morning. But let me start by asking how you both are doing this morning.
Well, can't complain. Doing
It feels
well.
like you traveled.
Yes, I look rested, right?
Yes.
The truth of the matter is that I didn't sleep well, so the face has a way of giving you that lack of sleep look. But we're ready to go.
No, but you look rested.
I look rested, but
Yeah.
I'm not rested.
Okay.
With what's going on with Pengas, with what's going on with FG,
Why are you
what's
not
going on
rested?
around.
Are you the Pengasan
How will
president?
we rest when you know that by the time you open your phone, you're not even seeing congratulatory messages, you're seeing things that will make you want to question your reality. I call it gaslighting. However, the more they gaslight us, the more we find ways to extinguish it. So, do I look rested? Yes, but did I rest? No.
Did you rest? Nigeria is a very interesting country.
Right.
And I put it to you that I don't want to promise myself that I rested, but I want to be rest assured that I will rest.
I like that. Rest assured that a lot of things are happening. Actually, I think one of the things that really, of course, aside from the Pengasan back and forth happening, I'm really optimistic that there's going to be some things. There'll be good news today. They were in a meeting all day yesterday. I was trying to secure a guest for the show, and it was for the big story today. And he told me he was at the meeting, and I was following up up until night, and then they've not even gotten to a resolution. So we're hoping that there's a resolution at least today. That's the news we have today. But on a sad note, we also had the passing on of the journalist, the Arise TV journalist. Really sad because she was actually I think we went to the same university, so it's quite sad because she was robbed. And now the new account I'm seeing, because initially we thought it was the robbers that then shot her after robbing, but the new account we're seeing is the cousin had said that after robbing her, then she fell from the top of the building and she fell. So they were also trying to get the police to take her to the hospital, but the police said they don't have fuel in their car.
The police didn't have fuel in their car.
So try not to let my emotions run through. But
exactly.
Really too.
She's 29. She's going to be 30 in 2 months, and she was going to get married as well. It's really tragic.
Jesus.
Really tragic.
I'm so sorry
And
to hear.
you know what's painful about this thing, Sumi's death, is the fact that she stays in a very secure neighborhood in Abuja, Katampe. So if that's happening in Katampe, and people are also saying that this is not the first time that this robbery situations are becoming a thing now in Abuja. Abuja, which should be the federal capital territory, which should be secure, which should have a lot of security. It's
really
quite sad.
She's so young, so
she's really young.
It's first and foremost, it just goes to show you that there is nowhere that is secured, not even the White House. Okay? But having said so, we all hope and pray for a long life. Death is a death. I mean, let's be honest. Death is a must-pay price for everybody. But nobody wants to see a young, promising lady died and go that way.
I was thinking that she died as a result of the robbery. Maybe perhaps she was. I was talking to a colleague this morning, and then I was like, we're contemplating what would have happened. What would have caused it? Was she traveling with the robbers or something?
Exactly, because we're even talking about the fact that it's enough for them to rob. Why do they have to kill you? But when I saw that account this morning from someone who said she was a cousin, saying that she had fallen from top. So then I was also thinking, aside from the police van, are there no other cars?
So the thing is this.
Wasn't that she died on the spot, or they were still...
No, on getting to the hospital, she had died. So it must have been internal bleeding.
Oh my God.
And another thing people don't know is trauma alone can make someone die if there is some underlying ailment already there. But as the case may be, it again, we don't even know if she was running away from them as way of okay, so that it doesn't escalate because they might want to after
Right.
robbing her. Who knows?
Rape.
We don't exactly. So she might have thought about it and felt, look, she can't deal with it. She'd rather
She was
jump off
destabilized.
and take her chances. Now, make no mistake, this is not even peculiar to any gender at all. It can happen to anybody. I've heard of cases where some guys were raped after being robbed. That is. Can you imagine how? Can you imagine the mental thing? So for her, we don't really know we don't really know what happened, but it goes to show that look, no one is safe, but we all pray that we're in places where
This insecurity situation is becoming a big issue. Just 2 months ago, she had tweeted saying, I pray that Nigeria will not happen to me or anyone close to me.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
It just did.
And it just did. How are you in your house again and then they're coming to rob you in your house in what should be a secure neighborhood?
Like I said before, look, apart from the robbery, she might have been afraid of being raped and tend to jump, hoping that okay, that's next. Because I just told you that I heard of a story where two guys were raped after a robbery incident. As a guy, man, can you imagine what that is to someone's psyche? Then a lady, so you can imagine if maybe in a mind of mine, look, they're about to do this, right? By the way, one of the guys killed himself after that because couldn't deal with it. So for a lady too, you can also imagine maybe she could have felt this was about to happen. Again, she's our calling from a distance. I use that word. She's a journalist, and we're all journalists too. So I can't imagine how the family feels. It makes no sense to begin to analyze what really happened. Right now, they're still in shock. I think the best thing would be for us to just keep our condolences flowing through and then let our hearts be with the family. Really.
So rest in peace, and I believe the beauty will come from this ashes. It is very sad to imagine, trust me.
Rest in peace to Xiaomi, and also condolences to our family members, also the team and the entire family at Arise Television. May our soul continue to rest in peace. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Starting off with First Holdco, which tops trading volume as all share index surpasses 90 trillion naira. Again, federal government begins mediation between Dangote Pengasan over strike. This is some of the things happening this morning. And light rail, Kano, Kaduna get federal government's 250 billion naira funding commitment, and Trump to impose 100% tariff on foreign-made films. Those are some of the headlines this morning. Let's talk about the First Holdco topping trading volume as all share index surpasses 90 trillion naira.
They've done well.
Yes, they've actually done well.
All shares and getting to the 90 trillion naira benchmark. It's actually very, it's high. Trust me.
And I think this will also inspire investor confidence, in First Holdco and maybe in Nigeria.
So I mean, it's a good thing that we can see that they surpassed 90 trillion. Back in the days, 20-something years ago, when you hear the word trillion, it sounded as if it was like a facade, something a far cry would never happen.
Far-reaching.
But now trillion
was too impossible to get
exactly.
through.
But now trillions begin to sound as if you're talking about millions. This trillions you're talking about.
It would be nice for me to talk about trillions
But this is
tomorrow.
now.
Right.
Talking about trillions in our naira. What does that tell you? Depreciation is taking place, really. Because truth be told, the more than $90 trillion is like that could not only buy a country, it could set up a continent.
Yeah.
So when you talk about 90 trillion, not convert it to naira.
It's in naira. We're talking about
Not convert it to dollars. I mean,
Yes,
from naira back to dollars, you will now realize that look, it only shows you how much our currency has depreciated. Only yesterday we're talking about it on social listening, I and Debbie, and we're talking about 1,490 naira, and then we are in the 9th place in Africa. Depreciation of the currency.
Such a bad place to be.
Exactly. So when you look at all these things, it kind of makes you want to think that 90 trillion isn't much money, but it's a lot of money. It could make a huge difference in the health sector, make a huge difference in the security sector, and to curb insecurity. Just really help in different areas, education and all that. But more importantly, it will help to develop the country so that we can drag in more tourism,
Well,
potential.
they tried, knowing that they're the most actively traded, company
Right.
around this time. Doing business is actually not so easy, and for them to get to this benchmark, trust me, it's
say
very,
it
very,
again.
very, very commendable.
Say it again.
And then we're looking at this is just the eve to our 65th independence, and it's such a good news to hear, because when if we want to analyze businesses in Nigeria around that time, like talking about celebrating the 65th anniversary of Nigeria. A lot of businesses cannot say they stood the test of time really without doing much.
And we have to actually give it to First Bank, because if I'm correct, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think they happen to be the first bank.
See, I will tell you.
Actually,
Yes.
like one of the first bank.
If let's consider this one free publicity, I think First Bank are actually who they say they are, First Bank. Considering why, I will tell you. Now, I mean, look, they've been there for years. They've had a lot of experiences. They've had points where they were at their low.
Right.
They had points where new generation banks had to give them run for their money. They had points where they were almost, look, took my time and read through the history. I realized they had a lot of internal problems that never made the light of day to the media. Why? Because we're able to mitigate these things. That's where leadership comes in. Leadership in the corporate sector, leadership in the finance sector. I think that leadership structure, again, I wasn't paid. I wasn't paid for this, but I'll just say it.
Maybe you're paid and we don't know.
But the thing is,
Right.
they've been able to
So-
prove that they're truly the best.
Right.
Truly the first. And isn't
that's
that their tag? Their slogan.
Maybe whoever's got the payment, you didn't get it.
I'm suspicious.
Right. So 90 trillion, I think, is a great thing. Like I said something. I said it also, such money will, if injected to the economy, will have to grow those sectors. I mentioned tourism. I was hoping you asked me why did I say tourism.
Okay.
Now, recently, sometime early last year or late last year, I remember some tourism potentials was being pushed, and First Bank came in to support it.
So they do tourism.
Yes, they did. So that's amongst other areas like education. They're also
And the
into
likes.
exactly.
Okay.
But the reason why they chose tourism is so that way they can be able to drag in more people to see the potentials in Nigeria. So 90 trillion. Kudos, First Bank.
Kudos to First Bank.
To the first.
Kudos to First Bank. Let's talk about the ongoing brouhaha between Dangote and Pengassan. Now, the federal government has begun mediation between them over the strike, and we're hoping that we get resolution
Right.
from the mediation between the federal government. That certainly there should be a resolution, because we can't afford another strike. We can't afford another strike, because that means we'll now have scarcity of fuel. There's going to be queues.
The fear
Just
was
want
all
to make
over
life
the place,
uneasy.
when, being that Pengassan, they are still very, very not happy about the situation for the Dangote group. And, fears, how our Nigerian police stations behave when things like this start happening, and then maybe they perceive strike, they might want to start hoarding and all of that. When I was seeing something like that, trying to creep in police stations yesterday, but because it didn't really hold water, they're actually selling normally.
So I think I agree with Destiny here 100%, because if you look at it, like we know, when the oil sector sneezes, everybody catches the cold, and businesses might begin to feel the upturning,
Nobody wants
angle.
to,
But however, the one area that we're not seeing as, which is in the gray area, is this: how do you come in and mediate over something that you're in control of? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, Pengassan was put in place by the federal government. They can easily dissolve Pengassan. It's like you saying, look, you know what? I, being the lion, wants to mediate between the lioness and the hyena. It doesn't work that
No,
way.
it's not a question of dissolving and Pengassan.
I'm not saying you should dissolve it.
Yeah,
I'm saying because they have
No,
that.
they were weighing the situation on ground,
Right.
And it is not bad that the federal government actually came in to mediate over this matter, because now these are big weeks.
Right.
You understand, in this battle, and a lot of people, don't forget that innocent people
Right.
paid for whatever it is that is happening. I'm talking about the people that were laid off from the Dangote, is it the refinery now, or the refinery, and then foreigners coming in to take their place.
Right.
How will they heal? And as the federal government has come to mediate on this matter, are they also going to mediate on behalf of those people that were laid off?
So again, like I said, Pengassan and federal government are one and the same. Pengas is just a grandchild of federal government. You know, how do you think such a thing would play out? Do you think that Dangote will probably have, you know, a fair hearing in this matter? I think if there's going to be any level of mediation, we should have someone who is not in the government, an agency that is far away, you know, that is, not when I say far away from the antics and then the claws of the government.
But I think that the federal government has to be the reason why the federal government has to be involved because of how critical this refinery is to Nigeria's energy stability. So I don't see any best person aside from the federal government.
So what if the federal government says, look, we want to have well-meaning Nigerians? Remember when they had that Oputa panel thing, right? Where they had put a lot of people on. So now Oputa wasn't answerable to the government. It was designed by some well-meaning Nigerians so that we can have peace and reconciliation. I think we should have something like that coming forward. Why? It will give room for clarity, to give room for transparency, but more importantly, it will actually create that room that we need, that someone can say, of a true, whatever comes out of this was something that you can say.
Precisely in this case.
Yes, I will tell you.
How do you? So what body would you say?
So I will tell you.
Should
Now,
be
such body should be void from the government.
Why?
I will explain. It should come from the public. I will explain. Look, Pengas is part of the government one way or the other. Let's be honest. Dangote is a private group. So how can government now say, look, we want to mediate over a part of all that we're in control of and you? Of course, we know that's not going to go in the favor of private entities. Let's be honest.
No.
So I will explain.
I don't agree.
It's okay if you don't
Right.
agree.
I don't agree. Don't forget the union and Dangote
this is giving now.
refinery is critical to Nigeria's sustained energy.
So what
energy
makes
sector.
so what makes the union, right? What gives them credit? It's not the fact that the same federal government has said, look, we are inaugurating and making sure you guys run many years ago. If they were not in line with federal government rules and everything, do you think as a union they will exist? They wouldn't exist.
I think somebody was even saying that the reason for all this back and forth is because a kind of monopoly was going to happen, and then the government is trying to guard against it.
So the truth of the matter.
No, they also talked about the fact that Dangote had laid off about 800 workers.
Of course.
So they're also fighting for the labor. You know, it's labor now, so they're also fighting for the rights of these people.
That since the federal government is mediating, is coming, into this matter, will they be able to call back the people that were laid off? And then what happens to the Indians or the other foreigners that were
Thank
employed?
you. I like that fact I just mentioned, the Indians or the people that were employed. That is why we need a body that is void away from the government, void away from Dangote private entities, and say, look, we the people want to now mediate. Because let's be honest, when two elephants fight, it is people that will suffer.
We the people want to mediate.
Yeah. So if we can do that, remember I drew a site and I said just where we had. Look, at that time, I don't know if you followed at that. Then I was, when Oputa panel was designed, they knew that was the only way they could be able to get people to come and speak their mind, and it worked very well. This matter is a serious matter that presses upon the lives and livelihood of Nigerians. If they don't resolve it properly, if the federal government takes a stand with Pengasson, I assure you, fuel price is going to hike. If it hikes, everything becomes expensive. The ripple effect. So we need a different entity, void from the government, void from Dangote groups.
Okay.
Yeah, that can also want to mediate.
Yes, I agree with you on
That's
that.
how it should be.
But then again, are they going to be listened to? But in all of this, I believe that if Dangote will still take back those people that were laid off, and maybe still maintain his foreign workers, there'll still be a headway. It's a big refinery, definitely. They will all still have something to do.
Right.
But now the question is, this expatriates, these foreigners, are they being paid as expatriates?
Right.
Or as regular Nigerians?
Or as regular Nigerians?
Of course, they'll be paid as
This is a sign that those people that were laid off will want to ask questions and will want to, you understand,
Right.
they will not want their rights to be trampled upon.
So Dangote has a case to say, look, let's go into the agreement that was signed before they accepted the contract. If in their contract, like I said, yes, if in their contract it is stated there that no join of any union, they have a case. Okay. However, I also heard that Dangote respects union and every other party, agency, or organization like Pengassi, as the case may be. But excuse me, but truth be told, if he has now hired, because he wants the business to continue, if he has now hired foreign workers, it is in his right to now say, I want to hire so person, because people I signed contract before had violated this contract. Where is the place of Pengassi to come and protect Nigerians that work in different companies? I agree, I understand with them. But my question now is, who is going to mediate over this? Shouldn't we have people who are away from either oil and gas, away from the government, so that we will have a justified listening? And I tell you, it must come out in the interest of Nigerians. And my question now is, do you think politicians have the interest of Nigerians at heart? Big question.
All right, because this question that we're asking, well, we'll have to answer it later, because we have to move on now into the newspaper. But very quickly, let's also talk about Kano Kaduna getting federal government's 250 billion naira funding commitment. Firstly, I'll say it's a major infrastructure move. A funding commitment is as big as this will ease production, it will ease trade between those northern states. But there is also the conversation about funding commitment and actually carrying out the execution of the project, because we've seen many times projects stalling because there've been commitments for funding, but then the execution itself is not carried out.
Just like the coastal road here, you can see that work is ongoing
right
now, and because the coastal road is going to be, I mean, a lot of should I say, states are going to benefit from it. So work is ongoing at the different places, different levels. You can see that work is ongoing. I was talking to somebody, an engineer, I mean, working on the coastal road, because they will not do interviews. He told me bluntly that if he grants an interview, he'll be dismissed.
Of course.
But then speaking to me directly, he told me that work is ongoing at the different, places. Okay, for instance, the one in Lagos, you find out that they've closed that Ogombo axis, and he said, and that's because they're trying to make perfect the roads that they've done. So because if they leave it open and people start coming, it will spoil what they've done. And then work is ongoing everywhere. I see the coastal road as a successful project. It's going to be successful because if you see real estate investors, they've started using the coastal road to sell their market. So I believe, because the coastal road, I don't think coastal road is getting to the north. So they should invest. They should
definitely get a real project.
Yes, do this project for these people, and that is all about the development of Nigeria.
They need to. My only final submission will be that they need to actually fulfill this commitment.
Okay.
It's great on book. I'm happy to see 250 billion naira. It's a lot of money. If you do a project worth that magnitude, then definitely you'll be seeing transformation. But they must fulfill the commitment.
So, I've heard you, and I can tell you for the fact that 250 billion naira, right?
Yeah.
The question is this: will we have clarity and transparency in the disbursement of this money?
You definitely know the answer.
Now, why am I saying this? I'm all for investing huge amount of money into capital projects, especially in the north, where there seem to be
less development.
On the contrary, where there seems to be a lot of insecurity when we are the other.
Okay.
But talking about blessed development, I also agree with you in that angle. There are great potentials there. We have a lot of rare earth minerals that has been discovered, right? And then don't forget that it was also here in our studio that the federal government has decided to empower some certain people to go and begin exploration in that area.
Right.
However, I don't want to digress. 250 billion naira is no small money, right? My question now is, can we begin to understand clearly now that we have our priorities thrown out of the window? So if we have such money, 250 billion, are you telling me that we cannot solve issue surrounding us, solve healthcare, solve
So
doctors?
are you saying that they need to, this is also not
I
a priority?
think this is not a priority compared to what it is that we have on ground. You're talking about doctors who are there to respond very quickly. If you think that money is going to be used to empower doctors in the north, I'll keep quiet.
But don't forget that the 250 billion naira is not the entirety of the funds that we have at our disposal.
Which is why I'm saying federal government. I know you have more money. Can we deal with the low-hanging fruits? What are the low-hanging fruits?
I understand that.
We have doctors who are leaving our country. Even there in the
You
north.
just talked about insecurity.
Yes,
right?
I'm coming there.
Yeah. You,
Now,
you
no,
talked about insecurity. I
yes.
don't want to cut you,
Go ahead.
but I also want you to also know that putting the rail, well, it's a part of transportation, right?
Right.
Now, I want to agree with you that money is too much for the project.
Not
That's
necessarily
what
too
you
much.
think?
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, look, before you begin capital project, can you solve insecurity? Recently, I don't know if you're aware that there was a derailing that happened in the north, where people were in the train derailed. Now, nobody is coming forth to tell us if it was a terrorist attack or whatever. They said it's based on technical fault. But you and I know that, look, how many surveillance cameras do you have on that track? Right. How many security persons have been put in place, the NSADC, whatever you call them, put in place to make sure our national assets are protected? I want to hear that those monies are going into, let us make sure that we secure the ones we have before we begin to build more. Because we only build more for all these criminals and vandals and bandits to go and destroy, thereby creating a lot of room for lives to be lost. Are you telling me that rail, how many years is the rail? Is it up to 5 years? There are rails in the east that links the east and the north that have been there for over 20 years. We've not heard of derailing before.
I agree with you that they're pressing needs.
Yes, low-hanging fruits. 250 billion naira. I tell you, put it in security. Give the military what they need.
It's a lot of money. Trust me.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
I'm just going to stay on the hill that 250 billion naira is a lot of money, but that's not all the money we have. So they could still. I understand where you're coming from. That
Priority
they
first.
need to also
prioritize
and the low hanging fruit, right?
Most definitely.
Right, but I still believe that this is something that has been in the pipeline for a while.
Yeah, I want to believe that also, and that's why.
So it's not just something they just stand up and
it will still help fight insecurity. If people have other avenues with which to even take an escape route from.
Right.
Do you understand? I also want to agree with Mr. Val, when he's saying that, we can, do more priority. Road networks in the north are not also very good. If this money is channeled into the road network, I know that for sure because I schooled in the north. There's always one thing happening, So if there's a good road network, it brings about a whole lot of development. I'm not saying that the rail transportation investment is bad.
Absolutely.
But, more things can happen.
More things can happen. Secure our borders, secure our territory, secure our territorial waters. And I tell you, those more things will happen naturally because international investors want to invest in Nigeria. What's the biggest fear?
Insecurity.
All right. Speaking of insecurity, I also think it's going to feel a little bit of this trade war in the entertainment industry.
I can't even wait to respond to this very quickly because my topic for today, for industry focus on Nigerian film industry, pros and cons. And my guest, Dr. Obi Emeloye, this is one of the topics we're going to talk about.
Absolutely.
Just as I said, I'm itching to talk about it. Look, truth be told, I said before that whenever the United States they don't get what they want, right? They find a way to muscle you. This is Donald Trump style. You must even muscles the Democrats. Recently, I saw Nancy Pelosi being invited to that same Oval Office, right, to discuss matters they could have discussed in private. So he made it open so that way he could make nonsense of her. This is his style, right? First and foremost, we already are aware that Hollywood is the biggest film industry in the world. Now, China is about to break that jinx because most of the equipment and other areas that the United States uses, Hollywood used to quote and unquote override other countries. Basically, right, it's the fact that they have media and, you might disagree or not, propaganda working for them, right? Now, the big question is this: who are they targeting? Do you think they're targeting Asian countries or they're targeting Africa? Because you know that Nollywood is making a lot of money. Let's be honest. Let me tell you, and you can verify this. Research has shown.
Nollywood is making a lot of money.
Of course.
But a lot of Asian movies are making the rounds.
Yes, I'll come there.
Korean movies.
I'll come there. So let's agree to disagree that he's targeting Asian movies and African movies because these are people who are trying to muscle down. He's not targeting Middle East.
But does this also mean that we also get penetration in the United States?
So this how this is going to work now. Let me tell you. See, YouTube and social media areas where Africans are beginning to get some certain funding from when you put out your movies. he will definitely go and attack that area. Meaning to say that he will find a way to make sure that the money coming to the industry, right, has more tax pay in those areas. It will trickle down. You will see it. It will also affect content being put on YouTube and moving forward. However, look, Nigeria film industry loses 10 to 15 billion naira every year to piracy. My question now is this: do you think when we talk about pirates, we're talking about those in Alaba International? No, we're talking about main pirates, and
So
most of them are
more laws. It's going to bring about. It will define more laws for the industry.
Yes, the idea is for them to shake us in all different fronts. They've tried other areas diplomatically, it didn't work. They've tried oil and gas, it didn't work. They've tried other. So they're looking. How do we attack them? Now let's go to the creative sector. Let me tell you one funny thing. You spoke about movies. Do you think it will trickle down to general entertainment? Most of our artists who want to travel abroad, where you come from Nigeria, okay, how much are they paying for this performance? $1 million. You're going to give us $1 million as
tax.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Do you know what that will do to our economy? It will now make sure that it will now simply mean that our creative sector will be hit hard. But I trust our government.
I think we should
They
just
will not
keep
budge.
I think at the
No
end of the
offense
day,
to the
we'll
United
have
States
to just
government. I mean, I love
how
America,
this
but
pans out.
truth has to be told.
But we'll also advise our viewers to keep it locked to Business Day TV and industry focus, where you'll be talking in-depthly on it. You'll be having a guest, I believe.
Most definitely. Dr. Obi Omelonya, he's based in the UK.
All right.
So we're doing Zoom with him.
Okay.
And he has in-depth analysis regarding Nigerian home video, Nigerian film industry, and why pros and cons need to be tabled out.
Absolutely. So we'll definitely stay tuned and be watching Industry Focus to see where the conversations take us. But that's where we'll leave it today on the headlines. Let's see what we have on the newspaper today. Starting off, of course, with the Business Day newspaper, where we are all about the business. A lot of things happen in the world of business. But we'll take a quick break and be right back.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. It's still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and we are set to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Still in the studio with me this morning, of course, is Valentine Oyeka,
Most
of course,
definitely.
Destiny Mama. Let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The big story here says banks file record cash with CBN as lending stutters. And on page 31 of the paper, it says Bank of Industry scales up data protection, bags ISO 27701 certification. And on page 30, it says debt fuels startups, but volatility threatens repayment. Those are the stories this morning on the front page of the Business Day paper.
So banks file record cash, is that it? With CBN as lending starts. So it's good enough that at least we can see that banks are piling record cash, right? As with CBN as lending starters. But the question now is that whenever I hear the word lending, should I be taken aback or should I say, okay, after all, lending is not the issue? Just what Dr. Abioshu said the other day, he said lending is not the issue. It's to make sure that the money that you're lending is being used for something instead of just piling and keeping it there and not being productive. However,
in your words, however,
can we have banks?
okay,
Can we have this particular issue trickling down to mean that SMEs, young people who want to become entrepreneurs or who are already entrepreneurs, can begin to have the feel of bank support? And can we also see a case where there will be some leniency when it comes to hurdles you have to cross to get loans? I understand they have a lot of unscrupulous elements, people who will come under the guise of trying to start a business and then run away with money or not be able to return the money. But we see that banks are doing good from that statement, right? I mean, banks buy record cash with CBN as lending, starters. So let us also see that this good news will trickle down to young people who are into some certain businesses, startup business. You're the business expert, the business. So let's see how can
every business needs cash, to be able to thrive.
Yes, most definitely.
If you're doing business and then you're not getting money from the bank, you will not be happy to even want to bank with a particular bank. I think why people use certain banks because of what they gain from these banks, and if it is happening this way, it should actually benefit the business-minded people, so more jobs can come from
follow through. I agree with you. And then, I mean, at least for once, like we're on the same page now.
for once.
So as Destin rightly said, can it trickle down to more SMEs being supported? I mean, the other day I was watching Charles Audi, who's my friend, by the way, the DG Smidan. I'm sure you know him. He was mentioning how they succeeded in now partnering with what do you call it, CAC, so that about 250 businesses will not be charged some premium amount of money when it comes to registration fee. And that's good. So we want to see that these banks who can also partner with Smidan and be able to say, look, Smidan, I beg your pardon. Is Smidan or Smidan?
Smidan.
Smidan. SEDA.
SMEDA.
That's it. So so now I'm sure now. I'm saying the right thing. So let's see how they can partner with them and then also be able to have young business people, entrepreneurs, to now say they're enjoying the dividends of that headline. Where the more banks pile, let money move within let's circulate, let money move within the economy. And let us begin to see that more businesses are brought up. Since Visa is now like gold mine to get, no more jackpot as the case may be, although some Nigerians are finding the other ways. But let us encourage young people so that businesses can thrive.
Yeah. Very quickly, this one here actually really, I think it calls to me. Debt fuels startups, but volatility threatens payment. Most of the startups right now, they are actually starting out with loans. And at the end of the day, volatility of the volatile economy is still making them unable to pay. That for me is a big problem. I was speaking to a friend yesterday and I was talking about the fact that his business, they need funding and whatnot. In fact, even on the show yesterday, we're talking about the fact that I think because the front story talked about how the venture capital Nigeria is losing out on its it used to be. How was it structured? Nigeria is losing out on its position in the venture capital throne, right? And that speaks to the fact that the monies that this venture capital when they invest, maybe they're not getting it back. Do you understand? So then what's the point of investing in the first place?
Exactly.
So, and what's the reason why they're not getting their money back? Maybe just maybe the startup founders, some of them actually misuse
Their
funds.
zeal, maybe they lost the zeal.
And then some of them also
entering
are
into those businesses
misuse
with
funds.
so much zeal and entering into it for real, seeing the reality of the business and seeing that they can't cope or keep up,
with the economy,
with the demand.
with the demand. But let's also
Exactly.
talk about the fact that some of these people are actually they start up these businesses from a very selfish place.
Angle.
It's like now there are some businesses that seem like, okay, if you get investors, if
Oh
you
my
if you
God.
maybe
If
you
you
say you want to do
pitch-
something
if you
climate or
pitch
something,
this, you get
you get
investors.
investors.
And
And
then-
so because of that they will do, and then the monies they get, you see they'll
they
start,
swindle
go
it.
to lovely estates in Lekki,
Okay.
and then get the latest rise, and you just see this person for yesterday was like this, today is like this.
And you're wondering-
So there's also
They're
that.
always in a hurry to
So
get there.
yeah, so imagine that you actually got loans for this thing, and then you've misused the funds. At the end of the day, you're not able to pay. So, but I think the focus is on the volatility of the economy, talking about how some of the African markets have been weak in market like Nigeria. It's sad to always hear Nigeria in this thing. Kenya also being on the receiving end of the volatility. So that's also some of the things. So 7 of the top 10 most funded African startups in Brighter's 2025 Venture Pulse report leverage debt to accelerate growth, particularly in heavy asset sectors like clean tech and logistics. I also mentioned some companies in Kenya, such as Sun King, ZEPZ in South Africa, Wave in Senegal. It says debt funding unlocks equity funding for a lot of business.
Right.
Pure equity investors don't want their money to go into areas that won't ensure scale. Then also the last rider says Nigerian firms leverage debt. It says in Nigeria the shift is palpable.
Okay.
Why combinator backed B2B payments platform Waza exemplifies it. Just going in depthly into the story. So
Okay.
I don't know what can be done about this volatility threatening repayment, because we might not get the investors that we want. That's just what it means.
Oh wow.
Well, so I mean, most definitely, in the long run, we want a case where even if investors come, let them be able to play by our rules in this country. At the same time, let the common man feel some form of some sense of upliftment. Like rightly said, if those investors are coming in, do we now say that regulators who have been put in place should not just regulate, but also regulate in the interest of the common Nigerian, right? I mean, you just give us a short story about most people who might start up with great meaning and great intention, only to use their capital given to them to go start living a lavish life instead of want to put the money where it was designed for initially. But however, I think we should just wait and see how this trickles out and what comes out of it at the end of the day. What happens?
Right, let's see what we have on the Guardian paper this morning.
All right, Guardian says here, not get bulk of 330 billion naira social support, says Tinubu. Again, the North gets bulk of 330 billion naira social support, says Tinubu. So this caption is kind of tricky. If you don't look at it very well, you would think the North has been given 330 billion naira. But what you don't know is that they get bulk of it. Meaning to say,
From the
From the
230
Exactly.
billion, they are getting the
bulk.
exactly.
part.
So
All right.
10 billion can be bulk. 5 billion can be bulk. It all depends on how they share the money. Here, and that's in page 3. You can find out more details on that one. Then FG cancels Independence Parade, insists Nigeria still. Wow.
Interesting.
Wow.
Isn't that good? Aren't you in support? Because I expected you to be in
So
support.
it's good that you're saying this. I would not say unfortunately. I would say rather more. So let me use a good word. I would say. So I did a documentary on October 1st that's going to air, and I'm looking at this now. I'm saying, do we go back and go and edit it? Because I was hoping that we'll have a great celebration, but in this case,
We'll still have a great
Not
celebration.
so many people agree, that, we've actually progressed into. Do you understand?
But we should have progressed. 65-year-old, you're also already an elder.
Ladies, I would
Is
say
a long
this.
time,
I would say this.
The leaders that we had
Right.
coming from that time to this time, there were good ones, there were bad ones. Some will push it forward, some will take it backward. So you don't expect the same results, that other countries had from their independence up until now
So,
to happen
yeah.
everywhere. But then we hope for the best, and that's why it is said here that
FG cancels.
that the federal government cancels the independence parade and insists that Nigeria work in progress. So the time that we're supposed to be using to do the parade, we should. But then again,
On the contrary, I will say this: is it because, put this way, because you didn't do well throughout the year, does that mean that you not celebrate your birthday? Let's be honest. We are a nation. I think FG's
No,
moved
they're
there.
still going to celebrate, but
The parade.
it's like humans.
Okay.
Sometimes you do a low-key celebration.
Low-key,
Sometimes
okay.
you're loud
That's
about
fine.
it. Doesn't mean you're not
Okay,
celebrating.
that's
I
fine.
think that parade thing is a whole lot of commitment.
loud.
It's a whole lot of commitment
Okay.
to children, to adults.
I like the,
planning,
yes, I like the
you
fact you mentioned kids. For what is one, even for us adults, for the kids who are looking forward to, oh, I'm a Nigerian. What's it like to be part of this parade? I think
Yeah,
they
they
shouldn't
want to
cancel
understand
it.
what patriotism
That's my point.
is.
I think
Yes, that's
because
from where they begin to understand what patriotism
That's-
is.
exactly.
And that's from where they begin to appreciate that they're Nigerian.
I see. I see.
I think the
point
green,
there.
white, green flag, right, should be hosted very high and flown in that Eagle Square and let children enjoy that.
yeah.
Not at half mast.
Do you know what I'm? No, full. I know that we lost a lot of people to Boko Haram, insurgency, banditry, and all that. I understand we have our challenges, but for what is worth, let us celebrate the one we have.
All right, let's see what we have on the
Let's see what we
Vanguard
have on the
paper.
Vanguard very quickly because of time.
Right.
It says here that Tinubu and governors, APC, big wigs, others storm Imo today to unveil Uzodima's book. I think that's the eve of the independence.
Right.
All right, and in 2010, another front page of the Vanguard says 2027 presidency, that no automatic ticket for Jonathan in PDP, and that's according to Benga Hashim Group. Another one from the headline said, court stops Pengasin and others from courting gas supply to Dangote refinery. And they're saying that they're not aware of any court order. That's Pengasin. And that they barricaded NNPCL towers, NMDPRA, NUPRC as strike begins. And that's on page 5. And then it also says that presidency to Jonathan, Nigerians won't forget your dismal record in office. Dismal record in
Oh
office.
wow!
Are they saying something that? Anyway, I think somebody here is praising the president. Well, I think Abdulaziz Yari's Excellency Abdulaziz.
Senator for
Zamfara West, and then at Nigeria at 65 is praising Tinubu, saying Tinubu is a gift in time.
Wow.
Is a gift in time. He's saying
Wow.
that Tinubu has changed the game despite the cynicisms. He has
Wow.
altered the equation at the risk of criticisms, and he has ordered the balance of power against all odds. He has reset the economy and tamed insecurity to the shock of many.
Wow!
And hope has really, truly been renewed because
That's the 6-point
he has
agenda. that he
delivered
has- I mean,
leadership
in the paper,
and that
Wow.
he is awed that Mr. President indeed a leader at a critical period, and he's saying congratulations Nigeria is 65.
I'm literally
in
just saying
the time
wow.
of President Tinubu.
Wow.
So I mean, let's call a spade here. To each his own. Everyone is entitled to his own opinion.
Yeah.
On again, though unfortunately he has enough funds to go run a publication on front page. Not like every other person doesn't have that kind of funds to say how they feel. However, what is even more worrisome to me is if we can spend time and give all this, because I see the checkers on the papers. He has done this, he has done that, he has done that.
Yes, check.
Good and fine, right? Good and fine. Can we also add to the ones that have not been done? Say, however, can this be done? Can this be done? Can this be looked into too? Can insecurity be tackled and other issues? If we can do that, makes sense. And before we go quickly, I mean, so they have time to go and launch a book, and they don't have time to make sure kids enjoy their parade on October 1st.
Because I think Uncle
Let's
Brick
think
said Kubara has right to seek re-election. Wow,
Okay.
wow.
Uncle Brick should go and sit down.
We have to.
I'll leave
we
it at
have
that.
to go now. We have to go now. Quite interesting stories this morning on the front pages of the paper. We've seen the Business Day paper. We've seen the Guardian, and of course, we've seen the Vanguard. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day
Day.
before we go.
My favorite part of
That
today's
one shows a car that is crumbling already, and then it's crumbling under what? Debt.
Yes.
Because there's literally like I can't even call that luggage or whatever. It's on top of the car, but definitely it's a lot. It's too much for the car itself.
Nigeria at 65 is celebrating deaths.
Yeah. So, and then you see 65, so the car is supposed to pass through that red ribbon to maybe celebrate something, and then 65, which shows Nigeria at 65.
and that's broken down halfway.
And then you see the person inside the car. We all know who that is. It says, push your suffering. Push. Your suffering has taken us this far. And they say Nigeria should push. So the suffering has taken. But there's debt on there. Then there are people at the back, which definitely are Nigerians, struggling to push push, and they are the ones suffering. And then that the man inside the car, you expect that the person, the driver, should also be, looking agitated, but he's smiling clearly, like there's no problem. He's smiling, so it seems to be okay with the situation, but it's telling the Nigerians to push. It's just showing the situation of things in Nigeria. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper, of course, the headlines, but it were really interesting conversations. But of course, at 9 o'clock, you have Destiny Momo with Business Morning.
Sure.
Yep, that's where we wrap it up.
All right.
See you. Keep it locked on BDTV.
TV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because people.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day television. This is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Now let's bring you the news and details. The Nigerian All Share Index ended on 29 September in positive territory, rising 244.5 points to close at 142,377.6, up 0.17% from the previous sessions of 142,133.0. According to reports, trading activity slowed slightly with 383.91 million shares changing hands compared to 518.6 million recorded by the session before. And moving on, the federal government through the Ministry of Labor and Employment has commenced a reconciliation meeting aimed to resolve the ongoing dispute among Dangote Refinery and Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria. The meeting, chaired by Muhammad Dingyadi, Minister of Labor and Employment, has leadership of Pengasan Dangote Refinery, Minister of Finance, and key directors of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority in attendance. Dingyadi revealed that the meeting was crucial to ensure that the dispute does not have adverse effect on the Nigerian population, expressing shock that the association's strike was ongoing, leaving oil and gas institutions under lock. And still on, the federal government has secured approximately 250 billion naira in funding for the development of modern light rail systems in Kaduna and Kano states. The Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, reportedly revealed these on Monday at a World Press Conference in Abuja. According to Idris, 150 billion naira has been allocated for Kano, and while Kaduna will receive 100 billion naira, highlighting the administration's unwavering commitment to advancing critical infrastructure development at a subnational level. The minister also pointed to broader efforts to strengthen governance at the grassroots, noting that local government areas were being fiscally reintegrated to serve as catalysts for growth and development. And to end the news, US President Donald Trump announced Monday that his administration will impose a 100% tariff on all foreign-made movies, a sweeping and unprecedented move that could dramatically reshape the global entertainment industry. Reports reveal that the announcement signals a bold extension of his protectionist trade policies into the cultural sector, one that has traditionally thrived on international collaboration and cross-border revenue. According to reports, the White House has yet to clarify the legal framework under which such tariffs will be enforced, leaving industry stakeholders and legal experts scrambling for answers. Entertainment executives also expressed confusion over how the policy would be implemented, given the complex nature of modern film making. Let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the business morning in details. Stay with us. Okay. And you're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's go straight to the first conversation for today, talking about the FIRS as they defend the federal government's borrowing framework. Now, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has come to the defense of the federal government's borrowing framework, saying it remains a necessary strategy to bridge revenue shortfalls and finance critical infrastructure. Speaking in Abuja, the tax authority explained that borrowing is being done within sustainable limits, guided by fiscal responsibility laws and international benchmarks. It emphasized that funds sourced through loans are being channeled into productive sectors of the economy with the aim of boosting growth, creating jobs, and strengthening Nigeria's revenue base. While acknowledging public concerns over rising debt levels, the FIRS maintained that the government's medium-term debt strategy ensures transparency, accountability, and a balance between revenue mobilization and prudent borrowing. Now, the service further reiterated its commitment to expanding Nigeria's tax net, reducing dependence on borrowing in the long term, and even positioning the economy for greater resilience. And now, joining us throw more light on this development is Tope Fashua. He's a special advisor to the President on Economic Affairs in the Office of the Vice President. Good morning, Mr. Tope.
Good morning, and
thank you so much for joining us on the short notice on Business Morning today. Very quickly, sir, talking about debt and sustainability, how does the federal government ensure its current borrowing remains within sustainable limits, given concerns over Nigeria's rising debt profile?
Thank you very much. There's something called debt sustainability analysis done by debt management office, and I think some of the critical things to consider are certain benchmarks that have been set. For example, the Fiscal Responsibility Commission, I believe, set about 60% debt to GDP ratio. For ECOWAS, it is also 60%. For the World Bank and IMF, it is 70% debt to GDP ratio. If you look at where we are right now, we're less than 40% debt to GDP ratio. So the federal government looks at that ratio oftentimes to know where we stand. If you look at all the numbers that I've mentioned, 60, 70%, you see that we're still very much sustainable. Even if you compare with other countries in Africa and the world, you will see that we still pretty low in terms of our debt to GDP, except we dispute the figures of our GDP, which I think is even rather underestimated, if you ask me. So that's one. Then you can look at debt service vis-a-vis the revenue. So when you mentioned that the FRS defended the government's borrowing plans and strategy, that occasion was the occasion at which the FRS boss revealed how they had performed this year. And they had done over 411% above, above target, especially on non-oil revenue. It looks like using technology and other commitments, the federal revenue has done pretty well this year. We'll probably close the year in a surplus, on several fronts, which is not a bad idea. And I remember Dr. Adedeji saying that if he made a comparison that if a government plans to borrow 20% of its budget in a year and fund 80% from resources, if the government is now doing 90% from its own resources and intends to borrow 10%, there's nothing wrong with that. So I don't know. Let me put it this way, and I think that I hear a lot of analysts speak about national debt as if they were talking about a susu in the market where people take money and then when it's your turn, you have to go and look for money and pay everything back and start from zero. National debt doesn't work like that. Let me give you the history. Whereas in modern history, the national debt actually started from Britain, I think in the time of William First or something, way back in about 13th, 14th century, where they started the idea of issuing, some sort of bonds and getting people who have money to give money to government for several reasons, for several purposes. But in the US, it started with their first, in fact, with the first war of independence that they had in the US, fighting against Britain, and they needed to finance that war by getting money from people who had. In 1837, under President Andrew Jackson, they tried to repay their debt. In fact, President Andrew Jackson repaid the debt of the US in 1837 because the man was a real estate kind of speculator or financier from Tennessee, and he had gone into some bad debt as a businessman, and decided that debt was bad, and he repaid the debt. Okay, and when he repaid the debt, what they found out in the US was that the economy was going to become a rural economy, an agrarian economy, an economy that could not challenge itself to do more. So he actually repaid the debt, and they regretted it. The economy went into a recession. So that's the only president that had ever repaid the debts of the U.S. Every country has a debt. As a matter of modern economics, every country must have debt, and every country must manage debt. Every country's economy is managed like a company economy, like a big company's balance sheet.
Okay. All right. So still talking about
balance sheet, just as a company would manage balance sheet. And so let's just let me land on this, please. And so you must leverage your balance sheet. If you don't leverage your balance sheet as a treasurer of a company, that means you don't have an idea of what to do with your balance sheet.
All right, I quite agree with you on that. Now, still talking about revenue and borrowing, what concrete measures is the FIRS putting in place to expand the tax nets and even reduce government's reliance on borrowing?
Okay, that can be simply summarized in the fact that there's so two things. Okay, first of all, there's a certain tax law that has been put in place, which will kick in on the 1st of January 2026. Is actually to expand the tax net. We can continue to tax the poor, and all these things about payouts in the realize that that's not it. Realize that Nigeria actually runs a very large informal economy. There are many billionaires who are working free. Nigerians actually don't believe in paying that. The only people paying taxes, and the only people who really pay taxes are the payee people whose taxes are deducted from source, from their office. And many companies and many offices as well will deduct that payee and not remit, whereas payee is due to state governments in Nigeria. Very interesting, because in South Africa, in US, in UK, pay as you earn is paid to the federal, and that's part of why the federal government have a lot of money to play with than we do here. We usually omit that fact, So this tax law that's coming in 2026 takes care of the idea of expanding the tax net. We're going to be using more technology to be able to capture or the cash flow. And so if you have a certain cash flow, then you're due to pay tax. If you're earning below 1 million naira per annum, you're tax-free. If you're earning 1 million and below, because there's 800,000. If you multiply the minimum wage of 70,000 by 12, which is 840,000, those people are not meant to pay taxes. Then there's a certain 200,000 naira that's given on top of that for their rent. To say, okay, you have to give a certain rent allowance. People have to stay somewhere. So that's 1 million and below should not pay taxes. If you're turning over 50 million and below per annum in your small company or small business, you're not supposed to pay taxes. But beyond that, you must pay your taxes, whether you're a person, an adult working, or even if you're not working, even if you're not working formally or informally, but you're making money, you must pay taxes. So even if you say you have got gifts because you're the child of a very rich person, and they have given you 50 million naira just to enjoy yourself, you must pay taxes. So that's how it's done everywhere. So I think we're getting very serious, and I think that's why the FRS is able to report that 411% increase that they reported. But again, you mentioned the issue of whether it's not for FRS to advise government on borrowing. No, it's not their business. Their business in FRS is to collect revenue, simple, and to ensure that revenues are optimized. But for borrowing, it's a different strategic thinking, which lies with the fiscal authorities, it lies with the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Budget, coordinating Minister of the Economy, also including the Debt Management Office to advise them as a technical repository, to advise them on what's what, and that's the way it works. So a country we can do exceedingly well in terms of generating revenue and also increase borrowing as well if we identify projects that we need to do. I mean, is sitting on maybe about $3 trillion. We talk about multidimensional poverty. They say 133 million people as at 2022. It has not been updated. I believe that with the focus on infrastructure building over the years, I believe that number should have reduced by 20 to 30 million people. It's a shame that it hasn't been updated, and I think I'm challenging the MBS to do the needful now. And for government we should fund that to ensure that we always have the right data on such things, because the focus on infrastructure is the only thing that can reduce multidimensional poverty. So, we can make 500% more revenue than what we want to make. It only enables us to borrow more, because then we know that, okay, even our borrowers or our lenders, rather, will understand that, we have the capacity to repay. And in doing that, we can borrow more money that is project side to develop infrastructure, call it water sources, water works, electricity for all, for as many people as can get, roads, bridges, everything that makes life easy. That is what multidimensional poverty measures. That things that make life easy for people and enjoyable for people must be funded, and this country can do it. So
Okay, I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that, Mr. Tokwe. Public concerns, there are lots about public concerns, because many Nigerians feel borrowing worsens future financial burdens. But then again, how does the government respond to these concerns, especially about debt servicing, consuming a large portion of revenue? And beyond that, right now, the tax, Nigerians are optimistic that from next year, the tax revenue will increase on them, from going to the bank, the monies they put in the bank, a lot of worries here and there. How can you explain to Nigerians how this will not really affect them?
Well, why would anybody think the tax will increase on them when I've just explained to you that people who are earning 1 million and below will not pay taxes? Companies that are turning over 4 million naira every month, making about 50 million, let's call it 4.5 million every month, making about 50 million in a year, will not pay any taxes. The only people who are saying that are people who are not ready to fulfill their own responsibility to government.
Okay. Wow.
And to this country. You know, they will make up all sorts of excuses. Enough of all that indiscipline. Let's get real. You know, it's not enough to come on TV or go elsewhere or go on the internet and start abusing government. When people are just trying to be responsible. Nobody is asking you to pay anything if you don't earn this amount that I've spoken about. If you are really, really poor, nobody is asking you to do that. There are several schemes that are there for you to take advantage of. You know, but if you say that, oh, yeah, I want to earn my 100 million, and I don't think the government has any business. After all, maybe you didn't vote for the party enough.
Okay.
Fees, you think government is, you know, corrupt or whatever. You come up with all sorts of things. That's not. It's not the law. You know, abroad there's also all sorts of things going on. There's people complaining, but the people don't joke with taxes. The fear of the IRS in the US is the beginning of wisdom. The first charge on your cash flow in the UK is your taxes. That's a business. I've run businesses in the UK before, in the US before. I know it works. And these are the countries we run to. We say they're Japan, and those countries are greener pastures. They are better than this place. You know, but we have to also make this place better. It's about getting serious. Nobody's asking people to pay anything. But this country is a country where people like to hide. And then, you know, they bring all sorts of things and they will say, I'm not Nigerian. First of all, a Yoruba man. I'm an Igbo man. First of all, that's my concern. Nobody should come out. I mean, come on, a break. Yeah, it's a crime.
Okay, all right.
Taxes, and
okay.
that's the point that we're getting to. You want a serious government, now you have a serious government.
I agree with you. Everything you've said, points clear. Okay, now lastly, let's talk about the private sector role. The private sector role here. What role can the private sector play in reducing the need for government borrowing, especially in financing infrastructure projects?
There's a smorgasbord. There's a smorgasbord of ideas out there on PPP, which has even evolved over the years beyond all this build, own, and transfer. Now we're talking of engineering, procurement, construction, and so on. New models have evolved in PPP that make it easier for people to get involved. But you see, I've heard it said a lot. I was listening to someone on AIT yesterday. Let's just involve the government, the private sector. Look, the private sector is also looking, they don't intend to carry the sovereign risk, the everything of this country. Government must show at every point in time that he also has a skin in the game. A private sector entity is looking at, okay, fine, how much is government putting down so that they're not the ones taking all the risks of a project. So clearly, private sector can get involved to a certain extent. You know, I mean, the ICRC is there, Infrastructure Regulatory Commission, the BPE is there, the Bureau for Public Enterprises, you know, willing to collaborate with private sector players to get involved in infrastructure building with a bit of government support. It's the private sector that will identify. Nothing is stopping anybody identifying which project they want to take on for this country, for this government. So the government is very, very open to that. And of course, if there are cases where their efforts are being frustrated by the bureaucracy, they should shout out so that Nigerians can get involved, government can get involved, and we make it easier for them to operate. So it's an open sesame. This country is ready for business, and this country is ready for action, and the government is very much in line with making life easier for everyone. And that's what we keep saying. And Nigeria has so much capacity for growth. It's a country that is just starting, you know, in terms of achieving its capabilities and so on and so forth. So everybody is welcome. We invite everybody to get involved as much as possible in the development of this country. There's money to be made for those who are entrepreneurs, and there's legacy to be made for those who think beyond money making. You know, I mean, there's so much capacity for growth. If you take a small plane and fly over this country, you just see just how there's so much to be done in the agricultural space, in the infrastructure space, in the technology space, everywhere. You know, I mean, that's why unfortunately when you see many Nigerians running out of the country, then you also see foreigners from China, from India moving into the country, Lebanese people doing incredibly well in this country, and then you begin to ask yourself questions, you know. But I think that we're very much open to accept everybody.
Very much, Takwe Faswa. You've really spoken at length on these matters, educating Nigerians on the way forward. Thank you so much for your time. We've been talking to Mr. Takwe Faswa. He's a special advisor to the president on economic affairs. in the office of the Vice President. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Right now, we'll go on a little break. When we come back, it's still Business Morning on the second segment. Stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. And now moving on to the second conversation for today, talking about digital health platforms, reshaping and access to care in Nigeria. Digital access to care in Nigeria. Now, the Nigeria's healthcare landscape is witnessing a rapid shift as digital health platforms emerge to bridge gaps in access, affordability,
and efficiency, with millions of citizens still struggling to reach hospitals and pharmacies. Technology-driven solutions are actually stepping in to connect patients with doctors, medicines, and health information at the tap of a screen. Now, these platforms typically allow patients to consult licensed medical professionals remotely, access prescription services, and even link with pharmacies and diagnostic centers beyond convenience. And experts say they are vital to reaching underserved communities where healthcare infrastructure is limited. Data protection and affordability remain key challenges, but innovators are responding with encrypted platforms, subsidized services, and even partnerships with insurance providers. As the sector matures, analysts believe digital health solutions could play a pivotal role in achieving Nigeria's universal health coverage target. Now, industry observers also note that the adoption of artificial intelligence, electronic health records, and predictive data tools is set to deepen the impact of digital platforms. However, sustainability will depend on regulatory support, investment in broadband infrastructure, and even public trust. With the population increasingly embracing mobile-first solutions, digital health is positioning itself not just as an alternative, but as a central pillar of Nigeria's evolving healthcare system. And now joining us on Unveil These Medical Applications is Ambassador Dr. Oluwarotimi George Taylor. He's a chairman, Gotham Security, and OneMed co-founder. Good morning.
Thank you for having me today.
So good to have you once again join us on Business Morning to unveil something as important as medical, applications. Now, very quickly, on vision and a mission, what inspired the creation of this health platform, OneMed, and what specific health care gap is it actually addressing?
Okay. So OneMed was conceived to bridge the persistent disconnect between patients, hospitals, and healthcare providers in Nigeria and across Africa, basically. Healthcare data is, often fragmented, emergency response is slow, and patients struggle to access their own records or verify insurance. But by a single AI-enabled platform that, integrates electronic medical records, emergency alerts, telemedicine, and, hospital management tools, OneMed directly addresses those gaps, saving time, improving coordination, and ultimately saving lives. Let me simplify that. In the event of an emergency, if someone is rushed to a hospital and they need to administer a certain type of drug, they would not know how that person will react to it because they may not have that person's medical records. As well as if the person needs blood, what if the person does not have their driver's license on it, which states their blood type? They may not have access to that information, which could, save a life. Second, save lives. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. Can you still hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. I was saying that how does the platform align with broader goals for digital health transformation in Africa? And I was also asking that you're in a situation where maybe a patient is unconscious. Are you saying that this platform will help bring out their medical history? So loss of life can be avoided.
Yes. So basically, this helps to bridge the gap. In Nigeria, we have an issue where medical database is, is kept different from hospital to hospital, from pharmacy to pharmacy. And that is not ideal, in matters when it comes to emergencies and various medical needs, as well as places where we have limited medical facilities. Rather than having long queues of several people having to meet the doctor, these days almost everyone has a smartphone. So you can literally book your appointment by your phone, consult with your doctor.
All right, so what core services does the platform provide to patients and healthcare professionals?
It provides a whole variety of things in which that is needed today. I'll say our medical system needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. So it provides comprehensive medical reports which synchronize in real time across hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, and even labs. It also has AI-powered tools such as, symptoms checker, clinical decision support, and predictive analysis. We also have emergency support. Now, that sends instant alerts to, hospitals and family members while granting biometric access to the patient's data, as well as this is something that is very crucial. In the event of an emergency, let's say, for example, it's a bone issue. From the application alone, you can know the closest hospital which specializes in that, and you can know if they have available beds at that hospital as well, which saves time from moving from point A to point B to point C, and basically get that person that treatments they need as soon as possible. We also have patient services such as smart appointment booking, chronic condition tracking, and medication reminders. Especially with our elderly people, sometimes they forget to take their meds from time to time. So this helps that. Then, as I mentioned before, we have telemedicine and remote monitoring, which includes consultation with doctors and all of that. Those are the services and the core services that we provide.
Oh, wow. So now, judging from the fact that a lot of times Nigerians have died one way or the other through accidental means of mere carelessness, or should I say, not enough measures put by, our medical personnel or even our hospitals. Now, how does it ensure accessibility for people in rural or underserved areas?
The very first thing is knowing the closest hospital to go to in terms of what you need as of that point in time, as well as knowing whether there is availability, whether there are free beds, at that hospital. And this application requires low bandwidth. So it uses low bandwidth, which means that you don't necessarily need fast internet, which is, a problem in some parts of the country that we're battling. So this also synchronizes information instantly in case if they need to go somewhere first to just keep them stable before they get transferred to another medical facility. That way, wherever they're going to, they already have the information of the patients that's on their way there. They already have the medical information. They already know what they're meant to do, so they can prepare for that patient even before they get there.
Oh, wow, wow, wow. Oh, so on vision and mission, what inspired the creation of this health platform? So now, what specific healthcare gap is it addressing? Is it a general healthcare gap?
So it's addressing the general healthcare gap in terms of the first priority that we look at is medical records. Most people, when they have consultation with doctors, they can tell them, go and take a test here to this lab. And what this does is it synchronizes all this data together. Also, there's a major problem within our pharmaceutical industry, in which that I know that right now we have some level of control, but we need to beef that up. If we go to other countries, outside of Nigeria, you'll see that most drugs, you cannot get them without a prescription. And one thing that we have noticed is a lot of Nigerians like to self-medicate. They'll just assume, I'm feeling this type of way, it must be malaria. I think that's the go-to thing for almost everybody here.
Okay.
Rather than consulting with a doctor and ensuring that you are taking the right medication for the right thing. So it cuts across every single part of the medical industry.
Okay.
Yes.
So then how does the platform align with the broader goals for digital health transformation in Africa at large?
So for the broader goals this is what we look at. When the COVID-19 virus happened over here in Africa, most of us could not, come up with a vaccine. And why was that? We lacked data. So aside from what this does for the patients, for the global scene, we are able to collect data. We know that we can see if, there's a rise of a certain disease in a certain area. This is where our government comes in and they realize that what's causing this issue here, our own CDC, and they put that into perspective. And this way we're able to run tests, we're able to, start creating, we create some drugs here, but we will be able to create more drugs, which will provide more employment and help build our pharmaceutical industry even to a global scale.
Wow. So then what core services does the platform provide to patients and the healthcare professionals?
So I mentioned that before. So the core services, comprehensive medical records, which gives us real-time synchronization across hospitals and clinics. So as soon as you see a doctor at a particular hospital, instantly when you walk into any pharmacy, they already know what prescriptions to give you because it's automatically synchronized to your profile, to your medical record. Same as if you perform a lab test and that test is ready, you can access that across any hospital in a secured way. And this is also the important thing that people may look at and they may be wary of. How do you keep your medical data secure? So we have biometric means in which that your data can be accessed, which means that anybody cannot just look up your name and say, hey, Mr. A, let me see what his medical history is like. So it prevents that.
Okay. Oh, wow. That's very, 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 a very commendable one. I mean, happening to the health sector. So now what challenges have been faced in introducing digital health solutions locally? I'm sure there'll be a lot of challenges faced introducing, these developments locally. What may they be?
Okay, so we're trying to get the support of the government to have this as a federal project rather than private projects. We're a company currently partnered with a few hospitals here and there, but we would prefer if this would go on a nationwide scale or even starting from a state scale so that we can see the importance of this thing and how many lives we would save from this innovation.
Okay. Then what is the skepticism of resistance from patients and healthcare providers being addressed?
So one major thing I saw is that accountability. That is one major thing. And that is also why I'm happy about this application. I'm sure a few of us have experienced this, that if you go to a medical facility and they tell you, and you do a test somewhere, they'll tell you, no, you have to do another test. And the reason why they say that is they may not trust the results of that facility, and they would want to also protect themselves. So this brings accountability. If a mistake happens or a wrong diagnosis happen, we're able to track this. We're able to track if they were given wrong medication. Okay. So this also keeps the medical
record
experts at check as well.
Okay. All right. So one last thing is the long-term vision for this health platform in the next 5 years. How do you see it coming in the next 5 years? Do you think in the next 5 years people would have been able to, know the importance of having their health records, on the go, in case of lack of consciousness and all of that one?
So in the next 5 years, I see it as this should be across West Africa, and if not the whole. It cuts out a good hour. It cuts out a good hour or more of protocol in which the patient can be attended to immediately. So that's what I see in the next 5 years. It's something that I know our government is going to adopt, and it could be adopted across the whole ECOWAS countries and eventually the whole Africa.
Oh wow! Thank you so much, Dr. George Oluwarotimi. Thank you for your time. Thank you for making it easy for Nigerians to be able to access this life saver, because I'm sure Nigerians deserve better. Thank you so much for your time and for this contribution, this life-saving contribution that you've given us this morning on the Business Morning, Mr. George Taylor. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you.
And that's it for Business Morning today. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are always stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Momo. Do stay tuned for more updates on the big story, and join us again tomorrow for yet another edition of the Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Thank you. Good morning.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Drug abuse in Lagos continues to spread like wildfire. As far back as 2019, authorities busted at least 10 major locations notorious for drug sales. These include Ikotun, African Shrine, Oshodi, Abattoir and Akerele Streets, Mushin inside Ojuwoye Market, Ajegunle, Ijora Under Bridge, Makoko Otu and Odumara, Akala Street and Pate Street. By 2022, the NDLEA described Lagos as the biggest hub for cocaine and cannabis use in Nigeria. More recently, a 50-year-old woman faked pregnancy to traffic 1.3 kilograms of cocaine, but was intercepted by the NDLEA. That is just one example among many. The trafficking of drugs in Nigeria is as old as the practice of medicine itself. It remains a closely knit yet highly accessible trade, especially for today's youths. Statistics reveal that 14.3 million Nigerians are affected by drug abuse. 1 in 4 high-risk users have been arrested for drug-related offenses ranging from possession at 73%, theft at 12%, sex work at 5%, burglary at 4%, and shoplifting at 2%.
There's a common saying that maybe it's from the Holy Scripture, which says that an idle man is a devil's workshop. I'm not here to judge on people's morals, but with the growing rate of unemployment that we currently have, this is can be related or is directly proportional to how frustrated people are, and this definitely will increase the intake of hard drugs, psychoactive substances, because people want to try as much as possible to avoid thinking, so they engage in psychoactive substances to build, to just feeling more or less as fillers. What factors are driving this current growing trend? Unemployment, frustration, not being able to meet up with what people want to meet up, or maybe with the current time that they have created for themselves in life. So this can be one of the reasons why this is a growing trend.
The use and sale of hard drugs is tearing at Nigeria's social fabric. It fuels crime, weakens mental health, undermines productivity, and destabilizes communities. Hard drugs are not just a personal problem, they are a societal menace. Did you know that the use of hard drugs can result in psychological instability, reduced productivity, and life-threatening health disorders? For instance, tramadol abuse is strongly linked with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, and even suicide. The connection between drug abuse and psychiatric admissions in Nigerian hospitals is alarming. Beyond the users, families also bear the weight, suffering financial drain, neglect, and broken homes. Dr. Usman Bugaji once said, "At the moment, hard drugs are the greatest threat to Nigeria's survival. For the country to survive and thrive, the menace of drug trafficking and consumption must be addressed squarely. It is a national emergency." Remember, hard drugs are not just a personal issue, they are a family and societal menace. This is Amanda Emasiguwe, reporting for Business Day Television. Drug abuse in Lagos.
The National Health Financing Dialogue, held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that health care is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Our big story today looks at Africa's $8.5 billion BPO market and the $100 billion digital transformation opportunity projected for 2030. At the heart of it is a challenge, and it's our structural gap. Too many African businesses have the talent and ideas but lack the frameworks to scale and outlive their founders. Well, joining us this morning is Kehinde Augustine, is the founder and CEO of Scale Next, which is helping businesses build for sustainability and transgenerational impact. Welcome to the show, Kehinde.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Elizabeth. Happy to be here.
It's great to have you this morning. Kehinde, when you say that Africa has a structural gap, what exactly do you mean and why does it matter right now?
Okay, thank you very much, for that wonderful question. I mean, I get asked this a lot, and oftentimes when they ask me, what do you mean by this? I like to always, give an example, right? To first tell a story. When we were growing up, when I was much younger, I saw quite a lot of people, with wealth, with money, our uncles, neighbors, a lot of money. And then we grew up and we discovered that the monies were nowhere to be found. We're surprised, like, what happened to this person? And I'm sure, you also have a similar experience. I could go on to name, to tell the stories, share with everyone joining us today about, similar scenarios where you see someone who was wealthy at some point and then the wealth disappeared. And typically when such happens, we always like to say, oh, maybe village people, or maybe it's, because they came home for Christmas and then they spent money this way, or they gave money to one old woman and the old woman, gave the money to a shrine and then suddenly the money disappeared. Right. However, growing up and just studying businesses, and of course, with the opportunity that I've had to advise a lot of businesses, I've discovered that usually when money disappears like that, when wealth disappears like that, it's not always about village people or in fact even the government. Right. I've discovered that there are micro issues that founders, business managers always overlook when they're building. Right. And those issues are the structures that we're going to talk about on this part today. So when I say structure, I mean those internal micro issues, because typically when we're talking about structure, we always focus on the, we always focus on the macro factors like the environment, like government regulations, like bad road networks, like power supply. These are structures, these are infrastructures that we think, make or mar our businesses. Well, that is true. However, what I've discovered in my experience advising a lot of businesses, I see that the issues, the structural issues that bedevil businesses, that ultimately even kill them, are internal. We're talking about people, we're talking about processes, we're talking about systems, we're talking about, even financial, management, we're talking about technology. So when I say structure, I mean those internal, issues, those internal systems, those internal factors that make or mar businesses that are, in fact, even more important than the external infrastructure that, founders tend to focus on.
Happen to that.
Thank you so much. I think this is the one topic that I say that has been belabored in a way. However, there's always no context to this. People talk about financial gap. People talk about even gender gap, right? In terms of quality. People also talk about technology gap, right? It exists, and it is also one of the biggest, structural problems that many African businesses, deal with on daily basis. And I mean, I wish I could name names. However, I've advised businesses. I personally have advised businesses that have been existing for African business for 20, 30 years, and you'll be shocked at how digitally, permit me to use the word, backward they are. And frankly, the future belongs, to the business, to the founder who is able to adopt and maximize the technological revolution that we're seeing. However, that is not the story for most businesses. Of course, they will tell you, oh, we know technology exists. Oh, we know there's WhatsApp. We know there's social media. People are talking about AI, and they tell you, oh, we know there's AI. But the problem always is, how do we adopt this technological, tools in a way that supports, our growth as a business, in a way that supports us to scale, in a way that supports us to build a business that lasts. That is always the problem. There's a huge, you cannot imagine it, there's a huge digitalization gap, within the African business context that is always unaddressed. And the problem again also always goes back to the founder and the business managers. Most often, that's busy, running the business, that they are not well attuned, to technology. They don't even know how to figure their way around it. They are ignorant. They know that a tool exists, right? But how do I even go about it? How do I sit down with that technology, learn it, and look at how we can adopt it as a business, to support us? That is always the big gap. It's not that maybe, it is not, the technology tool that they need does not exist. It exists. But the problem again is, how do we even use these tools for our benefit? And the other thing also is cost, right? Africa is sort of like, I don't know. I mean, it's painful sometimes when I look at it. Africa is sort of more or less shut out of most of the big technology revolutions happening in the world today, because again, we are not looked at as a very profitable market, right? So most of those tools that would, that would potentially help our businesses, help our business landscape, they are too far out of reach, they're too complex, they're too out of touch with the African business reality, they're too expensive for us to, leverage. And so whenever I'm speaking with businesses, or whenever we get a chance to, support any business, the way we approach it again is to always ask what kind of tool, what kind of localized contextual technology tool that we can, recommend for this business to support them. Even if it's WhatsApp, if it is, I don't want to, market any, but it is always the question of what's cost effective, what, localized platform can this business, take advantage of. And so I always also encourage our tech founders, leaders, builders, to always, when they're building, build for the African business. Our reality is completely different from the reality of the West. And so I see a lot of our founders, tech builders, always building with that perspective in mind that, maybe we want to build for the world, right? Let's build for Africa. Let's understand deeply the business reality, on this continent, and build, to support that. I hope this helps.
Absolutely, it does help. And from your experience, really, why do many African startups attract funding but still collapse within a few years? Because we see this happen over and over again. Could you tell us why that's happening?
Thank you very much. This is a topic that it excites me, and of course also controversial in a way. Every year, I've worked personally. I've worked in startups that have raised tons of money, and they've gone on to do nothing with that money. Right? I don't like they did nothing with that money, but they could not achieve the potential that they had when they raised the money. And the problem always is still structure. The problem always is structure, which is why, personally, I'm passionate about it because I've worked in that space. I've advised business in that space. I've seen all of these things happen in real time, right? And it is always structure, 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 structure. Most African founders cannot see their business beyond themselves. And so there's always this meddling. There's always this, holding. There's always this narrow-minded, perspective to building to say, you know what, if I don't build this, nobody else can, right? So there's always structure from finances, where they manage the finance. The CEO has all the access, he's using the money to fund his personal expenses. There is also the fact that hiring people, the way they hire, manage, you raise money. And I've seen tons of pitch decks, right? And the main reason why many founders raise money is to, according to them, expand their team. And usually, in my experience, expansion team is not always the problem. The people always are not the problem, right? It is, what do you need those people for? Most businesses don't even know. Okay, I need someone to do marketing. How many people do you need in the marketing team? Maybe it's one, maybe it's a two that can support that marketing team to scale profitably. But to just hire everybody, 10 people at a time, 11 people, new roles are popping up, chief this, chief that, VP of this, VP of that. Hiring over bloated, and then you realize that the money is going to pay your staff, and then you have little left for the product development or even taking to the market, right? So typically when we're looking at speaking to business, we always look at them from a perspective of what you actually need. And must you even hire them, or they be in-house? Can you outsource those tasks, those things to people? So to maybe other businesses, without having to bear the cost of having them internally. So that issues, basically, I'm saying, I said all of this to say that it is still a structural problem, from financial management to people management to process, to leadership, pipeline development, to, in fact, even the product itself, right? Like I said earlier, thinking in terms of the West, not thinking in terms of Africa. You built a product for the African market to solve this problem for Africa, and then after raising money, you realize that, oh, you know what, you can also expand globally. So the product starts to detach from the reality, of the market that you built it for initially. And so there's a lot of, I can go on and on to list all the problems, but the issue again is the structure in people, in processes, in systems, in technology, and of course, even in leadership, right? The CEO needs to constantly learn. But most of them, when they raise the money, they feel like, if I can raise this money, it means that I know what I'm doing. And so the willingness to want to learn, the willingness to want to subject themselves to certain training, certain mentorship is always not there. And so that's also an issue that could be addressed structurally, right? What kind of training and capacity development, framework can we design for our CEO, for our managers, for our top leaders, to be able to manage this fund effectively. So there's a whole lot that we can say about this, but again, the problem always is structure and founders deficiency in certain areas.
Right, and I see from everything you've said, you've actually worked across different sectors. Correct me if I'm wrong, from academia to fintech to energy to logistics. What are some of the structural weaknesses that you have seen repeating itself across the sectors?
Thank you. Thank you very much. One thing, quite a number of them, but the first one is always the people.
The people.
Yes, people. That is, I can't spend 2 days talking about this particular one. The people is always the first challenge, the first structural problem that I've seen. And it starts from the people not even know where exactly they're doing, right? You enter a business, you come into a space, and then you see a lot of people working, and then you ask them, how does this connect to the vision of the business? And they don't even know, right? So the proper understanding of what they're doing is typically missing. And sometimes, like I said earlier,
most businesses think that the solution to the problem is to get more people, right? Sometimes the solution to the problem is even move some people out of the business and to outsource that task to an organization to do for you. I mean, we're talking about agentic AI today. You could use AI agents to run one or two things in your business, but that is not even the be all and end all about sourcing, right? There's some tasks that as a business you don't have as a founder, you have no business managing it internally because they are going to drain, your time, your effort, your finances, and then leaving you no time to even properly focus, on strategy, on building the business. Like HR is time consuming. A small business has no business, with hiring a full HR team. There's head of HR, there's head of engagement, staff engagement, there's head of that. Outsource all those things. Let people focus on hiring for you. Let some agency do your hiring, do your staff management, while you focus on building your business. Apart from even that, right, like I said, the fact that there's even no SOP in place that act as guardrails for the business, that act as quality assurance for people that are working for you. If people come in, what are the steps, what are the processes, what are the policies that you have to manage certain deliverables? How do you move this from A to B? What are the steps? Businesses hire people and just leave them. It's fantastic. I saw his LinkedIn or her LinkedIn profile is great. She knows what she's doing. But the context is always different. They may have their experience, but they need certain policy to guide their actions in that business. And so most founders don't even focus on that. Right. So the people is always the problem. There's a huge people gap. Of course, we can talk about the fact that there are not enough talent, but even the talent that we have, we are not maximizing them in a way that will support our scaling ambition, right, on the continent in terms of the way we build our business. So that's on one part. The other part also is on the technology side, right? I've mentioned that earlier. The fact that there's simple tools that a business could leverage to remove a lot of operational inefficiencies. There's a whole lot of manual, entering this, entering that, apply for this, apply for that. When you can simply just, use a simple technology tool, to digitize that process, right? We need to start thinking in terms of optimization, right? In terms of efficiency, in terms of cutting out a lot of inefficiencies in our processes, right? So technology is also one part that I've seen that has limited the potential of some businesses. And then I've mentioned the founder, which is again a big issue, all right. And the other part that people don't typically talk about again, is even the customer experience, right? Oh my God, that is again something that I can spend days talking about. Customer experience. How do you serve your customers, right? What are the processes again? It's a structural problem, a policy problem. What policies do you have, to deal with customer issues? What policies do you have to acquire, retain, and maximize the value of a customer? When a customer complains, how do you address this complaint? There's always that variability, even in customer experience. And like I said, it's a policy issue as well, a structural issue. The customer will come, have fantastic experience, bad experience, right? And as a business, you're gonna explain it, and that's because there's no policy to say this is the level, this is the standard, of consistently standard for customer experience in this business. And then you communicate to your team, and they're able to buy into it and execute on your behalf, right? And so it's a policy issue, but customer very important. And again, for product, you all know that already. The leader very important. Technology again, and then the people that you bring on board to build that business with you, right? So these are some of the issues that I've observed in my experience building business so far.
Right, and it's great to hear you mention some of these issues or these things that you've noticed. But then, how does this business process outsourcing actually tie into fixing the structural challenges that you've noted?
Thank you for that. But I think I've touched on that, in my initial answers.
Okay.
But again, to just delve into that more deeply. So the way it works is that, like I said earlier, there's some tasks, some crucial tasks that a business needs to survive, that they cannot realistically manage on their own. Or maybe they can, however, when you do your cost benefit analysis, it is not efficient. I mentioned HR, for example. As a growing business, you don't need to have an HR department that you're paying, to do your HR. You could outsource, that role,
You need to hire, you need to manage staff, you need to do payroll, you could outsource all of these things, to an agency, to another business to manage on your behalf, right? And so what that does is that it takes away the need to, all the all the salary, all the allowances to pay to a full-time staff. You don't have to pay them anymore, right? You pay the agency an amount of money, and then they take on that stress of having to look for a staff or having to manage the staff. Hiring is a lot of it is time consuming, it is draining. I mean, I've done it before. I still do it, right? And no growing business should spend that much time trying to look for people to work for them. You find, an organization that is an expert or that has expertise in that area, outsource that task to them, focus on building your business, focus on strategy, focus on product development, focus on, on marketing, and let them handle the back end of looking for staff, of managing staff, of doing your payroll, of doing all of those things for you. HR is just an example, right? There's also even the marketing. Sometimes you think, oh, we want to create content, everybody wants to create content. Maybe I need a social media manager for my team. You don't even need, that person to be on your books, right? You can just outsource that particular task to an agency. So the agency uses, shared resources. Maybe one person is working for multiple organizations, but your deliverables. You know what you want them to achieve for you, and so you just give that brief to them. They can go ahead and then execute on your behalf. So that's on one side, right? There's customer experience, there's even admin, there's customer support, like I said earlier, there's admin. Like those back-end tasks that you don't need to be doing on your own. You hand them over to another organization so that you can focus really as you are growing on scaling, on building your business. When you grow big enough and you have the means to be able to get some, to be able to employ some people full-time on having on your books, then you bring them on board. Whilst you are growing, you don't need to have too many people. And that is why you see that some businesses, they raise money and then they hire hundreds of people. And then when the runway diminishes, they start to fire people. So that takes that stress off you, that takes that cost of you, that takes that decision, off you, and then you hand it over to another organization. And if you look at developed economies, that's how we need to thrive. The US, the US thrives on outsourcing. Apple does not do a lot of their product development, a lot of their marketing, right? A lot of their customer support, same as Meta, Microsoft, name them, right? And I think that African businesses need to start thinking in terms of that as well. What can we outsource? What kind of weight can we lose as a business to help us move faster? And that's where outsourcing comes in. I hope that's it.
Right. And we often see that governments talk about industrialization and economic growth all the time. What role should the government be playing to close this gap?
Thank you. As much as I always encourage, businesses to focus less on macro factors like government regulation, right? We cannot close our eyes completely to it. Government has a huge role to play, in this. As much as I like to talk about micro issues, structural internal issues, one of the things that also acts as drawbacks, right, to business growth on the continent is government policies, right? Government policies around even technology. Our local tech ecosystem, how do we encourage them to build, for our own context? I can go on and name examples, right, across the world of companies or countries that have enabled their local tech ecosystem to build for their reality, right? India is one. And so they build first for their economy. And when they maximize or they max out their, the potential or the market within the country, then they start to look outside, start to build for the rest of the world. And sometimes these are policies that the government establish, right, to support their business, to protect their business. Some people say, oh, it's protectionism, those things, but sometimes it is important for a company that is developing, right? China recently stopped one of their AI companies from buying, chips from the US, right, just to protect the local chip, manufacturing industry. So these are policy issues that these are areas where the government can come in with policy to protect, the local tech ecosystem from encroachment, right? After the policy, then we look at the funding itself. I mean, there are so many opportunities. I see it a lot. I see the fantastic work that the government is trying to do, supporting the tech ecosystem, but we can do a whole lot more, right? The environment has to be very, there's so much capital wanting to come into this space, support, African businesses, support Nigerian businesses, right? But the government has to create the enabling environment in so many ways that, I can go on and on about, right? But the environment has to be enabling for people to come in, to be confident that when they bring their capital into the economy, when they bring their capital into the economy, it is going to be protected, right? There won't be, this policy yo-yo that will do that tomorrow, this changes, that changes. So it's very key. There's a whole lot of private equity, money that is just sitting across, on the other side of the world, right? Waiting to come into Africa, waiting to come into Nigeria, to support our businesses, support the environment enabling, right? There's insecurity, there is the fact that the government is unpredictable. There's the fact that there's a lot of corruption. There's no protection for for foreigners here. So it's also it's as much a policy challenge as it is and an execution problem. The fact that the government has to actively come out and protect. Maybe we need to create a special economic zone that is well protected, that is guarded. That people can come and know that, okay, my capital is safe and secure here.
And secure, right?
Led, by the government, right? And so, like I said, I can go on about that, but these are a few things that come to mind right now.
Yeah, we've actually run out of time, but just in 30 seconds, just answer this in 30 seconds. You've been a part of major funding stories in the past, and if we're just curious to know what lessons from those moments have shaped how you now build Scale Next. And also to my second question, just in 30 seconds, if African businesses embrace this structure and digital transformation that you're talking about, what kind of economy and legacy do you see by 2030? So just very quickly, lessons from the moments that are in some of the funding stories that you've been a part of in the past, and also what kind of economy and legacy you're seeing by 2030.
Okay, thank you very much. Very important question. What I've learned so far, like I said, one major lesson that I took out from my experience building, supporting founders to raise money to build their businesses again, is the mindset of the founder. That's one lesson that I've learned, and that's also what is informing the way we will build as Next, right? We are very, very passionate about the mindset, the skill sets, and the tool sets of the people that work with us and that we work with, right? And so the first thing that we always like to, talk about is, what is the mindset of this person? Personally, as a founder, what is my mindset? What limiting mindset do I have that would hamper this business? And that is basically where the problem is for most entrepreneurs, most visionaries in Nigeria. The ideas are perfect, the ideas are great, but the mindset of the founder towards building, maybe I just want it to be for myself. I want it to be for me and my family. I want my family to just have money and go abroad and all of those things, and I don't care, right? That's a mindset that is pervasive in this environment. And so the question again for me always is, what is the mindset that I have right now that is not compatible with the vision, with the progress that we are currently making? And so we try to think ourselves through some kind of training and capacity development. We are always doing that, training, capacity development, different events that we're having, both for our business and of course for the businesses that we advise, right? So we need to work on those mindsets and the skill sets, that's the skill, the competencies of the leaders, of the people, right? And then the tool sets, like you said, technology, right? There are tool sets, right? So those are the lessons that I'll take out, my experience. I'm also applying where I currently build. And also I advise always entrepreneurs to focus on the mindset, the skill set and the tool sets, right? So that's it. In terms of the potential is huge. 2030, we are talking about 200 billion, digital transformation or digital economy. It's huge, it's massive in Africa, and we're barely even scratching the surface. When businesses start to build in terms of, let's outsource some of these things that would unlock massive potential, massive progress that will unlock in this space and across Africa, right? And so I look forward to seeing many businesses start to look out for how to outsource some of the tasks. I hope this helps, Elizabeth.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Kehinde Augustine, the founder and CEO of Scale Next, for joining us on The Big Story this morning. Keep doing the great work you do.
Thank you for having me.
All right, this has
Thank you.
been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next, the social listening. Do stay with us.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the social listening segment right here on BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we unpack some of the trending conversations on social media. My name hasn't changed. I'm still Elizabeth Musa, and joining me this morning is... Absolutely. First, let me start by saying welcome. It feels like you traveled.
Well, I'm here now.
You're here now. Yeah, you're looking like a young, very young boy, you know, fresh.
Take you 20 years from my age.
Yes, you are actually. You are, I must say. Nice haircut there. Let's talk about what's trending. Speaking about young boy. Anyway, let's go and see what's happening in the world of universities. Our first story is all about the Academic Staff Union Union of Universities, which has given the federal government 14 days to meet its demands after his NEC meeting in Abuja. Now, ASU says that issues like revitalization fund, unpaid salary arrears, and the stalled renegotiation of the 2009 agreement have remained unsolved. Now, if nothing is done, the union says it will first embark on a 2-week warning strike before moving to a full indefinite strike. I must say, firstly, that this just feels all too familiar. I'm sure it's the same thing you're also saying. It feels like something I've seen before.
So again, let me now wear back my hat as an elder that I am. I will not do great justice to this, because if you look at it, even though, yes, during my era, when I was an undergraduate many years ago, we had our own, our own share of ASU strike. But at that time, when they say ASU strike, they actually meant it. And they got what it is that the strike was meant to pull out. But it looks as if, it's beginning to look as if as year, progresses. Is it that maybe we're getting old? I don't know. But it sounds as if ASU strike is no longer, the people now look as well, okay, just one of those things. They don't draw meaning into it because they just came out of once not too long ago. Are you saying that they didn't achieve what they wanted? We thought there was a time when they said that was going to be the mother of all strikes. So we're now seeing there is a grandmother of the strike. Or it's just another ordinary strike. What am I trying to say in trying to sound a bit sarcastic in nature is this. Look, by the way, we mentioned 200-something billion naira for investment in the north. It just gets me thinking again. But let me even go there. I'll stick with what we're talking about. ASU strike, warning strike. Will we ever see the end of it? I'm going to see that we will not see the end of it. Why? Because the more they try to meet them halfway, it looks as if they're different carcasses, as the case may be. Try to meet them halfway, some other pending money is there that begins to look as if there's a spillover. So if there's a spillover, come out and tell us. Let us know exactly what's going on.
Spillover of what?
Is it that the money that was paid before wasn't sufficient, or they just gave them little just to keep them quiet?
Yeah, it's most likely that. It's most likely, because of the backlog. It's a lot. The areas that have been unpaid.
It's up to 1 trillion naira.
It's a lot. So it will be hard for them to. That's one thing about owing. Then it becomes hard to actually, clear out the areas that is owed. But let's see how Nigerians are reacting to this one. I'm sure it will come as no surprise to Nigerians. They probably feel like it's a broken record right now when we talk about ASU and strikes. But yeah, it's what it is. Wisdom says ASU threat, exactly. ASU threatening to strike is starting to sound like a cliche. That's from Wisdom, Wiz Global. Oh, just like Global Lizzie. Hot Senorita says 14 days, that's all ASU gave the federal government. Meanwhile, students have been sacrificing years to government neglect. Empty promises, broken schools, wasted futures. How many more strikes before they finally act? That's from Hot Senorita. Big Win, Bigger Uncle says, what is it that this union is asking that can never be solved by the federal government? That's the question you asked. Said it's becoming boring already with every month with the news on strike threat. The federal government should look into this and solve their problems for good. Absolutely. Let's listen to this cry. Do we have one reaction? Right. John Joseph says, ASU's 14-day ultimatum shows how careless the government is with education. Now, says for years, they keep signing deals they never respect while students and universities suffer. Final thoughts?
I mean, again, I wish I could say final thoughts because this thought process just keeps coming back
Can
to
never
back.
Finalize.
But in the spirit of having final thoughts, I would say this. For what it's worth, right? If we can raise the amount of billions that was raised as a, well,
you want to talk about the real projects?
Well, not the real. The amount of money that was raised for President Tinubu's wife's birthday, let's say, look, raise money for the library. Can we not also say, look, let us raise money for us? Yes, because we have a lot of billionaires. You see, those in glass houses do not throw stones. If we are going to be saying that we can raise money for a birthday and not give it to her, but give it for the library, we can as well look at this as a pressing issue. Let us treat it as a major 7-point agenda to now say, look, our children, I call them our children because some of them are in their 20s. I mean, so those who are in their 20s and some who are in their 30s, who are still undergraduates, suffering this whole thing. Remember, when 2 elephants fight, the grass suffers.
Absolutely, that's your favorite proverb, actually.
And so they're suffering. And so the question is this: at some point, they'll probably have forgotten what their last semester result or last semester. Some of them probably forget their matric number. What am I trying to say is this: if we can raise money for libraries, what use is a library if there's no one to go there to
we might as well raise for the teachers,
so let's raise money
lecturers.
For the lecturers. Let's raise money for their well-being. Let's raise money to make sure that lecturers are treated as much as, I'm always going to say, as much as we treat our soldiers in the war front, but they are quite important too. But give and take, treat it with exigency, put it as priority.
With urgency.
Most
absolutely.
See the way we're ending with words that tally. So it's
anyway,
important.
let's still stay within the educational sector today. There's a new educational policy on board, and now the federal government has announced that starting October 6th, all graduates must submit their thesis or final year projects to the Nigeria Education Repository and Data Bank before they can be mobilized for NYSC. Now, this applies to graduates from Nigerian and foreign schools. Now, the government says that the goal is to tackle certificate forgery and improve the quality of academic work and protect intellectual property. Now, there's also a plan for students and lecturers to earn royalties from the submitted works. So I'll say that's a win-win. If you're a little bit skeptical or feeling a little lazy about the fact that you might need to submit your thesis, the fact that there are possibilities, or there's a possibility of you earning royalties from submitted works, I think that should be, because we are in Nigeria, we are a little bit incentive driven. So if you're saying that, oh, okay, we need, it's a must now to submit your thesis, I think for a student like me, when I see that royalty part, I'll probably be excited. That will probably be the thing that would motivate me, or the thing that will keep me going. Yeah, that's the word, to actually then submit. But it's what it is. Let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how some Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. Brad 2T says, there is nothing wrong with this. It's a solid effort at public record keeping. Yet it raises a bigger question. Do we really need to complain about every single thing? We've gotten so used to complaining that we sometimes forget what truly matters and what is irrelevant. Absolutely. Emmanuel Undubisi Ogide Emma 2022 says, at a time when Nigeria is drowning in insecurity, economic hardship, and political crisis, making thesis uploads mandatory for NYSC feels misplaced. Federal government should tackle national survival before adding new hurdles for graduates. You're beginning to sound like the people that just, the first person that said we just like to complain about everything. Why do you agree with it?
So, I mean, the indices are very clear. The indications are just glaring. No need for me to say, let's look at the low-hanging fruits, because it is already a low-hanging fruit.
There's still more comments, actually. Yeah. There's a comment from Zangiz. It says, this doesn't solve the problem they are trying to solve. If there can be a counterfeit certificate, there can also be a counterfeit thesis.
Most definitely.
I agree.
You see now, at the end of the day, if we're creating more bottlenecks, hoping that our educational system will be respected abroad, certificates will be respected abroad, what about the quality of education itself? Can we also say we invest more money into having sure that this undergraduates don't just learn, theoretically, but also practically, and not having to come out of university and go to look for one, mechanic workshop to understand what engineering is. When I study engineering in university, why am I saying this is that, look, yes, as much as, and I agree with that last person, as much as we're trying to mitigate and curb certificates forgery, let's also be rest assured that the thesis statement too can also be, can be forged one way or the other. But again, it's good that we can put out, the federal government can put out this kind of, publications out there. Let's look at the good part of it. What does this mean for Nigeria and our reputation? It means that, look, we're telling the outside world that we're doing our best to make sure that we chunk out people who are actually, worthy of holding a certificate saying, look, they went through the 4 walls of university. And that way they have graduated and then they've acquired not just the paper, but also character and learning. Because that also comes in too as one of the criteria that will create room for you to say you are a graduate. However, having said so, I think we should also look at the angle of what the international world will think. Remember, prior to now, there are people who want to travel and go do other courses abroad. And so they'll be asking you for English proficiency and some other things that it doesn't tell good of a country that actually was colonized by an English-speaking country. We speak English in this country. Very well, by the way. Although some people have accent, but even at that, I think this is a welcome move, although it is not priority. It's welcome, but not priority. Because what this will mean to the outside world is we are doing our best to make sure that we initially give you the best of it and then remove any, sediment or any quote and unquote suspicion certificates that are not they are not original. The outside world look at us, okay, fine. So which means we can accept more of their graduates into, higher learning, into PhD, into masters, and not worry about all those extra checks and balances and go to look for WES. I'm sure you know what WES is, that World Educational System, whatever it is, to verify and do all those verification. Meanwhile, within the West there's less verification process. The strangulation is a bit losing on like what the one they place on Africa here. But give and take, what does it mean for business in Africa? It means one thing and one thing only, which is more money we put into the system.
Right.
Employ more lecturers and more, supervisors. But have we paid the ones that are already yearning for strike?
That's a story for another day. But there's a last commenter that I would like us to take. I think that person wrapped it up really nicely. AJ Daniel says, if properly implemented, this could help build a national academic database and fight certificate fraud.
I agree.
But knowing how things work here, the execution might just stress students more than it helps the system. And I think that's one of the things that frustrates me most about the Nigerian educational system, I think especially for federal universities, is actually the system. Universities, it's, having experienced the federal educational system and private, I will choose a private educational system 100 times over, because the federal educational system in Nigeria is frustrating. So many bottlenecks, so many bureaucracies, so many. Yeah, they're frustrated, so they pass it on. You know how they say hurt people hurt other people. Yes. So it's like the frustration they have, then they pass it across to the student. And I think that's too much baggage to have to deal with as a student, especially in the ages where typical students, we understand that there's also the case of people that get into school late, but typically, if you're talking about the typical age bracket of university students, it's frustrating. You want to go and get this done. So I can imagine how students will be feeling about it right now, because I know how that clearance period can be. And then you now say thesis, then that's what they say, thesis fee. All those things, thesis fee. You meet it will go through different things. You have to go to HOD, to this, to that, to this. Then one person will want you to overlap before it comes. Those unnecessary shenanigans. Can't we just do the thing as you do? If thesis, we're submitting thesis, is going to be at this place. You go to the place and submit straight up. But it's not going to be the case.
We're looking at a case where the database will help to mitigate all those stress. Do you think there's possibility that it will be reduced?
Let me tell you something. When I was in university, I remember how they had, when we were graduating, that was when they said that we now, look, it's many years, I've forgotten. So they said that we now have a platform where we're going to, I think submit or do clearance or whatever. I was so excited about it. So they said, once you pay, so there's a payment, you make payment online, and then that's it. That's why when I'm speaking from experience, that you make payment online and that's it, everything.
The online works and doesn't crash one way or the other.
To even make that payment online, the process is manual.
Oh wow!
Do you understand? Do you understand? So it's meaningless. It's useless to make the payment online. The process is manual, and then after now so they make the process. They intentionally
tedious.
Make it not work so that they can enrich their pocket. So then after the online process, then you now have to now go and meet you again. For you to now influence it.
Yes. As much
I don't
as
like
it's
that.
a sad thing, in this part of the world, it so happens to be that I have people who have gone through 4 years university outside this nation. Even the United States and some other countries, though theirs is a bit, you can want to say different, but still have bottlenecks.
No. It's absolutely, but it's completely different. Yes. You're not going to make an online platform now be manual. That's just a waste. It was just a waste of. It's a story for another day. If I start this conversation, I'll probably not end. That's why I say to you that experiencing federal private, I would take a private 100 times over. It's a lot of money, but then I think it's worth it, really. It's completely worth it. But to our final story today, it says a new report by the International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law claims that an average of 35 Christians are killed every day in Nigeria. The group says over 7,000 Christians were massacred in the first 220 days of 2025, while nearly 8,000 were abducted. They also report that more than 19,000 churches have been destroyed and over 600 Christian clerics abducted, with Benue State among the worst hit. Says the group alleges that these killings are driven by jihadist groups aiming to wipe out Christianity from Nigeria. But in response, the federal government has dismissed the genocide claims as false and divisive, saying that terrorists attack Nigerians of all faiths. Basically, Christians, Muslims, atheists, traditionalists, they do. But I don't know if I agree. I honestly, religious conversations like this are always one needs to tread with caution.
On the contrary, I think we should lay it on the table. And because I tell you, the more we tread this with caution, the more we will not inform these people. And a lot of people they have the wrong notion about this things. Look, as far as I'm concerned, can we even say to ourselves that let us look into the death of Nigerians? I'm not looking for how to now say, for what is worth, okay, Christians or Muslims. Yes, some form of religious, inclinations has come in. However, I am more worried that Nigerians, once you hold a Nigerian passport and you have an NIN, I gravitate towards those families. I will tell you why. It's not as if I'm not religiously, I don't understand this flow of being a religious person or not. But the reason why I'm saying so is this. Can we move as a nation to a point where we'll say, look, understand that religion can actually divide us? Can we look for something that will make us stronger? I'm not saying what they have said is a bad thing or citing those areas or maybe trying to accuse the terrorists of trying to cleanse Christianity from Africa or from Nigeria per se. But I'm saying that, look, can we stop using these things as political tool to be to find a way to divide Nigeria? Look, Nigeria has come so far, 65 years, trying to unify us, trying to make us stronger as a nation. It is green, white, green for a reason, which is peace, tranquility, and every other thing that our nation stands for. Now, we have come to a mature state where we understand that religion is very dicey. Look at what we're discussing right now. And we're worried that, look, for what is what, that they might spiral out of control. However, having said so, those who are responsible for these killings should be brought to book, should be apprehended and dealt with as not just terrorists, but as murderers and as killers. Whether it is Christians that have been killed, or Muslims, or atheists, or traditional worshippers, a Nigerian that's been killed should be taken seriously.
Absolutely, they should be taken seriously. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We've gone from seeing what we have on the headlines to, of course, the paper review. And of course, we went also to the business news hour, the business news hour. Then, of course, we moved to the big story, which talked about BPOs and all of that and how it can impact the African continent, of course, to social listening. But everything that has a start must certainly have an ending, and that's where we will bring it to an end this morning. Up next is the business news at 11. Do stay with us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm on Yekabal.
Stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in to the BDTV Business News Hour. My name is Glory Brown. Now let's begin today with the top business headlines. Debt fails startup, but volatility threatens repayment. Banks par record cash with CBN as lending stutters. NNPC Dangote Refinery signs fresh 2-year crude deal. Investors gain 115 billion naira as banking, oil stocks lift markets. Tax reforms exempt food, education, agriculture. FIRS. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where debt is increasingly reshaping startup financing in Africa, offering entrepreneurs quicker access to capital while enabling them to retain ownership stakes. Yet, industry experts caution that the rising dependence on loans could hinder innovation if not balanced with equity financing. Macroeconomic conditions are compounding the risk, with inflation at elevated levels and local currencies weakening in major markets like Nigeria and Kenya. Startups heavily reliant on debt may find themselves caught between escalating operating costs and rigid repayment schedules. This pressure could restrict their abilities to take risks, innovate, or pursue both growth strategies. For years, African startup ecosystem was powered largely by equity, with major venture capitals round driving growth in fintech, mobility, and e-commerce in 2025. However, the funding landscape has shifted, with debt emerging as a critical source of capital for founders seeking expansion without diluting ownership. In the first half of 2025, startups across the continent secured $1.35 billion, a 78% rise from $800 million in the same period of 2024. Data from Brighton Intelligence shows debt financing surpassed $1 billion in August 2025, nearly equaling equity's $1.18 billion. Debt now accounts for about half of total startup capital, compared to less than 50% between 2021 and 2022, when equity made up over 80%. We saw usage drop to a one-month low. Of 22 million naira on September 16th. Analysts say banks are incentivized to park idle funds with the CBN because the yield of the SDF is more attractive compared to the yields of 364 days treasury bills, which have however turned to 16.8%. Further, the risk environment and limited variables credit opportunities, especially in small and medium enterprise segments, are damping appetite for lending. Without stronger demand for credit, the recent rate cuts may have limited impact on the real economy. In other news, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has entered into a fresh 2-year crude supply agreement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery to ensure steady feedstock for the 650,000 barrels per day facility in Lekki, Lagos. The agreement, signed in August, aligns with the federal government's push to strengthen the Crude for Naira initiative and guarantee domestic fuel supply. Between October 2024 and October 2025, about 82 million barrels of crude have been allocated to the refinery, with 60% equivalent to 49.3 million barrels supplied in Naira. This arrangement comes after the refinery temporarily altered petrol sales in Naira, citing the exhaustion of its crude for naira allocation before resuming following government intervention. NNPC Chief Corporate Communications Officer Andy Ode confirmed that the state-owned company, Dangote Refinery, and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority periodically reconcile volumes and repayment of reflect crude supplied in naira. According to Ode, crude locating and loading operations for August have been completed, while September allocations are ongoing. In total, NNPC allocated 3 naira-denominated cargoes in August and 5 each for September and October 2025 under the agreement, which runs until 2027. Still on, trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited began the week on a strong note as investors recorded a gain of 115 billion naira in market value on Monday, lifted by positive performance in the banking and oil and gas sectors. The market capitalization rose from 89.99 trillion naira in the previous season to 90.1 trillion naira, while all shares index advanced by 0.17%, closing at 142.54 basis points. Despite the upbeat performance, activities levels slowed. A total of 383.91 million shares worth 11.61 billion naira exchange hands in 28,000 deals, representing a 26% drop in volume and 36% decline in value compared with last Friday. However, the numbers of deals grew by 26%, showing increased investors' participation. Meanwhile, corporate earnings shaped investors' sentiment. Zenith Bank reported a 19.96% revenue growth and declared an interim dividend of 1.25 naira, while UBA posted a 6% profit rise but cut its dividend to 25. Stanbic IBTC recorded a 49% profit jump, rewarding investors with 2.45 naira. But GTCA reported a 50% drop in profit, paying 1.00 naira per shares. Analysts noted that this means earnings alongside improving oil output and non-oil growth are light resilient in the Nigerian economy despite ongoing challenges. In other development, Nigerian STARS system is undergoing a landmark transformation as the Federal Inland Revenue Service announced sweeping reforms that exempt food, education, shared transport, and agriculture from value-added tasks. The changes described as the country's most significant fiscal overhaul since independence aimed to ease pressure on households and businesses while strengthening government revenues. FIRS Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji highlighted the reforms during the 2-year anniversary in office, crediting Bola Tinubu for fulfilling his pledge to simplify tax compliance. The new tax code, effective January 2026, consolidates multiple laws into one, reduces tax categories, and offers a dialogue of the situation. We'll go on a quick break now. When we'll come back, it's still the Business News Hour. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, This is where business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. If it's just joining us, it's still the BDTV Business News Hour. FIRS Executive Chairman Zach Adedeji highlighted the reforms during his 2-year anniversary in office, crediting President Bola Tinubu for fulfilling his pledge to simplify tax compliance. The new tax code, effective January 2026, consolidates multiple laws into one, reduces tax categories, and offers relief for smaller businesses. Firms with turnover below 50 million naira will now be exempt from tax, while personal income tax thresholds have been adjusted to protect low-income earners. Signed into law on June 26, 2025, the Full Tax Act broadened the act base, improved compliance, and enhanced transparency across government levels. As part of the reforms, the FIRS will be renamed the Nigerian Revenue Service, reflecting its expanded mandate. Analysts say the reforms mark a turning point in fiscal stability despite short-term economic strain. And to end the Business News Hour, President Donald Trump announced on Monday that he would impose a 100% tariff on all foreign produced films imported into the United States, a policy that could significantly disrupt Hollywood's global business model. The measure extends Trump's protectionist trade agenda into cultural industries, creating uncertainty for studios that depend on international production network and overseas box office revenue. In a post on Truth Social, Trump claimed foreign countries have stolen Americans' movie-making business. However, it did not specifically the legal framework for enforcing such a sweeping tariff. The White House offered no clarification, while major studios including Warner Bros. Discovery, Paramount, Netflix, and Comcast declined to comment. Industry analysts warned that the proposal could sharply raise production costs and likely to be passed on to the consumer. The U.S. film sector remains a major exporter, recording a $15.3 billion trade surplus in 2023. However, stakeholders caution that imposing tariffs could disrupt the balance and weaken Hollywood's global competitiveness. Thank you so much for staying with us on the BDTV Business News Hour. My name is Gloria Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
BusinessDay Foundation hosted the AI Summit in Lagos. The theme was Shaping Nigeria's AI Future. It brought together AI professionals, technology experts, business people, and journalists, including Ladi Asuni, Charles Emembolu, Tumi Akinade, and many others. It was sponsored by BusinessDay, KPMG, Digital Equity Africa, Olaniwun Ajayi, and Wigwe and Partners. In his keynote, Frank Aibogun, publisher of BusinessDay, said AI is reshaping industries and daily life, but warned that more than 60 million Nigerians are still offline.
We all as a country participate in the global AI revolution. We must also seek ways to be at the forefront.
Ladi Asuni, partner at KPMG, explained that AI has been with us for decades, from face recognition on phones to YouTube recommendations. What's new, he said, is how widespread it has become. Tools like ChatGPT are now making governance and regulation even more important.
When we talk about AI being on the horizon, I think it's important to really try to bring it home to saying, with all the possibilities that come with how AI is reshaping our lives, the question that really comes to mind is, what then happens if you are able to scale innovation without carrying everybody along? What's the impact of that? Or how do you innovate at scale without really having any guardrails around governance, around inclusion, or without trust?
The first panel focused on innovation, governance, and partnership. Emiadong Lawrence highlighted Nigeria's skill gap and said the country must train more developers if they want to compete globally. Tumi Akinade pointed to infrastructure as the backbone of AI growth, saying that without the right digital foundation, progress will be limited. Lisbeth Laini raised the issue of data, noting that Nigeria lacks quality data sets and still does not have a full legal work frame to regulate AI. Justina Oha emphasized preparing the next generation, calling for early AI education so that young people can lead innovation in the future. Charles Emembolu spoke on AI's risks and opportunities for Nigeria, warning that without local data and investment, the country could fall behind in shaping its own future. In a fire chat, Dr. Yetunde Anibaba explained that inclusion and human rights must be central in AI adaptation. She stressed that solutions could reflect the real needs of people across Nigeria, not just urban centers. The second panel looked at AI and the media. Fuad Lawal and other speakers said that AI is already changing journalism, speeding up workflows, reshaping audience engagement, and raising questions about what the role of a journalist will be in the future.
For AI to really thrive in any economy, the data foundation becomes very critical. In addition to the data foundation is also the need for the infrastructure. We all know that AI, processing of data for AI is very resource intensive, it's technology intensive. Now, the three things that the regulator or government can really focus on, one is around our frameworks for open data. What's the framework within which organizations, government, entities can safely share and collaborate on data assets to enable the development of AI that is suitable for the Nigerian or the African context. So that can greatly be enabled through open data framework. And we've seen this in different countries that are beginning to adopt open data policies. Secondly, it's creating investments around how to build our own data centers that would enable or lower the costs for organizations to really make those AI investments. If every organization has to invest in their own data processing infrastructure, it's going to be very expensive. The big organizations will be able to do it, but then when we talk about inclusive AI, what happens to the smaller organizations that also want to build AI? There needs to be access to shared infrastructure. And then the third thing that the government policy should be focused on, of course, is building the right skills. And as I said during my presentation, we're already seeing deliberate government efforts around building a talent pool that is able to help catalyze Nigeria's AI development through the minister's 3MTT program aimed at building 3 million technical talents for Nigeria.
Artificial intelligence is here to stay. It's mainstream. It has to be approached with caution, but it also has to be approached deliberately. And that's part of why we're here as partners with BusinessDay. We already have data protection acts, right? What needs to be done now is how that is operationalized. That's one. Two,
as we go about our journey in artificial intelligence, we need to clearly define where we want to go, how far we want to go, and that will naturally also help us determine the kind of data we need to start collecting, where we need to start collecting those kind of data, and the repositories where we need to store them. I mean, we partner with organizations as KPMGs, organizations that share similar values with us, and we are at the forefront of artificial intelligence and operationalizing it within Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We see that Business Day is also quite passionate about this, so this is one common ground and very clear reason why the partnership is important. I would summarize it in one word, and that's transformation, right? It will transform and revolutionize how we go about doing business, how we solve problems. Of course, there's work to be done, significant amount of work to be done, but in the next 5 years, things would have been significantly transformed.
Policies are very critical and important. The laws, the acts, and all the things around that are critical. But I think that what we lack the most from government, it's not just the policy development, it's the implementation, the funding, and that honesty of purpose to move those policy conversations from stages, from documents, to the streets and the communities of Nigeria. Today we have quite a lot of policy. We have the digital literacy for all, both locally developed and international ones. We have the talent development project. We have the ones for infrastructure that can support artificial intelligence. But the ability to move that from conversations to impact to the average Nigerian, to different communities, to the academic circles, to even the government itself, and then the private sector organizations is what is most required at this point. Today's event is very significant. There can never be too much conversations around AI, and my major takeaway is the fact that there are that AI, first of all, has a sovereign aspect to it, and that as a country, we need to look at it beyond a digital or technology tool, and look at it from also a sustainability point of view, and our ability to continue to further our national interest by adopting AI for the different sectors of the economy.
The summit closed with one clear message. Nigeria must not only adapt AI, but also lead in shaping how it serves people, businesses, and communities. This is Ifunaya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, where we give a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as in the markets. This morning, we're going to be looking at something quite important. Last week was quite a week of releases for our banks. We're talking about their first half 2025 releases across the board. Last week plus the week preceding that, we saw UBA, Zenith, Stanbic dropped their release, as well as GTCO Holdings released their financial statements. I'll be looking through, this is in addition to Wema that had initially released months ago, as well as Sterling Bank, Sterling Holdco that had released. When you look at some of the financial statements, you discover that we are looking at it's quite a discovery. It's quite a discovery from what we had in H1 of 2025. So for example, we see gross earnings for GT Bank fall just marginally. However, when it comes to net profit, we see net profit drop significantly by over 50%. We saw their net income from H1 2024. In H1 2024, they had a net income of 906 billion naira. However, in H1 2025, we see their net income drop by 449 billion this situation is not unique to GTCO. We see similar situation in Zenith Bank. We saw their net income for H1 move from 577.9 billion, approximately 577.9 billion in H1 2024. In H1 2025, we see that 531.8 billion, just around the 8% decline. Their gross earnings actually grew. It went up by over 20% during the, it went up by about, this is around 20-30%. This is for Zenith Bank. We see the same situation, but for some of the smaller banks, it was not the same. In actuality, overall, there was we would say there's been an end to the massive FX gains that we've been seeing from 2023 coming to 2024. On the other hand, we'll say, okay, interest rates are still high, so it's counting for something. But when you look at all of this now begin to pay attention to dividends. And looking at all of this is what we've come to discuss starting the show this morning. And on the show, I have Dr. Kingsley Ayozie, who is a chartered accountant as well as a public affairs enthusiast. He talks on economic matters. Good morning and welcome to the show, Dr. Kingsley.
Morning, Mr. David. How are you today?
I'm well. And you?
I'm doing well.
Okay. So would like to start off. Let's look at the.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can hear you quite well.
Okay.
So let's start off. Let's look at when you look at across the banks, will you say that the banking sector met or did it meet, did it exceed, or did it fall analysts or investors or market expectations? Did it fall short of market expectations, or did it exceed it?
Well, if you allow me to respond to that, I would say that there is a mixed feeling. Mixed feeling in the sense that to some, it was a positive step in the right direction, but to some others, they didn't move up the ladder, so to say. So some had a good ride. Some banks, well, it wasn't really okay for them. But I've taken a closer look at what were really the challenges that made those banks not to actually perform well as expected. Some of the reasons I was able to gather has to do with the fact that the rate of inflation have not been too friendly. So there is the issue of inflationary pressure on the macroeconomic variables. Apart from that, too, I was able to also ascertain that the issue of statutory costs, especially the levy collectible by AMCON, also affected those banks that were not able to do well. Then the environment too have also not been friendly. You know, is it when you fit well that you want to do banking transactions? So all of these things contributed to those that did not do well. Then on the part of the high-performing banks, my study revealed that these banks did well because of the high growth rate in the interest income. So they actually got their earnings or performance based on the high growth rate in interest income. Apart from that, too, studies revealed that fee income also rose. So those are the issues. Like I said, to some is a win, to some is a lose. For those that saw themselves winning, it is because of the high growth rate in interest income and the high growth rate in fee income. But for those that did not really do well, the major reason was attributable to the issue of statutory costs, levies fees by AMCON, and the issue of inflationary pressure. on the macroeconomic variables. So that's the way I want to look at that particular issue at this moment, David.
So now when you talk about high interest income for those that did well, you're talking about high interest income. We're currently in a position where we would say we saw a rate cut happen last week. We'll probably see more rate cuts happen over the coming months. What do you think? How do you think banks should angle to maybe prevent themselves from being at the receiving end of such drop in interest rates?
I didn't get that question. Well, can you rewind a little bit?
So I said basically what I said was that last week we saw a rate cut happen. You spoke about the fact that high interest rates were very instrumental in some of the high performing banks. And I'm saying now that we are saying we're in a season of the CBN being dovish in a way, trying to cut rates and enhance production. So we'll probably be seeing a lot more rate cuts from November up until mid 2026. So what do you think? How do you think banks should angle to prevent themselves from being in a situation where their financials keep falling flat every year? Financials keep falling flat.
Okay, if I'm allowed to advise, I would say that banks generally should begin to look inwardly. Let them begin to look at other areas where they can also rake in revenue.
Okay.
They could also go. Pardon?
I'm listening to you. I'm with you, sir.
Okay. So they should look inwardly and ascertain other sources of income, because you will bear me witness that income of banks is not just only on interest and fee. There are other areas where bank can actually rake in revenue.
Yes, the non-interest.
So
okay.
Yeah, so they should go to non-interest collectibles. They should go in investments. Yes, can invest in real estate. You can invest in other worthwhile ventures that will be able to give returns at the end of the period. So the area of trying to concentrate your earnings or revenue purely on interest income and fee should begin to have a change and let them look elsewhere. They should begin to think outside the box, because that's the only way banks can actually stay afloat, especially now that the CBN is coming up with this stringent measure. So my advice is that they should look inwardly, think outside the box, and consolidate their earnings through other means, such as investment. Can also invest in assets that will be able to yield returns at the end of the period.
You are saying something. So you are saying something that is quite. I don't want to say unconventional. I would say uncommon, because I think that's a normal play in most parts of the world. But in Nigeria, we see a situation where our banks angle more with government securities, AAA rated government securities and government bonds. They don't really play outside of the space. They don't really play. They are very risk averse in the way they do things. So how do you think they can merge this, your suggestion, with realities on the ground, where the banks are trying to be stable enough to ensure that they don't want anything to happen to their stability?
There is no case saying that the banks need to think outside the box.
Yes.
That is the fact. If you must remain afloat in business, especially at this, permit me to use the word, turbulent times. So you need to diversify your base, diversify your earnings, and look at other areas. Yes, it may sound unconventional, but that is the way to go, if you allow me to advise them critically. So the issue of investment should not just be taken to the back street. Banks need to go into investment, invest in real estate, invest in assets that will be able to yield returns at the end of the period, because that is the only way they can conveniently compete favorably at this particular point in time.
Okay, so let me throw a question around their dividend policy. when you look at the dividend policy of our banks, especially for those who pay interim dividends, discover that some were quite exciting. For example, we see GT Bank paying. So for people who probably are not aware, GT Bank's interim dividend payout actually increased. When you look at the interim dividend payout ratio, it was actually a surge from what they had in the first half of 2024. So they increased from around 20 in the region of 20 plus billion to 36 billion, thereabout. The point is, the interim dividends of GT will say quite exciting. For Zenith, quite exciting. There was an increase in Zenith too. But for example, let's look at UBA, an 85% cut. What's your thought on that? What do you think? What do you think is the driving force behind an 85% cut in interim dividends from 2024 to 2025?
I want to believe that UBA probably is trying to, let me say, expand on their capital.
Okay.
The issue of probably they want to increase their capital.
But it's also coming. But we should pay attention to the fact that they did that interim dividend policy at a period where they were trying to raise money from a rights issue. It's also what are your thoughts, basically?
So my thought is very simple. It's an avenue of trying to retain the earnings and apply it back into the business. So what good will it be to me if they pay something very higher and inwardly you are still having challenge? So why not do a cut of 80%, pay out 15%, and use the other one for growth and expansion in business, and also to maintain a healthy capital base. So that to me is the source of raising capital, though not going outside, but using your earnings, which will now be plowed back into the business for growth and expansion. So that's the way I want to look at it.
Okay. Let's look at I want to talk around GTCO's net income that fell by 50%, over 50%, from 1 trillion in H4, 905 billion in H1 of 2024, and it fell to 449 billion in H1 2025. Do you have any idea what triggered this kind of decline?
If you look at their financials, no doubt you'll be able to come to terms that part of the reasons or some of the reasons that could have triggered that issue could be the issue of unrealized gain.
Okay.
Especially with recourse to foreign exchange earnings. So some of the figures reported in 2023 were not realized in the coming year. Apart from that too, I also want to look at it from the angle of regulatory pressure, which have earlier been mentioned. This regulatory pressure have a way of impacting on their overall performance. So the issue of unrealized gain, regulatory pressure, and let me use the word uncertainty in the economy could have been the reason behind this shortfall in the reported earnings.
Okay. Finally, one last question. A question is around the fact that when I'm looking through the financials of these our banks, I'm discovering that for some of them, they are increasing their loan books without the correspondent increase in their customer deposit. So what I mean is basically the loans to customers is rising, outgrowing customer deposit. Is this a smart move, or what do you think? Is it something? Did you think it's a smart move? And let's not forget the fact that CBN has now dropped their CRR. That means banks will now have more liquidity to give out. What do you think about this? What's your thoughts on this?
Well, to banks, that may appear to be a smart move, but as a practitioner, to me, it's not a smart move. Why do I say so? Because over the period, that may lead to a cut in the interest rate. When your books, so to say, is not agreeing with the loan. given to depositors. So to banks, that's the short way or a shortcut of reporting earnings. But to us as practitioners, stakeholders, that does not really all go well. So if I'm advised, I would say that the bank should design a policy that will be able to favor the macroeconomic environment, especially the SMEs. They should inject more funds into the economy. Be rest assured that once the SMEs get adequate access to credit and they're able to put them into good use over the period, those entrepreneurs can also return back this money, and that will also help the bank to remain afloat. So this issue of trying to play Paul and to me, it's not a welcome development. Yes, it may be a smart move at the short run, but at the long run, they will pay dearly for it. So my advice to them is to ensure that credit facilities are made available, especially for entrepreneurs and SMEs, and let there be close monitoring such that those funds will not be diverted into other use, except for the issue of production, job creation, and empowerment within the economy, because that's the only way the economy can remain boomed. And once the economy is booming, then you will rest assured that the banks will also smile at the long run. So it's a win-win thing. Let the banks design policies, promote SMEs, promote entrepreneurship. And over time, this entrepreneurship will come back to say thank you. And saying thank you means that those money will be returned back, and the bank would have also made some kind of earnings or income from such a credit facility. So that's the way I want to look at that particular question and issue.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kingsley Ayozi, for your time on BDTV. We appreciate you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Always has been my pleasure being around with you and sharing my thoughts, especially on national issues that affect the economy, finance, and banking. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
And you too. It's afternoon from here. Here is afternoon. So you have a wonderful afternoon from here.
Okay, so after the break, we return with some of the market insight as well as news making the rounds in the business world. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Markets on Business Day TV, and we're going back with business news making the rounds. First things first. Dangote Refinery is resuming the sale of petrol in Naira. This is after a government intervention. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has resumed the sale of petrol, that's PMS, in Naira. This is barely a day after it suspended the initiative. In an email to its clients on Saturday, the refinery said the decision followed the intervention of the federal government, selling of all its crude oil. Days later, Dangote Refinery paused the sales of petrol in Naira. But on April 9, the federal government confirmed the continuation of the scheme beyond the first phase, which ended on March 31st, 2025. Then we'll move on to SEC. Nigeria's Security and Exchange Commission has raised alarm over some AI-generated investment scams. The Securities and Exchange Commission has warned Nigerians to beware of a rising wave of artificial intelligence-driven scams targeting unsuspecting investors with promises of guaranteed profits and fake celebrity endorsement. The Commission cited platforms such as CBEX, Silvercoin, and Tofro, which operated illegally by advertising AI-powered trading systems, offering unrealistic returns. These platforms are not registered or regulated by the SEC, yet they continue to mislead the public with false claims of AI-driven investments, the Commission stated. According to the SEC, fraudsters are increasingly using deepfake videos and AI-generated content to lure victims, sharing manipulated videos of politicians, celebrities, and TV hosts through Facebook ads, Instagram Reels, and Telegram groups. Scammers fabricate endorsements and testimonials to appear genuine, making traditional fraud detection less effective. To counter the threat, the SEC said it is deploying advanced surveillance systems for real-time detection and strengthening partnerships with the CBN and the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit for joint enforcement. Social media companies and influencers have been cautioned, with violators facing sanctions or prosecution. Then we'll move on to another story from Dangote Refinery, where Pengasan declared a nationwide strike over some of the sack of workers at Dangote Refinery. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, has directed its members nationwide to withdraw services in protest against the alleged unlawful dismissal of over 800 workers by Dangote refineries. The directive, issued on Saturday after an emergency National Executive Council meeting, accused the refinery of violating Nigerian labor laws, the Constitution, and international conventions by sacking employees for joining the association. Pengasan described the move as an attack on workers' rights and an affront to organized labor. The union also alleged unfair labor practices at the $20 billion facility, claiming more than 2,000 Indian nationals have been hired while Nigerians were sidelined or dismissed. It warned that no company is above the law and condemned the displacement of local staff, which it said left hundreds of families in hardship. The strike was meant to go effective from 6 a.m. on Sunday, the 28th of September. According to the release by Pengasan, they say members will halt control room, panel, and outfit operations with office workers to down tools from Monday. Pengasan vowed to maintain the strike until the sacked workers were reinstated. Now move on to Champion Breweries, that is targeting a 58 billion naira equity raise to finance the acquisition of Bullet. Champion Breweries is seeking to raise 58 billion naira through equity offerings to finance its planned acquisition of Bullet, the ready-to-drink energy brand. The equity component will be split between a 42 billion naira public offer and a 16 billion naira rights issue, giving both new and existing investors the opportunity to participate. This follows the company's August 20 announcement of plan to acquire Bullet's brand asset and intellectual property from Sunmark International. Bullet currently operates in 14 African countries, and this move will position Champion Breweries for an export market entry and stronger distribution leverage across the continent. Beyond this acquisition, part of the equity raise will support working capital needs. Champion Breweries has also announced plans of a 45 billion naira bond program with an initial 30 billion 5-year unsecured bond to fund capital expenditure, including new packaging lines, returnable packaging materials, and technology upgrades. The fundraising comes after a sterling half year on the Nigerian exchange. The stock has gained 300% year to date, reporting a first half 2025 net income of 2.3 billion naira. This is about 692% year-on-year growth, with a revenue of 15.9 billion. Finally, United Capital has held a memorial for its 6 staff that was lost in the fire in Lagos. United Capital Group on Sunday hosted a memorial service in honor of 6 employees who lost their lives in the September 16 fire at Afriland Towers, the company's Lagos headquarters. The ceremony that was held at Harbour Point in Victoria Island brought together regulators, industry leaders, clients, partners, and members of the wider business community. The families and colleagues of the deceased joined in person, while live streams and additional viewing centers in Abuja and Port Harcourt enabled wider participation across the group. The group CEO, Peter Ashade, opened the service with a moment of silence and a moving tribute, recalling personal memories of each of the deceased and offering words of comfort to their family. Tony Elumelu, CFR, who is the chairman of Harris Holding, also addressed the gathering with visible emotion, extending condolences and stressing the unity and resilience of the United Capital and Harris Holding family. Tribute from friends, families, and colleagues highlighted the lives and legacies of the departed before Pastor Itua Igudalu delivered a message of hope and consolation. The service ended with a stirring performance by singer Timida Kolo, who left the hall in quiet reflection. United Capital stated that while the pain of their loss remains deep, their memories, impact, and contribution will live on in the hearts of all who knew them. And after the break, that's all we can take for business news. After the break, we return with updates from the market from last week, Friday. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back, and we are returning with market updates from last week Friday, as well as last week, the week ending September 26. On Friday, the market closed on a positive note as the all-share index reversed all of the losses of last week to gain 0.70% or 983.99 points, with the all-share index settling at 142,133 points. Basically, the gain of last week Friday brings the year-to-date return to an impressive 38.09%. In terms of market cap, we're seeing the market cap at 89.96 trillion naira, almost at 90 trillion naira. Will the market hit 100 trillion this year? Remains to be seen. On Friday, we also saw impressive trading volume with 518.7 million shares traded in deals worth around 18.05 billion naira. Top gainers for the day on Friday, we saw Thomas Wyatt, that's the paper company, lead with the maximum 10%. It rose to 3.33 naira 30 kobo on Friday. Unicell Interlinked PLC 9.98% to gain to close at 33 naira 60 kobo, and the Initiates PLC, the waste management company, also added 9.98% to close at 13 naira 22 kobo. The Initiate has been one of the most consistent performers on the NGX this year. The FTN Cocoa was also a significant performer, again 9.96% on Friday to close at the share price of 5 naira 96 kobo, and Omatech Ventures 8.57% gain to close at the share price that was 1 naira 14 kobo. Meanwhile, on the losers table, we see Fidelity Bank drop by a full 10% to close at a share price of 18 naira 45 kobo, while Custodian Investments shed 8.9% to hit a share price of 44 naira. Curtix PLC, the manufacturers of Curtix Cable, also shed 8.3% to close at a share price of 3 naira 20 kobo. Dark Communications down by 7.02% to close at a share price of 1 naira 6 kobo. Then Union Decon Salt Maker down by 5.26% to hit a share price of 26 naira. In terms of activity on Friday, we saw our most active stock being most actively traded stock in terms of volume being Abbey Mortgage Bank with over 50 million shares traded in deals worth over 340 million naira. Then Zenith Bank followed on the list with around 39 million shares traded in deals worth over 2.724 billion naira. They were followed in terms of volume. Stanbic followed Zenith. However, in terms of value, Stanbic was the most traded stock of the day. We saw 38.95 million Stanbic IBTC holding shares traded in deals worth over 4.17 billion naira. Then FCMB followed with 32.3 million shares in deals worth around 347 million naira, and Sovereign Insurance 27.26 million shares traded in deals worth just about 84 million naira. Then let's look at the weekly market report. During the week, despite a bearish movement in the market from Monday up until Thursday, the singular gain of Friday was able to was able to balance out the effect of the bearish trade of Monday to Thursday. We see the market closing the entire week with a 0.2% gain, over 287% point gain from the week ending September 19. During the week, Thomas White
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now the headlines. NNPC, Dangote Refinery Inc. new 2-year crude supply deal. Power generation drops to 3,200 megawatt over Pengassan strike, says NISO. Umahi says 50-year-old refuse dump stalled Lagos-Calabar coastal highway. US puts Brazil, South Africa on human trafficking watch list. FIFA's hammer falls on South Africa. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited has signed a fresh 2-year crude supply agreement with the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, ensuring steady feedstock to the 650,000 barrel per day plant in Lekki, Lagos. The deal, sealed in August, is reportedly part of the federal government's drive to prioritize crude deliveries to the private-owned refinery, particularly in Naira, to support energy security and stabilize domestic fuel supply. According to reports, about 82 million barrels of crude have been allocated to Dangote Refinery between October 2024 and September 2025, with 60% of the volume supplied in Naira under the Crude for Naira initiative. NNPC Chief Corporate Communications Officer Andy Ode, however, confirmed that the state-owned company continues to allocate crude in Naira to the refinery, adding that NNPC, Dangote Refinery, and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority periodically reconcile the volume and value of crude delivered in Naira. Moving on, the Nigerian Independent System Operator has announced a drop in power generation from over 4,300 megawatts recorded in the early hours of Sunday, 28 September 2025, to about 3,200 megawatts at the lowest point. According to NISO, industry action by the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria within the gas supply chain triggered widespread gas shortages, leading to a generation shortfall on the national grid. The operator added that it applied selective load shedding as at last resort to avert a system-wide collapse and ensure fair power distribution, reaffirming commitment to proactive grid management, operational excellence, and the application of best-in-class practices to guarantee a secure and reliable electricity supply for the nation. Pengassan, however, commenced strike action on Monday despite calls for calm from the federal government. Still on, Minister of Works Dave Umahi has revealed that a refuse dump more than 50 years old and over 10 meters deep delayed work on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway for 4 months. Umahi revealed this in Lagos on Monday, 29 September 2025, during an inspection of the project, insisting that the project stopped for 4 months after the encounter. The minister also announced that the project initially faced orders at Kilometer 0, where Landmark Beach and other properties stood in the highway's path, explaining that the road alignment was altered to avoid demolishing the beach infrastructure. The former Ebonyi State Governor stressed that contrary to public perception, Landmark Beach was not demolished, saying that only the surrounding shanties were cleared. Also, the mediation meeting to resolve the ongoing dispute between Dangote Refinery and Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria ended in a deadlock as both parties could not come to terms after both 9 hours of meeting. Speaking to newsmen after the meeting at the early hours of Tuesday, Festus Osifo, president of Pegasan, explained that the meeting could not resolve the issues at hand as the management of the Dangote refinery refused to reinstate the staff. Osifo insisted that the demand of the association was the reinstatement of the 800 staff that were sacked, adding that the strike action continues without their reinstatement. Minister of Labour and Employment, Muhammad Dingyadi, however, said that the federal government is committed to resolving the dispute, which revolves around the sacked staff and unionization of workers. To end the local news, Kayode Egbetokun, Inspector General of Police, on Monday urged newly called to bar police officers to uphold integrity, professionalism, and discipline as they resume dual responsibilities as law enforcement officers and legal practitioners. Addressing the officers at the force headquarters in Abuja, the IGP described their success as a milestone achievement that would add strategic value to the Nigerian police force and strengthen the country's justice system. The police chief emphasized that law enforcement cannot be effective without a strong legal foundation, stressing that the officers' legal training positioned them to serve as defenders of the law in the field and as custodians of justice in the courtroom. According to him, every action taken by the police must be grounded in law, including every responsibility and power exercise, highlighted that their entry into profession coincided with the recent elevation of the police legal section to the Force Directorate of Legal Services, now headed by the Assistant Inspector General of Police. We'll go on a quick break now, but we'll come back. We'll bring you the foreign news in details. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television. BDTV News at noon. Now, on the foreign scene, the U.S. State Department on Monday placed Brazil and South Africa on its human trafficking watch list, citing failures to show sufficient progress in combating forced labor and sex trafficking. According to reports, both countries were downgraded to the Tier 2 watch list in the Department Annual Trafficking and Persons Report, meaning they must demonstrate greater efforts against trafficking or risk possible U.S. sanctions. The TIP report also acknowledged significant effort by both governments but revealed the results fell short of expectations. The report cited the launch of South Africa's first sub-provincial task team and more convictions of traffickers, while insisting that the government identified fewer victims and initiated fewer prosecutions compared to previous years. Also, intelligence agencies from Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso have announced plans to unveil the identities of senior Nigerian politicians allegedly linked to bandit group wreaking havoc across Nigeria's northwest. Officials of the agency confirmed that they are already in possession of names of some politicians believed to be providing support and resources to the criminal gangs. According to Zagazolo Makama, a counter-terrorism expert on the Lake Chad, several individuals suspected of supplying arms to the bandits have been arrested, with investigations currently underway to establish the extent of the network reach. Makama reported that the disclosure are part of regional initiative aimed at dismantling cross-border criminal operations that sustain insecurity in West Africa. The expert also revealed that the more underscores growing concerns over how politicians' influence and illicit arms trafficking intersects to fuel violence across the region. And now to sports, the FIFA Disciplinary Committee has sanctioned the South African Football Association for fielding an ineligible player, Tobeo Mokoena, in the 2026 FIFA World Cup preliminary match against Lesotho played on March 21st, 2025. In a statement released on Monday, FIFA confirmed that South Africa breached Article 19 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code and Article 14 of the FIFA World Cup 2026 preliminary competition regulations by featuring the player who was not eligible for selection. According to reports, FIFA has awarded the match to Lesotho with a 3-1 scoreline, overturning their original result. In addition to the forfeiture, SAFA has been ordered to pay a fine of 10,000 Swiss francs, while Tobeo Mokoena has received an official warning from the World Football Governing Body. To end the news, Enzo Maresca says that there is no reason to panic over Chelsea's mini slump, highlighting the impact of a series of red cards as he prepares to welcome Jose Mourinho back to Stamford Bridge. Chelsea, who hosts Benfica in the Champions League on Tuesday, started the season on a high after winning the Club World Cup in July. The Italian revealed that Chelsea has played a number of players dismissed in 4 of their past 5 defeats, admitting it could not make the better decision to cope with the sending off against United and Brighton. The Blues have lost 3 of their 4 past matches in all competitions and badly need a win against the Portuguese side of Stamford Bridge on Tuesday to kickstart their European campaign. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on the Business Day TV News at noon. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for staying with us and keep watching BDTV.
In the Federal Capital Territory, a growing humanitarian crisis continues to unfold as thousands of Amajiri children roam the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children, young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day Television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaranka nawa?
15.
Yes. Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan. Ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya kai kaman kai ciwon shawura?
Yadda kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. So ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi. To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna so taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Ko me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Ba na zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke ana.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ka kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wa nan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawunka.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Ni. Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya maka?
Ne nake so ta mun. Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Amajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Amajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. Begging is different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called Almajiri. And it started from the younger age, when while some, unfortunately, some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called Almajiri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we found ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignore that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adapt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is Almajiri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a National Commission for Almajiri and the Out-of-School System to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our Almajiri from streets. But like I told you, it's not all the Almajiris, even the other Almajiris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government, the government at various sub-nationals also establish social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social system the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the program of Al-Majri may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it, because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so that they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those Al-Majri schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with at the national level with the National Commission for Al-Majri and out of school children to better the system.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to bdtv. And this is Industry Focus, where we give you updates on industries, both local and the ones abroad, be it anywhere around the world, hence identifying the pros and cons of several industries and its economic value, most definitely, plus how it affects the GDP of Nigeria, lives of Nigerians and Nigerians across the globe. You're welcome to Industry Focus. All that you need is right here. So let's jump into today's segment and how the show will run. Our first segment will be quote of the day on Nigerian film industry. Want to stay with us? Then secondly, we'll jump into Captain's Opinion, where our guest, Obi Emelonie, is standing by, most definitely, and we'll talk about the topic, which is key, the Nigerian film industry, Hollywood as a plus for Nigeria's revenue growth. And our third segment will be Deal or No Deal. There, we'll be examining what Trump is doing. He says he's going to renew threats to impose 100% tariff on non-US made movies. And after that, retrospect comes your way, where we look at African and Nigerian film industry so far since the 60s. All this will come your way. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus. Don't go away. Welcome back. It is still Industry Focus. Let's jump straight into our quote of the day on Nigerian movie industry and Nollywood, as the case may be. Don't forget, the idea is to see how, so far, what they have done and what they're doing can translate into greatness and increase Nigeria's business deal and, more importantly, the GDP. So our quote of the day goes this way. It says, Nollywood is a genre and not an entire film industry. I take it again. It says Nollywood is a genre and not an entire film industry. Those were not my words. Rather, they were words of Chika and Nadu. Hope I pronounced that correctly. So now you have the quotes. Let's jump straight up into our second segment, where we talk to our captains of different industries and they help us, make us see clearly, and they shed more light on those areas that each industry is there to focus on Nigeria and give us more business opportunities. So, straight into it, our guest, most definitely, Obi Emelonie. He's a professional footballer, a former professional footballer and law professional. Yes, graduated from the University of Nsukka with a BA, Dramatic Arts. He went to study a lot after that. Of course, he got a law degree from the University of University in London, right there. You can see his picture. He completed a postgraduate degree in legal practitioner and, of course, created more room for people to see that he knows exactly what he wants to do. London Metropolitan, right there, University. He practiced law. A few years before, he focused on his first love, which is movies and films. Additionally, he obtained a postgraduate certificate in higher education. Yes, right there also in London, where he lives. Finally, Obi Emelonie completed a PhD research at Goldsmith, right there, University of London. You cannot make a mistake. And he's an authority, right, when it comes to Nigerian Nollywood movies and, of course, everything that has to do with creative work. Help me welcome my guest. I can go on and on and on, but you see, his accolades are quite large, and you can see me smiling one way or the other comes with so much joy. But help me welcome my guest, Obi Emelonia. Good afternoon, Mr. Are you there?
Good afternoon, Valentine. I'm here.
Fantastic, fantastic. I was going to go on and on with your accolades, but it's like 4 pages. So I had to just make it brief. Most definitely. You're looking good. You're looking good. We can tell that the weather over there in the UK, is quite favorable. How are you though?
Yes, the old man is still here. So we give God glory. Yes. Yeah.
Fantastic. So we do have all your listed out movies that you've been part of, the ones you produced, and of course other film as a professional filmmaker, and again executive producer. So we'll jump into that. But let us jump straight into this area that is kind of giving us some concern, which is the business area of Nollywood and film industry. All right. So if you look at it, some say that for what it's worth, like your movie, The Mirror Boy. We also have Badamosi. We have all those ones listed out, but it didn't come without you going through, different hurdles and challenges. We'll get to that, but let us jump straight up to the very first thing first to know: is it possible that Nigerian Nollywood, of course, Nigerian film industry and Nollywood, is not getting the best of it? So the question is this: do you see Nollywood as something that can grow our Nigerian film industry bigger than it is right now in the next 10 years, as the case may be, having in mind that in Nollywood as a plus for Nigerian revenue, okay, can create more room for growth? So see it this way: beyond the box office, the ripple effect. We often hear about Nollywood's multi-billion-dollar valuation. Beyond the box office, streaming revenues. Can you break down in detail the ripple effect?
Yes, thank you, Valentine, once again.
Right.
Our industry is a very eclectic one, for want of a better word, in the sense that it has a formal and an informal elements. So when calculations are being made for the value of the industry, what is taken into account most of the time is the informal sector of the industry. The informal, slightly disorganized, for want of a better phrase again, disorganized sector of the industry is usually neglected. But the impact of the industry has been felt, since 1992, when this version of the Nigerian film industry emerged on the back of Living in Bondage by Ogunjiofo.
Right.
Since that time, the industry has been growing in leaps and bounds in terms of its reach, in terms of its capability to add to the national economy, in terms of its employment potential, in terms of empowerment potential for a demographic that is usually not, not so very well educated at the beginning, but now you find that nearly everybody has aspirations to be in Nollywood because it has grown to that level where it provides sustenance and the vehicle for people to achieve their dreams and tick the boxes for their bucket lists.
Right.
So it's an industry that is humongous in terms of scale, and sometimes we undervalue the importance of the industry, its power to affect the country. I think when we now try to analyze the industry based on economic indices that the West uses to analyze the economy, for argument's sake, GDP, you find that it becomes slightly difficult to embrace and take into account everything that the industry represents. But when you look at it from the point of view of how many people are feeding their families, paying their bills on the back of direct link or indirect link with the Nollywood film industry,
right,
the numbers are very staggering.
Okay, so the numbers are very staggering, meaning to say that, we have this great hype as Nollywood, Nigerian film industry, but are people really feeding from it and living a sustainable livelihood? I get where you're coming from. Okay, that again, we have to throw out to the public, and I know they're listening and they're watching all the way. But again, I must say that I must appreciate the fact that you've taken your time to itemize those areas, what that has to do with if people are making money from the film industry and if that's really helping the nation. But let's jump into this one. We know that one of the things that can slow down the progress could be the issue of piracy. So, I mean, we begin to sound like a broken record where people talk about, your intellectual property, the IP and every other thing being, misused or stolen. And so all the hard work and money put in is not gotten from the creative work itself, thereby affecting the GDP one way or the other, affecting the income in that industry. But we want to know the piracy, right, to stream evolution, all right? The major historical leak in Nollywood's revenue bucket was piracy, most definitely. Now, how has the shift towards formal distribution channeled, right, the cinema chain and every other international stream platform, how has it really, really helped? We know there's Netflix, we know Showmax, all these are fundamental ones, but apart from that, is the piracy thing affecting the Nigerian film industry, and how bad?
I think we have to go back to the beginning of the film industry and trace its roots and its association with piracy. The Nollywood film industry was, according to one of the scholars that have written extensively about Nollywood, was built on a foundation of piracy. It was built on an infrastructure of piracy.
Wow.
Let's go back to 1992 when Kenneth Nebwe released Living in Bondage. Who was Kenneth Nebwe before that? He was a marketer in Idumota who was pirating Indian films and Chinese films and Hollywood films and selling them on VHS tapes to homes and families in Nigeria. Then he took a punt with Living in Bondage, which he put on the same platform that he was using to pirate Hollywood films,
right,
and used the same platforms in the markets, the same vendors who would take the goods and account to him, the same infrastructure of piracy that he was operating on before was what he used to sell Living in Bondage. So when Living in Bondage became successful, most of his colleagues in the same line of business did the same thing. They called somebody who could write, they wrote a story, called some actors together, made it, and used the same infrastructure of piracy to distribute it. So you now see that the industry has an umbilical relationship with piracy. So when the DVD and the VCD era came and the Chinese people could squeeze 100 films into one DVD, that was the piracy becoming structurally stronger than the market itself. And that was what led to the demise of that market, because piracy has been existent in the industry from the beginning. It was just a little leech, bleeding and hemorrhaging the industry. But the major source of revenue for the industry was much bigger than the leak of the piracy. But when the piracy became bigger than the main industry, obviously it swallowed it. And that was why the VCD industry died circa 2010 to 2014. That industry died. Now the cinema sector, which is the new Nollywood, now came with slightly bigger budgets, slightly better production values, slightly more ambitious projects with a cycle involving cinema, the VCD and DVD platforms also. You now discover that there was a shift, and it took the pirates a little bit of time to catch up. But eventually they did catch up. They started going to cinemas, recording the films themselves as they're watching them, or using people that work in the cinema sector to get copies of the film and pirate it. And even today, when we are now dealing with streaming on Netflix and Amazon Prime, Funka Kindele's film, while it was still in the cinemas, was pirated. Films that are on Netflix, you go to some websites on and you go to Telegram, this sharing platform called Telegram, and you have the link to virtually every film in the world, including Nollywood film. So, you know, piracy has always existed. It would always exist for the Nollywood film industry. But I feel that if we maximize the bona fide means of monetization for the industry, it would remain a small leak in the bucket of revenue for the industry. But because there is a lack of infrastructure, that whether it is, you know, cinemas or you know, locally owned streaming platforms, because of the lack of that infrastructure, the industry feels the leak from piracy, which exists, like I said, even in Hollywood. Indian films, they still pirate them everywhere in the world. So piracy would always exist. It would, you know, no matter how much you try to curb it, it will always exist. But when you have, you know, bona fide, robust structures, the leak will become insignificant. In the case of Nigeria right now, it is becoming significant because, you know, the full potential of the industry through bona fide revenue streams are not working. So compared to the little leak that is draining from the industry, it becomes something that is substantial. So piracy has been in bed with Nollywood
for a while.
It's just that we need to build structure that will make it insignificant, just like it is in other industries and other territories.
Right. Well said. It gives us more room to begin to see how, you know, there can be some form of cure to this, because we know that research has shown that Nigeria is losing, Nollywood as a whole, and Nigerian film industry is losing almost on the annual basis 10 to 15 million naira. Billion naira, I don't know if I'm wrong or right there. You know, I mean, research has shown about 10 to 15 billion about that within those ratios. Anyways, while you were talking, we had our technical guys put up one of your clips of your movies, Badamasi. I know it was a bit challenging to get that movie out. That movie gave you some awards in the past, but we want to look back into it to ask those questions. With all the money you put in, you know, everything that you had to work so hard for to make this creative work a success, do you think you've made back the money? Do you see that? Will you rightly say that the money put in has been realized from it? I mean, it's a great movie there, and we see the quality, we see every other thing that was put in, the personality. We want to focus on the business angle. Would you say that the money was made back, and if not, why?
Badamasi is a typical example of you know, a Nigerian project, a Nollywood project that you would say ticks all the boxes in terms of the subject matter is great, it's well made, it's decently promoted, so it should make money. Unfortunately, it made money, but I still owe money on the back of the film. And let me explain. That is not very typical of the films that I make in terms of being successful at the same time and still owe money. So the peculiarity with this particular project had to do with the subject matter of the film, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. When I approached him in 2016 to tell the story of his life in film, I wasn't the first to do that. A lot of people had approached him, but I think because he gave me an award in 1990, Nigeria National Youth Award, and I had
because we can see the clips. A lot of work was put in.
Yes, I had photographs from that day and I showed it to him. So he softened with me and I persisted. So over time, he eventually agreed for me to make the film. And my plan was that he would provide the funds to make the film. I would retire after that and just live in Malibu. But then I realized that it was more difficult to get money out of him. Maybe he doesn't have, like he claims he doesn't have, than I first originally thought. So when I struggled to get him to fund the film, I decided, look, give me the right to go and make the film. I'll go and find the money. I know it's going to be successful because it's a very controversial subject matter.
With the name,
everybody in Nigeria is waiting to hear what IBB has to say about some of the things, June 12 particularly. So he gave me the permission. I said, okay, go find the money, make the film. I went to my usual sponsors and backers. I said, look, we have this project. It's great. It's going to work. It's about IBB. Everybody's waiting for it. And they provided the backing for it. So we made the film, finished the film in 2019, and it was to be distributed by Film One. Film One took it to Censors Board to get certificate so that we can start in the cinemas. And we were denied a certificate.
Wow.
We pushed and pushed. The Censors Board guy said, look, his hands were tied, that he couldn't do anything. And we said, okay, no problem. I went back to IBB and said, look, I have borrowed money, I've made this film, and the people that are in charge of giving us licenses to release in the cinemas have stopped us. He said we should be patient. Patient we were. And then Netflix came on board and they said, look, this film has potential to give them a new set of subscribers.
Right.
If all the military men, if all the politicians subscribe, they wouldn't be watching films every day, but they will leave the subscription running. So it was like really a great marketing tool for them. And they were interested in making it an original. We were conversing, trying to get to some agreement. They came back one day and said we had to get a letter from the Buhari government before they take it on.
Okay.
Once again, we hit a brick wall. So in the end, Amazon Prime eventually took the film, but the money that they paid wasn't enough to cover the cost of making the film. So as we speak, I still owe my investors money from that film, not because the industry couldn't offer it, but because I was limited and frustrated by the subject matter of the film that I made.
Okay, I mean, first and foremost, we want to say that was a great creative work that you put there, Badamoti, but even at that, we're hoping to see that return of investment, ROI, because we're Business TV, and we always like to look deep into these things to know what makes, industries strive. And hearing this from you, anyone who's out there who's a young person that wants to get into a movie should think very well to make sure his funding is also gotten back. But again, it was a great try, and we always know that you've done something with. By the way, congratulations, you won an award with that. We know some time ago, so that was a great one. Let's jump straight into our third segment, which is deal or no deal. Only yesterday, Donald Trump mentioned that he's looking at renewing the threat, or put it this way, renewing the tariff. Some call it the threat, though. Imposed, or put this way, or put on African and other movie industry that is not based in the US. What do you think about this? Is this a deal or no deal for Nigerian movie industry? Do you think we would survive with it, or would it affect us negatively or positively?
I think it's a deal, and it's also a no deal at the same time.
But again,
it's a deal.
He has imposed it already, hasn't he?
Yes, it's a deal. It's a deal because the industry is already facing discrimination of some sort for African content. To give you an example, the streamers that are operating in Nigeria, Netflix and Amazon Prime, they value the content of our films using the number of subscribers they have. Right. So for argument's sake, they say South Africa has more subscribers, so they value their projects more than they value Nigerian projects. But when they now release those projects, they release them globally, in which case Nigerian projects are watched more than South African projects, even though South African projects are paid more. So you understand, you can now see the apartheid that is going on there. Right. So that already exists. So what it means is that we are paid for the subscribers in Nigeria, but people in America are watching our films, and people everywhere are watching our films. So what Netflix and companies like that are doing now is geographically demarcating the projects, geo-blocking the projects. So some films now you can only watch in Africa. You can't watch them outside of Africa. And when they do that, the tariffs will not apply because the tariffs will only apply to projects that are seen in. So as an industry, Donald Trump's regime of very
with the tariffs,
vindictive protectionism would not work against Nollywood, because we don't export a lot of our films directly to Hollywood. We don't have, like the British industry or the French industry or the Japanese industry or the Chinese industry, films that are showing in cinemas made in Nigeria, in America. Because of that, we probably will escape some of the impact of that tariff regime. But nonetheless, we are still going to suffer, because if Netflix decides to only show Nigerian content within Nigerian geographical region, it means that we in the diaspora, in people in America, Canada, Germany and all of those places will not be able to see those films. So
yeah.
I know it's part of his political negotiation to come with these very strong stance and then the substance later.
Okay, because of time, I mean, we cannot exhaust everything today. I mean, I must say you're hitting the nail on the head. But just so we know, at this point, we'll ask you, do you think it's a deal or a no deal for Nigerian film industry?
If by that you mean if it's good or bad for the Nigerian industry, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, tariff is like war. Nobody wins.
Nobody wins
in a war.
Okay. Because of time. I mean, we'll be out in the next 3 minutes. I wish you were in the studio. I could have given you a handshake saying you've agreed to something which is in minor favor us or otherwise. Great stuff. All right. We have 2 more minutes before we leave. Let's jump on retrospect. At this point, it's important that we educate our viewers. You've been listening to the wonderful voice of Obi Emelonie. He's someone who is a big name when it comes to the movie industry. And of course, like you know, he's someone who has also come across globally over there in the UK and Nigeria here. A lot of awards to his name. I can probably not exhaust his accolades. All right, so before we go quickly, the African film industry, this is retrospect now, the African film industry has evolved from its pre-colonial and colonial roots, where film served primarily for the entertainment of the colonizers, have now moved to something better. But having heard from Obi Emelonie, you can tell that a lot is yet to come from the movie industry right here in Nigeria. And given the chance, things will grow. Mr. Obi, we want to thank you so much for being with us, for taking that time out of your busy schedule. We hope we can do a part 2 of this. Are you still there?
I'm here. Thank you. I'm here very much. Thank you.
It's a 30-minute show, so we'll have to go now. Hopefully, we'll call upon you again when we need to dive deep into other creative sectors that the Nollywood industry affects. Thank you so much, and we'll hear more from you.
God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So at this point, we have to wrap up the show. This is still BDTV you're watching. It has been wonderful having Obi listening and, of course, giving his own quota. My name remains Onyeka Valentine, right here, Industry Focus. Until next week, Saturday, or better still, next week, Tuesday. Whichever it is, stay strong. BDTV, don't go away.
The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni, business leaders and industry experts for a full day of engaging discussions, knowledge sharing and networking. The conference opened with a welcome address from Professor Olayinka David West, the Dean of Lagos Business School, who encouraged participants to take full advantage of the learning and networking opportunities. And this set the stage for insightful conversation and collaborations.
This conference is therefore not just an event, but an expression of what LBS stands for. It demonstrates that excellence at LBS is not confined to the classroom. It is actively lived out in how our students organize, collaborate, and engage with the world. By adding this conference to our student-led platforms, you enrich the leadership, innovation, and culture of excellence that define our school.
The keynote address was delivered by His Excellency Peter Obi, former presidential candidate and business leader. He spoke about the gap between strategy and execution, stressing that while ideas create vision, execution is what delivers real results.
He also emphasized the importance of accountability, strong systems, and partnerships built on trust as essential for lasting success. The keynote speech emphasized the importance of strong execution in leadership, business, and governance.
But when it comes to delivering the result, it is the execution that matters. Just like I said, planning without doing will fail. Doing without planning will fail. So the critical thing I'm going to tell you today, as in my own little contribution as a trader, because in the business where I am as a trader, you are the CEO, you are the chief financial officer, chief operating officer, the cashier and everything. And I know that the critical aspect of what we are going to talk today is about execution.
A fireside chat on leadership with excellence explored how young leaders can leverage networks for personal and professional growth. Panel sessions led by industry experts focused on building execution-ready skills, designing accountable systems, and forming partnerships to drive innovation and growth.
It doesn't say that a leader must be, we're talking about responsible leadership. It comes with a lot of discipline. So it's somebody who is competent, who have the capacity and the compassion, and commitment. Because that commitment is what drives us. It's not something you can't execute halfway. You have that's why you have companies or countries that do well for 1 year and then the next year falls apart. Or you have somebody who is elected who does well for 1 year and then collapses. It has to be consistent. It's that consistency that makes all the difference. So when we talk execution as a competitive edge, it's something that must be consistent. It's the discipline aspect of it.
You can have all the plans in the world. You can have 5 years plans. You can have 10 years plans, good plans. But if you do not have the right execution, if you don't have the right leadership, if you don't have the guts to push, because we also learned that you can have the right execution, but if you don't have the guts, if you don't have the leadership to actually push the execution, because execution can be pushed back, right? You will not succeed.
I think there needs to be a system of learning, right? There needs to be a system of learning, and there needs to be a system of failing fast. So you need to fail fast, make accommodation for that, and then learn from that and begin to grow. That's what I think that organizations need to do. They also need to train their staff to ensure that they have the requisite capacity to deliver on the strategic objectives of the organization. Execution rather requires discipline. You need to be able to follow execution religiously.
The event ended with networking sessions where students connected with alumni, entrepreneurs, and executives, gaining mentorship and career opportunities. The conference was widely seen as a success, inspiring participants to view execution not just as a process, but as a true competitive advantage in leadership and business. The MBA Students Conference themed executions as a competitive edge, skills, systems, and partnerships brought together MBA students, alumni.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
It's okay not to be okay.
because what mental health needs is more sunlight and more unashamed conversations. This is Health Matters, your number one guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Imosibue. Statistics from WHO in 2017 show that 2.7% of Nigerians suffer from anxiety disorder. Another study showed that bipolar disorder accounted for 21% of mood disorder cases. Joining me to unpack the link between anxiety, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia is Dr. Olushola Kayode. He's a medical doctor and a mental health coach. Welcome, Dr. Kayode.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. So now let's do the math and begin with the most pressing questions in order to delve further into this. So let's break down these mental health disorders by their definition. What exactly is anxiety? What is bipolar disorder? And what is schizophrenia?
Yes, thank you again for having me here today. It's always a pleasure to have discussions about mental health, because this is a part of our day-to-day life that seems to be ignored a lot, So I'll just go to your question, trying to define these terms. Yeah, there might be no very clear definitions for these disorders, but there is what we call a very short explanation for them, and because it's tied around the symptoms and what they express. So I'll start with anxiety disorder. There are a group of mental disorders characterized by excessive fear and anxiety and other related behavioral disturbance, such as avoidance in some few. And usually, what characterizes them the most is that this fear and anxiety, they are not in proportion to the actual threats. So what this means is that we all have fears, we all have things that we may be scared of, but the disproportionate fear to what the stimulus is, that is where the problem comes for anxiety, comes in with anxiety disorder. And this causes clinically significant distress or impairment in functioning. So keywords here is that there is the fear and the anxiety, and the second keyword is out of proportion to the actual threats. And the third keyword here is that it causes stress or functional impairment for the person. For bipolar disorder, from the word bi, it means that we are at two poles. This is basically like a mood disorder characterized by, you have episodes of abnormally elevated mood with episode of abnormally reduced or depressed mood. So basically, bipolar is telling us that this person comes this point is with full energy, excessively abnormal full energy. Then in the next few weeks, the person comes with very bad depression, and this characterizes bipolar disorder. And for schizophrenia, this is actually a major psychotic disorder. When you say psychosis, this is what it means, a chronic psychotic disorder. And here there is a distortion from the actual reality. So there is the reality, and there are people that have distorted view of the reality in terms of their thoughts, in terms of their perception, their experience, their affect and behavior to the reality. So this could serve as definitions for these disorders.
All right, thank you so much. So now, apart from like hereditary, which is a main thing in every illness, it's a major factor. Apart from hereditary, genetics, what other biological and environmental factors could lead to these mental illnesses?
Okay, yeah, thank you for that question. So there are a lot of factors. Genetics being the most prominent, because if there is a family history of any mental illness, the chances that the offspring or the children that comes from that family will have similar is very high. But there is also a balance between genetics and the environmental factors. because environmental factors has been found to have key roles, significant roles in expression of these mental health conditions. So those two are very key, because especially for anxiety disorders, for example, where people have fear, and you realize that a lot of this fear can be tied down to life events that have happened in the past. Example, abuses, trauma. Some they've been in financial jeopardy at some point, and whenever they hear the thought of money or anything related to money, they just have this unusual fear. Some it is heartbreaks, relationship problems. This kind of stressful life events are also risk factors to having some of these mental disorders. So you have the stressful life, you have medical conditions too, like especially patients or people with asthma, for example, because they've been persistently out of school or out of usual activities, they tend to have some of this anxiety and some other disorders. The other risk factors for most of these mental health disorders will be of substances like alcohol, stimulants, caffeine. This passes for all the types of disorders, for anxiety, for bipolar disorders, also significantly for schizophrenia. So this substance varies from things as mild as caffeine, to things as significant as alcohol, and those very hard stimulants. So childhood adversity to children that have been neglected in the past, they also have high chances of having some of these some of these mental health disorders. Then poor sleep, quite a number of risk factors for this. Some people, some of these disorders are commoner in females, especially anxiety-related disorders are commoner in females than male, but schizophrenia is commoner in male than females. So this are just a summary of what could lead to these disorders.
Okay, so now you mentioned anxiety being more common in females, and then you mentioned schizophrenia being more common in males. So generally, what are the major characteristics and symptoms that a male or a female should look out for?
Okay, yeah, so this, as I've tried to approach from the onset, the symptoms vary. So let's take anxiety, for example. People have anxiety to different things, but one thing that is constant for anxiety is the fear. There is always an overreaction to a specific stimulus. For example, people have phobias. Yeah, in some of these classifications, they've tried to separate phobic disorders from anxiety disorders, but previously they are grouped together. Fear of rats, fear of cockroaches, fear of this, fear of that. This can also be seen as some form of anxiety-related disorder. So fear of exaggerated fear to these things are the most common symptoms that people actually present with. Then you have other symptoms like sweating, excessive sweating, the heart will be racing. Some people come up with heart racing, trouble sleeping, physical tension, irritability. They just snap easily. At the slightest, they snap. So these things are some of the symptoms that anxiety disorders can come with. Some they start going to urinate frequently, going to use the toilet frequently. For bipolar disorder, because we have two parts of it, we have the elevated mood, which we call the manic episode. Then we have the depressed mood. So you have unusually high, excited. You see someone wake up in the midnight, started playing music, comes out, drives all through the neighborhood, very loud music, flashy colors, in terms of what they wear. These are actually some of the signs of elevated mood. So they take of the overspend. That's overspending, very important. You see them overspending, reckless driving, unsafe intercourse, just going about doing this doing these things. Then for the low part, the depression part, you just see them with sadness, emptiness, loss of interest. They might not even sleep at all. These are some of the symptoms of bipolar disorder. Then it's called schizophrenia, because this is a distortion. So these symptoms are a bit more specific. You have them hearing voices that are not there, seeing things that are not there, having strong beliefs that people are spying on me, and delusions, very strong delusions, that I am the president of Nigeria, president of the whole world, and Donald Trump must come to me to ask for permission to do anything. Those kind of strange delusions. So these things are very important. For some people, it's just social withdrawal, lack of motivation, blunted emotion and affect, unusual and strange behavior. This subsequently leads to they won't be taking care of themselves enough, look dirty and unkept. So these are just some of the things that schizophrenia comes with.
Thank you very much. So now, apart from MDQ, that's mood disorder questionnaires, what other diagnosis methods are out there? And then, how accurate are these MDQs, the mood disorder questionnaires?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for this question. This is actually a very important part, especially for mental health disorders, because the mental health diseases or disorders are not like malaria or infections or where you can easily go to the lab, take blood samples, and get results. It is there or it is not there. For mental health disorder, there is no test that you can go and test from the lab or go and do an image in a scan that you now diagnose those situations. But usually we use questionnaires. So the first part of it is the clinical assessment, which involves having conversations with the patients and taking your history, examining, doing a mental state examination. So this mental state examination, for example, captures a lot of aspects, the thoughts, the hallucinations, a lot of things that you can pick out from it. So most times we do these things to pick it out. For mood disorders, we use questionnaires a lot. And there are quite a number of questionnaires that, aside from the MDQs that you mentioned, we have the generalized anxiety disorder scale, we have the Beck's anxiety inventory, Hamilton anxiety rating scale. For bipolar disorder, we have the Young Mania rating scale, also the Hamilton depression scale, clinical global impression for bipolar disorders. So also for schizophrenia, you also have assessment tools. Basically, these are questionnaires. A lot of all this that we're talking about, they involve asking questions and filling forms. So basically, that's aside from the clinical interviews and the mental state examinations that we do, the other things are questionnaires, different names depending on the amount of questions that are in the questionnaires. Yeah.
All right, that's really insightful. So now let's limit it to our country. What are the treatment options that are available in Nigeria?
Yeah. So this is actually another very important question, because a lot of those statistics that you raised at the beginning, the books, they will tell us that there are a lot of things that are underreported. Imagine someone having fear of heights. How many of us will go to the hospital? Doctor, I'm scared of heights. So a lot of these disorders are underreported. The most obvious ones are the schizophrenia, for example. You see the madman on the street, yes, this is schizo. You are sure that this is schizo, but the mood disorders and the anxiety disorders, we tend to underdiagnose them. That is one of the problems. So one of the aims of this kind of discussion is to make people aware that these things that you experience, there are things that you can actually see a mental health, the mental health team for, because they are important things. It is not normal to have exaggerated fear. It is not normal to have mood swings, like mood swings. We have mood swings with pregnancy and all those things, but these are significant. This has significant impact on us as humans. So whatever disorder, whatever you express that affects your functioning, that affects your behavior and how you carry out your day-to-day activity, then it means there's something wrong. And such people needs to be seen by the mental health assessment team. So what we do in terms of the treatment options, they vary. Treatment options vary, but there are groups generally that we do routinely. Then the key thing, also very key, is avoiding stimulants, alcohol, drugs, and all those things, which can worsen the situation.
All right, so Dr. Kayode, now, if these disorders, mental health disorders, are not treated, how does each of them deteriorate the brain?
Oh, yes, so it has been noticed that there are linkages between these mental health disorders and structure and the structural integrity of the brain. So we talk about some of these structural abnormalities manifesting as mental health disorders, because there is a part of the brain that is important for emotion, especially the hippocampus area, and all like that. So in some people, they said it is smaller than it is supposed to be. Some say it is an acquired trait. It's not a genetically, it's not something that we're born with, So yes, one way or the other, there are a lot of things going on in the brain, and these are basically neurotransmitters are like substances that help transmission of neurons and the likes in the brain. So yes, one way or the other, it has been found that in the long term they have effects on the structural integrity of the brain, especially the function also of the brain. So, and there's also linkage with Alzheimer's disease, for example, and which is a structural abnormality, and some of these mental health disorder. But whenever there is a structural cause whenever we find out that there is a structural problem, usually we move away from the psychological, we move to trying to take care of the structural problem. So yes, either ways, they are intertwined.
All right. So finally, Dr. Kayode, what is one myth concerning mental health disorders that you want to debunk? Tell them it's not true.
Okay, wow. So, yeah, I think the most common is that you don't get help in the country. It's a very common myth that this person is mad, and the stigma that comes with it. Well, the stigma might not be a myth because the stigma is there, but the fact that you don't get help in the country is not true. There are a lot of when you hear psychiatry, that is another myth too. When you just hear psychiatry, people think that this person is mad, and there are a lot of illnesses that is under this psychiatry disorders there. So psychiatry doesn't have to be that the person is mad. People going to the hospital for anxiety-related disorders, they're also not fine. So, and they can also get help in the hospital. So these two myths, I think I'll debunk categorically. One is that you don't get help in the country, and the second is that you have to be mad to go to psychiatry hospitals. Those two things are wrong.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. So much knowledge and insights for you, and I'm really grateful, Dr. Kayode. Thank you so much for being on Health Matters.
Thank you for having me. I hope we've been able to impact people also with this knowledge.
Yes.
And the knowledge is very important. Thank you very much.
All right. So if I may add, first of all, you're not mad. And I think we should stop with the self-diagnosis and mental health disorders, because these are not just cute terminologies to tag to yourself because it seems like it's in vogue. These are real life situations that people battle with. It may seem a bit harsh, but it's also the fact. And if you also feel some of these symptoms, again, there is help for you. If you know someone who exhibits some of these symptoms, it's okay to speak with an expert. They are real life situations and challenges. That's it on today's Health Matters. I am Amanda Imosibue, sending you so much warmth and saying stay safe, stay healthy, and keep watching BDTV.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra on BDTV. My name is Anthony Duba. Today on the show we have a juggernaut in the business of the movie industry. We have on the studio today Ruchi Franklin, aka, as we all know nowadays, Boss.
I thought you were going to say brotherly. Well, that works, man.
Yeah, bro, brotherly.
Good to see
nice
you,
to
man.
meet you, brotherly. That word alone has been like a cultural influence in the movie scene, you know, and this is something that Nollywood has been clamoring for. Somebody that would give us like not just the actor himself, but the character and all that. So, how was it like for you entering the mode, the body and the character of Boss? What was it all about at the beginning?
It was an interesting ride.
Yeah.
You know, it was so we shot this in 2023 and it's out in 2025, and having to encapsulate my experience, the journey in a less than 5 minutes, 20 minutes conversation. For me, it was just beyond words, you know. It wasn't a walk in the park, but then again, we're grateful for the outcome, you know, and the reception, not just from Nigerians, but globally. You know, it wasn't a walk in the park. I don't look forward to playing such a character, you know, except my manager says you gotta do it. So it wasn't a walk in the park.
So let's wind back to when you started acting as a career. When was that for you?
My mom would say I started, you know, as a child. I've always entertained my sisters because I grew up with a lot of women in the house, so I always used to entertain them. I lived for improvisation as a child, you know, so I would always come up with characters and just, you know, entertain them. So I'd say I started from home, and which transitioned into church, you know. And church, I was the only teenager in the men's fellowship drama group. So imagine a teenager smacking the head of an elder in church. And the church I attended at the time was Evangelical Church of West Africa, ECWA. So they're pretty. It's like a mixture of Deeper Life and Jehovah's Witness. So you know, when you're a teenager in the men's fellowship, men's drama fellowship, it's a big deal. You know, I mean, for my mom, it was. For me, it was just, I'm on the pulpit, I'm smacking Elder, I can't remember his name, but the image of that day on the pulpit, that was fun. It was fun. So for me, it started from church, and I've always known that, you know, this was it for me, you know, hence why I'm being asked why acting. This is my means of evangelism, you know. So I've always known that I was going to act. I've always known that this is my calling, you know, as men of God say. So this is my calling for me, and I've always known that I got to be here, you know. I got to be here to pass the torch. I got to be here so light the torch of myself by the grace of God, you know. So yeah.
So and by lighting the torch on yourself, right, and getting into Nollywood, who were the first people that you had to associate with to get you to be yourself, to be the actor and the brand that you are today?
Interesting question, you know. I'd say I started off late, you know, because earlier on, I was talking about from kindergarten to church. You know, one would think that I would start as a child, you know, but my dream and vision has always been to leave Africa and go do work with, you know, go do work in Hollywood, you know, and different parts of the world. But God had better plans for me. In 2011, I think, I came to Lagos to attend a reality TV show that was going to poach actors from Nigeria and Ghana and take them to Hollywood for training, and also, you know, just give them access to filming in Hollywood. So that's why I came to Lagos. I didn't come to Lagos to act, you know. I mean, at the time, I was ignorant, you know, so I wanted to leave, and that's the vision I had. And all my friends were like, oh no, you have to do this, yeah, you know, you have to, you could start off like Ramsey, like RMD, look at all these people, you know. But I was like, nah, man, I'm trying to do movies with Anthony Hopkins, I'm trying to do movies with, you know, this guy's named Radcliffe, you know, all these people. Because I just had a knack for the impossible. Still do, hence why we're here. So that didn't work because God had better plans for me. And at the time, they were not better plans because I wanted to get out, you know. So went to Ghana, I got picked, came back to Nigeria, you know, everybody was excited. My mom threw a party, oh, my son is going to Hollywood, he's been talking about it for years. And we get to the embassy, and the United States of America at the time said, on behalf of the United States, I was a black guy, you know. I was like, bro, this is what I'm going for. I'm going to act. I don't care about your country. I just want to go act, you know. The guy was like, no, man, I can't go. And I looked to my left. My colleague at the time, she got her visa, you know. I was like, wow, man. I was broken. I was shattered. I was like, what am I going to do? Because I didn't see, you know, doing movies in Nigeria as a thing for me at the time. You know, like I said, I was ignorant, you know. So my dear sister, Dr. Inya Sarah Lawal, gives me a call and says, hey, bro, I know you're broken. I know you don't want to talk to anybody because, you know, this was a dream to go to Hollywood and just make a mockery of them. And we've got fantastic actors in Nigeria. You know, it's not just about Hollywood, but hey, they've denied you your visa. What's next? I'm like, okay. So what do you want me to do? She was like, AY Ayomako. His birthday was 2 days ago. Happy birthday, I'll say. And she was like, AY is doing an audition for a sitcom. I'm like, please, man. Yeah, no, man. That's not why I'm here. And besides, AY is a comedian. You know? I know him as Yeah. I don't know him as a, you know, filmmaker, because I didn't know him at the time. You know, she was like, just go for it. Just go for it. I get there pretty late. They had auditioned over 700 people at the time. Just walked in, ignorant, nonchalant. I just walked in, and his manager and producer at the time, Darlington Abuda, she looked at me and picked me out of the crowd and said, you come. I hadn't spent like 5 minutes there. I was like, okay. And I walked in. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's just funny. And I walked in and they were like, okay, you need to, we've got our cast, but since you're here and the producer brought you in, just do something for us. The nerve of these people to help me do something. Because I didn't have transport to go back. Oh. So this was me just, you know what, let me just do what Sarah wants so that I'll have peace. Because, you know, she was my wise ear at the time. I go in and I do an improv and they're like, oh, sorry, we need to call AY. AY comes upstairs and I do it again. And AY invites me to his house, says I've been picked. That's how, yeah. Wow. Yeah, and I'm chilling with Sami and Dele, you know, my brothers at the time, still are. And I get a call, AY says, come to his house. I'm like, hey, yo, AY called me. So they go now. Sorry, what year was this? This was 2012, I think, 2012, yeah. So I get there and I see Alex Akubo, my first time meeting him. And we read and he's like, oh, okay, we're gonna start filming in 2 weeks or so. I'm like, oh, okay. And we did AY's crib. You know? Yeah. So it was myself, Alex Akubo, Osh Bebe, the comedian, you know, Justice, Vanita.
Vanita.
Yeah. Vanita? Did you say Vanita?
Vanita.
Vanita, okay. Vanita Akpofri, gorgeous human being.
Very gorgeous.
Yeah, we had, celebrities come in and out of the show. It was a sitcom. It was just about AY and his broke and annoying friends that lived with him. So we did that 2 seasons, and I just started, I had to give Nigeria a chance. So over a decade down the line, I'm sitting down here with Anthony.
Thank you. So let's take it back. So after, not everybody knows that you were an AY script, because that was one of the biggest
at the time. It was
show at the time.
Yeah, it was the biggest.
When the evolution of having videos on your phone, YouTube and all that.
Oh yeah.
This was something that people always wanted to go and stream online. This was just to make them laugh.
Yeah.
And Wash Baby was my favorite character back then.
Who was your favorite character?
Baby.
Wash Baby was nuisance. My goodness. The Wash Baby was it for me. Osh, AY, of course, Vanita. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think there was this little boy again that used to play his
Vanita's
brother.
That's Freeze's son. You know Freeze now.
Oh.
Mr. Controversial. That's his kid. That's his kid. Wow. I wonder how old that boy is now.
Wow. Man, those are memories, man. 2012 were like one of those golden years.
Yeah.
So let's now go straight to coming in as one of the Hollywood honks,
Yeah, I'll take Hollywood. It's fine.
Yeah, Hollywood. Yeah, we're getting there. So we're doing that, and last year you appeared in the movie The Weekend, one of my favorite movies.
Oh.
So working with the likes of Daniel Ryan. Tell me what was that?
Bro, Daniel Oriahi is a gift to this country, man.
Yeah.
There's a funny story about the project, and I'm just grateful to God that he directed it. And I had the opportunity of playing alongside, again, Uzoma Kappa. It's an actor's dream to have the right crop of creative performer in the same frame with you, and she just makes the work just effortless. For me, I'd say that's my best film. Honestly, I know I'm going to do a lot of great films, but it wasn't just about the story. It was the process, the journey behind getting to that project for me, so. And all that it did when it came out, when I saw what we created. The studio took out a lot of scenes and they reworked the script, but it was that's a divine project. That's the first Nigerian film that got picked by Tribeca, and we also got picked by Scream Festival. Scream? Yeah, I think Scream, yeah. And it's the first Nigerian film to be noticed by such an establishment, such a grand establishment. So it was just, Daniel is I'm gonna be honest, I'm in love with Daniel, man. That man better not call me for a cheesy ass production, because I'll say yes. There are not too many Daniels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He was in the studio here with us.
For real?
Yeah, this year.
Oh,
I think last year when The Weekend was like hot and so we had him here, and he's one of the most intelligent people in the movie industry I've ever seen.
He's a film buff, and that's the type of person you want to work with, because they get you, as a performer, as a creative, they get you, because it's not just as an actor, because what we do is it's beyond entertainment, so he gets it. I don't need to say too much. Daniel gets it, hence my utmost respect and admiration for him. I'm glad he's Nigerian.
Yeah, I'm glad. So we move to the next film. After that, we see, there is this Kemi Adetiba comes up with, the trailer of
To Kill
the Monkey.
Oh, the monkey.
What is this? And what was it like when she approached you?
Yeah.
I wish I could have her in the studio, but I heard she really doesn't do a lot of media stuff.
She does.
So,
we're doing it for her.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you saw the script, or when she called on you, what was your reaction, given that she had done things like the Voice?
Anthony. It's Kemi Adetiba.
Yeah.
Yeah. all you need is a call from that woman, and I'm telling you for a fact that your life will not remain the same. You know, I don't look forward to working with intelligent, brilliant creatives. I enjoy working with people that have the grace of God upon them. You know, because you might just get yourself in $1 billion project and it's shelved.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean? And it's not making the rounds in your motherland. They're praising you in Australia. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, nobody knows your name. It will hurt you. Even if you're making a reasonable buck, it will hurt you. But when you work with somebody that has the hand of God in what they do, they turn their mistakes into perfection. That's my prayer every time before I roll. I always pray to God, turn my mistakes into perfection. When that lady called me, I told my manager, man, there's no going back. Don't make mistake. Don't go wake, lie on with it. Okay. Kemi and I have been chasing since before Oscar married her. Yeah, I've been chasing. This woman, I must work with you. But, you know, it's not what you want, it's how God. Yeah. And they reached out to me. I heard about the general auditions, but still my thing to go for general auditions. I asked my Heavenly Father, it's not from a place of pride, I just know what I want to. I told my brother, please, they've done general auditions. Let them reach out to me now. You know, weeks and days went by. I got a call. We need you to do a 9 to 10 minutes monologue and send it in less than 48 hours. I was like, again, the nerve. I had malaria at the time. I was taking medications, you know. And the scene they sent to me to do was the restaurant scene. The blow up between Obals and Efemile. And I do it. I send it. A couple of days later, the producer, her brother, Remy Aditiba, calls me. Says, hey, Bruce, I was just calling you to tell you got the job. I was like, okay. Glory to God, but still, oh no, don't make mistakes. I sent Kemi a text message immediately and I told her, thank you very much for, you know, reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I sent in my self-tape. This was before, that text message was before Remy called me to tell me that I got the job. Because I did the audition in March, if I'm not mistaken, first week in March. You know, I sent her a message. So the next day after sending my self-tape, and I said, my name is Buchi Franklin. Sent in my self-tape. I'd like to know your idea for a boss, because mine is God sent. I won't be grooming a hair on my body. I'm not going to be grooming until it's time to film. So if Kemi had decided to shoot this film in 2027, I'd look like Wolverine talking to you, bro. You know, so I did that. She never got that text message, thank God. She probably would be, it would freak her out. You know, so, but I still have the text message. Then I get the call, then I tell my manager, yo, let's go, man. You know, this one is beyond how much I want. This is, for me, this is a statement, you know. And it was a statement for me because I'm a big fan of her work. You know, if you follow her trajectory from Wedding Party to King of Boys.
It's just special.
Yeah, and to everything that she's ever done. You know, music videos, once it's shot for Banky and the likes. It's just something divine, you know, about Kemi's work. So I was looking forward to just shutting everybody up with this amazing woman. And I get a call, you know, we talk for the first time. While we're talking, and I tell her, please, man, I know this is your comeback, but can we pray? You know, and I get on my knees and I tell her we pray and we cry and we pray, and you know, and the rest they say is brotherly.
Brotherly.
You know, so yeah, so Kemi is and forever will be, of course.
So I'm guessing that during that same time, while you are reading the script, you're trying to, you know, incorporate like the character of boss into your persona.
Oh yeah, I had been in character before they called me. I was, you know, visualizing myself in a blue state. You know, I visualized myself walking in a Kosodi, you know, breaking up with a girl at just behind the kiosk, Ring Road. I don't know this place. So don't think I know that. You know, I visualize myself running from boys at night in Uniband, you know, wearing a friend's outfit to go to BUI or BBIU to go talk to some girl, and I'm coming back and that guy says, why you wear my clothes? You know, so I was a Benin boy. True and true. Oh yeah, you know, and I asked my Heavenly Father for access, and he gave me access. You know, so I was attracting Benin girls, you know, and what we're doing together is none of your beautiful business, you know. So so it was just like I said, you know, I was in character from March until they called me. I was like, oh, okay, nice one, man. Okay, no, I think I can't remember when I got the script, but I think I got that script less than a month before we started filming. Yeah, over 300 pages, you know. But for me, the scripts were a guideline. You know, it was just a guide to what God had put in me. Because I'm happy that the world can see what, you know, God did. Because it was beyond my understanding of performance, you know. And you know, as a performer, I was asking the Holy Spirit for access. You also need to be intentional. You can't just, you don't, if you're going for exams, you're not going to pray to God for answer. You read, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I had that. I created a shrine for Obos. Obos was alive at the time. You know, the people that shook hands with me and laughed at jokes and shared time and space with me didn't necessarily spend time with Buchi. They were spending time with Obos. You know, and I was careful with the projects that I was doing, because Obos was just, you know how a pregnant woman has a child in her, and it's first of blood before it forms into fetus, and you know, and while it's a fetus, it's growing. You know, so all of that was going on inside my body. That's the only way I can explain it. You know, I did a series with Madam Ireti Doe, love her so much. I did a film with AY, Merriman 3. So 2023, I did less than, I think I did about 4 projects, because I couldn't do too much because the balls was ticking. You know, so yeah. Wow, it just feels like yesterday. 2023 feels like yesterday.
So how many actors do you think can do this the way you do, like in terms of getting that character? Sometimes I call it method acting. Actually, it's something like we have like the Heath Ledger doing the Joker.
Yeah. Oh, that's one of my favorite performers. I call him a performer. I don't call him an actor. I feel like it dumbs it down, you know. Actor? No, it's a performer, because he creates. It's magic. What we do is magic, you know. And method, yes, it's a style, but what I do is in method, you know, because I understand what method is. Heck, I was tutored by great lecturers, but I know that what I do is in method. Are there creatives, performers that can do what I do? I believe so, by the grace of God. But until then,
it's challenging.
There's not a challenge, but until then, because I'm more about putting Nigeria on the map. So for me, it's not about competition. It's here in the biggest black nation, this fourth world country with insecurity and porous political system and an embarrassing passport and all that they say about us. But we've got diamond here, you know, so we've got gold here, we've got raw materials that you can't find anywhere. And by the grace of God, you're speaking to one. You know, and I know there's so many other performers that are coming up. You know, I did a film with Toka Makbor, the director and filmmaker. He's from Delta, but he stays in the north. He's a genius. On that set, I met a couple of actors that I'm looking forward to sharing screen time with, because, you know, we're phenomenal and we're right. You know, Mr. Sweet, you know, this shout out is for you, so keep doing what you're doing. I see you. You know, I did a film with Chris O'Day. It's a festival piece, phenomenal. And oh bro, listen, I don't want I don't need to say too much about it, but the film will do the telling itself because it's a Daniel Oriaki flick. So I shared screen time with Emeka the actor. No man, listen, if you don't watch Nigerian movies, this is a clarion call, my brother, my sister. You have to. Start now, because some people are coming up on your screen and they're gonna be worth your penny, your time. That's it.
So let's talk about what roles do you envision yourself acting in the near future? Because sometimes people would want to put actors in a box, and just put them in roles and the same repeated roles.
Stereotypical roles, right?
Very stereotypical and all that.
Anthony, I'll be honest with you, man. I get a good laugh anytime I hear that word, stereotype. What is that? All the roles that I have played that are villains, are they from the same mom? No. I haven't done too many villain roles, but there's nothing similar about them. So, if you're a performer out there, and because of your circumference, you tend to attach a certain type of character to you, don't be bruised by that. Show them layers, show them colors, You wake up, you go to bed on Monday, you wake up on Tuesday, believe me, you're not the same person. You just don't see it. You're just not intentional about it. Once you go to bed, you add a hair on some part of your body. Do you record the length of your hair on your body? But there's some form of growth happening. There's a change. So nobody is constant. There's always movement, So the word stereotype doesn't exist for me. It's man-made, But to answer your question, I don't necessarily have a character that I'm looking forward to playing. Can you afford me? Give my manager a call. That's it. That's it. A character that don't need to say anything, and you can feel the aura, you can feel the presence. Like Gen Z would say, aura fam. And I just like to make my characters interesting. Do you get what I mean? There was nothing out of the ordinary about the boss. But by the grace of God, with the guidance and the direction of my director, we carved a niche for a villain. We created a villain that people hate to love. Is he a bad guy? Yes. Does he take alcohol? Yes. Is he as hot-headed as Chidimokeme back in the day? The baddest boy in the industry, Jim Ike. Yeah, was he a hothead like Jim Ike? Yes, he was. Was he a hothead like Hanks? Hanks Aluku? Yes, he was. But did you see Jim Ike and all the characters he's ever done in The Boss? No. So don't worry about being stereotyped. All you have to do is put it back in their face and tell them, this is who I am. Bring the characters, I will chop them up, give them back to you, and you forget that this person is the villain. Because you will cry when the character falls. You will rejoice. You will pray for that character. Meanwhile, that guy is going to kill the next person in the next scene. So, that's it.
Yeah. So what were your favorite scenes in the movie, and what were your also complex scenes, the most complex?
Complex. Let's start with complex. We're talking about it before we got on air.
Yeah.
The face-off between Obaz and Efemini, I was in serious pain at the time, physical pain. When we started filming, I was messed up here, because Obaz had to be, I wasn't getting enough sleep. It was just a lot of, I'd say negative energy, because you could feel his presence. Obaz didn't beat anybody. He wasn't cutting people up like, what's his name? Teacher. You didn't see him put a gun to a baby and shoot them. But when you see him, you just know this guy is going to burn down a country, right? So imagine, I'm done from set on a Thursday and I'm not filming the next day and I'm in my room. It's a lot. It's a lot. So that scene was complex because I was experiencing physical pain. There's a part where the boss says to Aussie boy, the F word, F, I don't need you. And I pause and I make it. That was excruciating pain that I couldn't break character because a buzz was a buzzy. But
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background.
This is a news update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria losing billions to oil theft, wastage, one industry experts. System liquidity surges to highest record as CBN adjusts policy. And Lagos sleeps in Global Financial Center Index 38 bracket. POS terminals cost jumped 30% to 100% in Nigeria over 2 years. Thank you for joining us on News Updates. I am Deborah Eze. Industry experts are raising alarm that Nigeria is losing billions of dollars daily due to crude oil theft, pipeline vandalism, and wastage. Speaking at the Leadership Forum in Houston, petroleum engineer Charles Day of the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company and mechanical engineer Oluwatoyin Gbadeyan described Nigeria's oil monitoring system as outdated and opaque, leaving wide gaps for theft and inefficiency. They estimate the country is losing as much as 200,000 barrels of crude every day, revenue that should be driving national development but is instead vanishing. The experts commended recent steps by the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, such as the new upstream measurement system and the Petroleum Industry Act. But they insist that without stricter enforcement, transparency, and digital tools, Nigeria will remain stuck in losses that drain its economy and weaken investor confidence. And moving on, system liquidity in Nigeria's financial markets has surged to an all-time high of 5.73 trillion naira following new policy adjustments by the Central Bank of Nigeria. At its 302nd Monetary Policy Committee meeting, the CBN cut the monetary policy rate by 50 basis points to 27%, the first reduction since November 2024. It also narrowed the standing facility corridor, making it more attractive for banks to lodge excess funds with the regulator. Placement into standard deposits facility rose sharply to 5.39 trillion naira on Monday alone, pushing interbank lending rates to their lowest levels in nearly a year. The open buyback rate slipped to 24.5%. Analysts say the central bank is walking a tightrope, easing credit conditions to support growth, while still maintaining control of money supply. They suggest another modest rate cut could follow in November if inflation, now at 20.12%, continues to ease. Also, Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, has slipped in the latest Global Financial Center Index released by London-based ZN and the China Development Institute. The city dropped from 105th place in the previous ranking to 119th in GFCI 38, raising concerns about its competitiveness as an international financial hub. Analysts point to weak infrastructure, shallow capital markets, and a growing talent drain as key factors behind the decline. Meanwhile, Mauritius, Kigali, and Nairobi are climbing the chart, with Mauritius now leading Africa's financial centers. Experts, however, say Lagos still has the skill and potential to reposition itself as a Pan-African financial gateway if urgent reforms are pursued. Enterprise NGR, an advocacy group for Nigeria's financial service industry, is already pushing projects like the Lagos International Financial Center and global partnership with City UK. The warning is clear: without consistent regulation, stronger infrastructure, and deeper markets, Lagos risks being left behind in the global financial race. And up ahead, POS terminal cost jumps 30% to 100% in Nigeria over 2 years. We bring you more details after this time out.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news update. And the cost of points of sale terminals in Nigeria has jumped sharply over the past 2 years, with prices rising between 30 and 100%. Entry-level devices that sold for about 15,000 naira in 2023 now go for more than 21,000 naira, while advanced Android models have more than doubled, reaching as high as 85,000 naira. Analysts attribute the spike to inflation, forex volatility, and rising logistics costs. But despite the higher prices, demand for the device remains strong. Figures from the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System show registered POS terminals hit 8.3 million as of March 2025, highlighting their critical role in bridging financial inclusion for Nigerians in underdeserved areas. Fintechs continue to drive the boom, with players like Number offering flexible acquisition models. However, experts caution that starting a POS business is no longer as cheap as it was 2 years ago, even though Nigeria's shift towards a cash-light economy is keeping demand high. And the Minister of Women Affairs, Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, has launched the Olowu Hope Initiative Women Empowerment Fund in Abeokuta, Ogun State. The flagship program, founded by the Olowu of Owu Kingdom, Oba Professor Saka Matemiola, aims to empower 50,000 women over the next decade through microcredit, vocational training, education, and healthcare. Commending the monarch's vision, the minister pledged federal government support to ensure the initiative benefits women across Nigeria. Oba Matemiola described the project as a legacy that goes beyond charity, stressing that true empowerment comes when women have the rights and resources to shape their futures. The fund's board is chaired by former President Olusegun Obasanjo as grand patron, alongside respected leaders such as Dr. Mutiu Sumono and Dr. Akintoye Akindele. Say the ripple effect, ranging from interest-free loans and business support to stronger families and better education, will spark generational change nationwide. Away from that story, the federal government says it has spent 15 billion naira on evacuation and decision or design change along the Lagos section of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Works Minister David Umahi revealed this during an inspection on Monday, explaining that engineers uncovered a 50-year-old refuse dam more than 10 meters deep and stretching 2 kilometers. The discovery forced a redesign to preserve nearby infrastructure and altered work for over 4 months. Contractors confirmed that large volumes of waste had to be replaced with sand between kilometers 3 and 9, especially near known dump sites. Umahi added that the route was also altered to avoid property, including Landmark Beach. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway is one of Nigeria's most ambitious road projects, with contracts worth over 3 trillion naira already awarded across Lagos, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River State. The first Lagos section alone is valued at more than 1 trillion naira, with 30% of the funds already released. And the Nigeria Space Research and Development Agency is urging schools to integrate space education into their curriculum to inspire the next generation of scientists and innovators. Speaking at the second graduation of the Pathway to Space program in Abuja, NASRA's Director General Matthew Adekboju, represented by Olayinka Fagbero, said the initiative is designed to spark early interest in space science and prepare young Nigerians for global opportunities. He revealed that by 2026, the agency will begin coordinating school participation nationwide to help shape career choices from an early age. Executive Director of the Future African Space Explorer STEM Academy, Sean Jacobs, highlighted that the space industry spans engineers, researchers, and policymakers. He noted the surge in participation from just 70 students in 2024 to nearly 400 this year, calling on parents and government to sustain support. Organizers believe the program will build a strong pipeline of future innovators who can not only place Africa on the global space map, but also drive local technology, education, and economic growth. Still to come, Mali mining disputes proved last straw for Barrick's Mercurial Mark Bistro. This and more after this commercial break.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. Tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where in a surprise shakeup at Barrick Gold, Chief Executive Mark Bristow has stepped down, effective immediately. The company's chairman, John Totten, made the announcement on Monday, naming Chief Operating Officer Mark Hill as interim CEO, while the global search begins for a permanent successor. Insiders say Bristow's handling of Barrick's flagship assets in Mali was the breaking point for the board. The company lost control of the Gunkoto gold mine complex, with 3 metric tons of gold seized by the Malian government. Barrick also booked a $1 billion write-off and sold 2 mines in the US and Canada. The company's future in Mali remains uncertain, with its mining license set for renewal in February 2026. Failure to reach an agreement could mean a complete loss of the asset. Meanwhile, Barrick's shares have underperformed compared to peers, while its stock rose 37% over the past 5 years. Rival Ajinko Eagle surged by 110%, and sources say this performance gap was a key factor in the board's decision. And Equatorial Guinea is opening a new oil and gas licensing round in April as it looks to counter falling outputs and revive investment. Hydrocarbons Minister Antonio Buru Ondo made the announcement at an African Energy Conference in Cape Town on Monday. The round, which runs from April through November, will offer 24 blocks, 2 onshore and 22 offshore. Equatorial Guinea, an OPEC member, currently has 6 producing fields operated by companies including Chevron, Trident Energy, ConocoPhillips, and state-owned GE Petrol. But production has slumped from a peak of 241,000 barrels per day in 2010 to just 55,000 barrels in 2023, according to OPEC. The IMF warns growth in the oil-reliant economy will average less than 1% a year through 2030. Meanwhile, Chevron said its Noble Energy unit has agreed terms with the government on developing the Ascent gas project, a step towards a final investment decision. And still on the African scene, the Africa Finance Corporation has pulled off its biggest ever debt fundraising, securing $1.5 billion through a syndicated loan. The Lagos-based multilateral lender announced the deal on Monday. Originally targeting $1.3 billion, AFC says the strong appetite from investors across the Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Europe helped push the final figure higher. The 3-year facility will be channeled into institutions' general investment portfolio. AFC, which is owned by African central banks and development lenders, says the deal underscores robust investor confidence in Africa's infrastructure growth potential. We now head to the foreign scene in Washington. The top Republican and Democrats on the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee has reintroduced legislation to tighten rules on the H-1B and L-1 worker visa program. Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley and Ranking Democrat Dick Durbin says the bill aims to close loopholes and curb abuse by major employers. The reform, including higher wage and hiring standard, mandatory public job posting, and narrow eligibility requirement. The H-1B program, widely used by the U.S. tech companies to recruit skilled workers from India and China, has drawn fresh scrutiny after Trump's administration recently imposed a $100 fee on new applications. The L-1 program, by contrast, allows firms to transfer employees from overseas offices to the U.S. The senator also wrote to companies including Amazon, Google, and Meta, questioning their reliance on foreign visas while laying off American staff. The firm have yet to respond. And also, U.S. President Donald Trump has announced fresh tariffs on imported timber, lumber, and furniture, escalating a trade offensive. In a proclamation, signed on Monday, Trump set 10% duties on lumber and 25% on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities, and upholstered furniture, effective October 14th. The tariff imposed under Section 232 of the Trade Act are being justified on national security grounds. Trump argues that reliance on foreign wood products threatens America's defense and critical infrastructure by undermining domestic mouths and supply chains. The duties will climb even higher in January, up to 30% on upholstered wooden products and 50% on cabinets and vanities from countries that fail to reach agreement with Washington. Canada, the largest supplier of softwood lumber to the U.S., is expected to be hit hardest. Its producers already face about 35% in combined anti-dumping and subsidy tariffs amid a long-running timber dispute. This latest move also comes as Trump awaits a Supreme Court ruling on the legality of his broader reciprocal tariff previously struck down by lower courts. And up next is sport news after this break. And now to sports. Gary Neville has launched a fierce critique of Manchester United under head coach Ruben Amorim, calling it ridiculous that Mason Mount has been deployed as a wing-back. Neville says he's deeply worried about the club's direction after United's 3-1 defeat to Brentford on Saturday, their third loss in 6 Premier League games this season. Amorim, now 10 months into the job, has managed just 9 wins from 33 league matches and is still waiting for back-to-back victories in the competition. Despite a full preseason and no European distraction this year, Nabil argues United performance remained as poor as ever. And to end the news, Gerard Bowen rescued a point for new West Ham manager Nuno Espirito Santo in a 1-1 draw with Everton on Monday Night Football. Michael Keane had put the toughest ahead in the first half, capitalizing on West Ham's ongoing weakness at defending corner, the 8th goal they have conceded from set pieces this season. But midway through the second half, Bowen struck back, firing in off Keane at the back post to become the first visiting player to score at Everton's New Hill Dixon Stadium. The goal drew high praise, with Jamie Carragher calling Bowen one of the greatest players to play for the club. He now sits just 9 goals shy of Michael Antonio's Premier League record for West Ham. Everton, who dominated large spells of the second half, were left to rue missed chances, while Nuno celebrated a battling point in his first game in charge of the Hammers. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight here on bdtv, where bold founders and brilliant ideas takes the center stage. On this show, we shine the light on game changers and entrepreneurs shaping the future of business and innovation in Nigeria and beyond. Imagine living in a community where the nearest doctor is hours away and a simple health concern can quickly turn into a life-threatening emergency. For millions across Nigeria and beyond, this isn't just a story, it's their daily reality. But what if I told you that a bold idea is changing that narrative? An innovative startup has stepped in with a mission to bring quality, affordable primary health care right to the doorsteps of communities that have long been left behind. Today on Startup Spotlight, we'll be discussing innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities. My name is Glory Brown, and joining me today is Dr. Folake Kofo Idowu. She is a double board certified physician in internal medicine and infectious diseases. She is the founder and CEO of Iyewo, a Lagos-based startup delivering insurance-backed community focused on primary care to the informal sector. Dr. Folake, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be
By the
here.
way, you look very, very amazing.
Thank you.
So let me start by asking you the meaning of Iyewo and what really inspired you. You're a medical doctor and you have a career in medical and research,
Yeah.
and then you were in the US, and then you came all over to Nigeria to start up Iyewo. What really inspired you, and what's the meaning behind the name?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So the name Iyewo means to check, to interrogate, to ask questions, to inquire. But it actually didn't even start from wanting to ask. For me, when I had the vision of what I wanted to do and what I wanted it to be, I wanted it to, in my head, it represented like a triumph, like a tree that was growing against all odds. And what came to me was a big tree, and you know, a tree grows and then it has the branches. I saw a World Cup trophy that, in a way, even though it wasn't branching out, but there was a bigger head. And also I thought about the woman's uterus, right? It kind of has that shape. It's nurturing, it's protecting, it's providing. And it took me to mother, Iya, in Yoruba. And in some dialect of Yoruba, they call it Iye, right? But also Iye means to survive, means to thrive, means to triumph. So the name kind of started around Iye. And as I just mulled over it, I came up with Iyewo. So in terms of, you know, just what inspired me, for me personally, it was two things. I needed a change of scenery for so many reasons. And as many physicians in the US will tell you something similar, maybe not necessarily, but they needed a change. They need a change. I needed a change of scenery. And luckily, I had kind of started this passion project from a nonprofit angle, and I was tweaking it to be more sustainable and founded a social enterprise. I was going back and forth a lot, and I realized the business really needed me. It's like a baby, you know, you need to sit with it, you need to nurture. There's only so many meetings, so many things you can see when you are building a good foundation. And I knew that I needed to find a way to spend time with it. And I think once I found the avenue, I took that opportunity.
From what you said now, it all shows that you started this out of passion you had for primary care. And I want to know, you have an experience in infectious disease and also in other areas. What really shaped your vision in the regards of primary care to undeserved communities? I believe there is something that triggered you, you understand?
Yes.
There's something that pushed you toward that vision.
So first of all, primary care is like the baseline health care that everybody should have. Whether you are healthy or not, whether you have a diagnosis or not, everybody should have a primary care doctor, right? Because many times when disease or illness is showing up, a lot of things have gone wrong. There are a lot of conditions that are not acute. Malaria is acute. Malaria will bite, the mosquito will bite you. In 5 days, you're seeing symptoms and you take care of it. But sometimes there are lingering effects. And if you don't have a primary care doctor that follows you, then it becomes a problem. And so things like hypertension, it doesn't show until it's a problem.
So some people are getting diagnosed when they are having strokes and hypertension, or they get confused, what we call encephalopathy, right? You don't want that, because it means a lot has gone wrong and your body is not in good shape anymore. So for me, we're looking at the world generally, globally, we do not have enough resources other than money, and the money is not well distributed, right? But every other thing you need for global healthcare wellness, we actually do not have enough. Manpower, especially human resources. So you have to look at what is the best way to distribute the little we have, and how can we keep more people healthy. Research has shown in countries that it's been done well, where you have a strong, solid primary care system, it takes care of 90% of the country's health issues, because you're able to prevent a lot of things, you're able to catch and manage early for cheaper, also for the individual, for the community, for the government, right? Because I tell my clients, when you fall sick, you're losing money twice. You're losing money the day you are supposed to be at work and you are not at work. You're not making money, right? 2 is that you are now losing from your savings to pay for healthcare at a high cost, and a lot of Nigerians are paying out of pocket. So these are the issues, because we have to also look at it from an economic point of view. The informal sector in Nigeria holds over 70% of our workforce, and these people are largely uncovered, and these are the people who drive our revenue, right? The bustling economy we keep talking about. It's these people. Nigeria has millions of micro, small, and medium enterprise. Who is taking care of their healthcare? And these people, again, economically, when they are not working, they are not earning. And that means a family's feeding is at stake, a child's education is at stake, right? If the breadwinner drops and has a stroke, you are losing that person's time. If they become disabled, it means that there's a loss of manpower. That means for the rest of that person's life, they cannot generate revenue. There's caregiver man-hour loss also. Somebody's taking care of them. The hours they should be working and generating or living or whatever, they're spending and taking. So there's a lot of even economic components to it at the end of the day. So it's a healthy country and a healthy environment that generates and that builds wealth. And that's why primary care is very, very important. It's cheaper for us to take care of everybody at the primary care level, so that the people who, it's not everything that, it's just like saying you spray you spray insecticide, you use mosquito net. 1 or 2 people will still catch malaria, but at least not a lot of people. So it reduces the pressure at the top, and then you still have enough money to take care of all those people.
Oh, thank you so much. So how, Ayewo has been there for some years now, despite the fact that it's still in its startup stage. How do you see startup playing a role as important as this, like a long-standing role? With time, you definitely have to move from the primary sector to the serious. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
To the serious part where, people have to come with different illness now looking beyond the primary care you initially started giving. So how do you bring in profit for startups? You started this thing with the passion you have. You wanted to do something that was inside of you. But now for startups looking forward to going to something like this, how can they start the funding part, and also how can they keep it long standing in the social issues like healthcare?
So in the startup world, people know that social enterprise, that's what we are. And it's basically a business whose core or primary goal is social impact, right? It's an enterprise because it's supposed to generate revenue. Depending on how you structure it, maybe you're making very minimal profit or just enough, but it's not like great margins. Now, of course, do we want to be profitable? Yes, has to be profitable. And that's why I moved from the nonprofit angle into a business, right? Is that it needs to be self-sustaining, and the people you're serving also need to have skin in the game. Everything cannot be free, because people cannot just take things and waste your resources. I would rather be serving people who really want to be served, right? But again, you still have to serve people, even when, because their health matters. So moving into just a growth stage, it's about focusing on sustainability with our strategy. And we're really trying that in terms of, as much as, again, social enterprise, we're serving the lower tier of the economy, right? And these people are daily earners, they're small earners. We on our end have figured out a self-financing mechanism where we have a health wallet and they can micro save into that. So going to Mama X or Baba Y to say, give me 5,000 naira today might be hard, because you don't know which day he's going to have a lot of sales or which day they ask his child to bring money in school, right? But if you ask him for 500 naira, he probably will give that to you. And he can save that either, every week or every 3 days into his wallet. And that money is growing for his healthcare. So he has a fallback. And so for them also, that's a way we're building sustainability into it. For us as a business, we're doing our best to price reasonably. And also when we're staffing, because these are some of the things, is we're trying to staff locally. So it reduces, again, we want to pay people, we're paying people fair wages. But if somebody's coming from Ajangbadi and you want them to come and work in Marina or in, I don't know, Shongutedo, you have to pay them fairly to cover transportation. But if they are in Shongutedo and you're hiring them to work in that area, at least the cost of that is less. So those are some of the strategies we are putting in place to figure out, how we can minimize our costs, because these are some of the issues that make people just run out. Funding, we're hoping to get funding. We're working on our readiness, because, funding comes with its own requirements, and you're answerable to other people's money. Right. So we're working on our readiness, but also we have to make sure that we are finding the right investors, because again, we're a social enterprise, and somebody who wants a 10x right now and exit in 3 years might not be the right investor for us. So again, those are the things that we're looking at. Now, in terms of moving from primary care and to taking care of big things or bigger things, personally, for me, Iyewo is part of a bigger dream and a bigger vision. It has its own space and its own role, and by God's grace there will be other pieces of the puzzle that we will build out. But one important thing to note is that the other levels of care, secondary and tertiary. So secondary is like your general hospitals, tertiary is like the teaching hospitals where they do research, where they do academics also, and then there's quaternary, which is like really higher and it's more niche. A lot of these things are capital intensive. We don't necessarily have to do that. We can collaborate. That's another thing. We can collaborate with hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals in the city, in the country, that are not even fully utilized. So we can really focus on grabbing the primary care, which means we have the numbers, which means that if somebody needs something, higher level of care, we can easily refer. Because that's the goal of everything. One person doesn't have to do everything. We can collaborate, secondary level, tertiary level, and as people need stuff, as long as there's a warm handshake each way, we can do a proper documentation, send the information, and everybody's working, back and forth together.
Let's quickly go on a break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing the topic, innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities, with Dr. Folake Kofu-Do. Dr. Folake, let's look at the challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare for those in undeserved communities in Nigeria today?
The challenges that I found, but also has been documented. There's generally, we'll call it like geographic access, in terms of how close or how far is a health provider or a health facility from people. And some of these things make a difference. Someone did a study, or a group did a study one time or recently about looking at the time for pregnant women, right, from when there's an issue to getting to a health facility where they can get help. And it showed varying numbers that were not favorable to their health. So geographic, distance is one of the challenges, but also human resource, human capacity. Do we have enough? And what that translates to, people get to facilities and they have to wait long queues. Now, there's also a long-standing general mistrust, unfortunately, that is not untrue or is not unfounded, that people have to orthodox medicine and medical practitioners. And we have a lot of work to do on our end. Yes, people exaggerate, but there's some fire to that smoke. And so that. Now, part of what I have also found is there is a psychological barrier. All of these little things that now puts, so it's not like, at least the people I'm serving are like ready, boom, to go to the doctor, right? They are still not that willing, because, and that's been one of our own work that we've had to do, is get over that psychological barrier that they have, where they don't trust you, you guys are too stressful, and you guys keep making them spend money, but I think what they've appreciated, and they feel like people don't care about them, right? So the challenges are, the people are now uninterested in patronizing you, or aka the medical community, orthodox medicine, uninterested in patronizing you unless it is catastrophic. They are dying, they have collapsed, they can't breathe. And they know that the chemist cannot solve breathing problems when you are gasping for air. So they come to you when it is too late. And again, that feeds into the cycle, because now they come to you when it's too late and they're like, we took her to the hospital and she still died there. But you took her to the hospital when she was dying, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and we have to break that cycle. And primary care is a good way, because can we get there, build trust? They don't trust the medical community. Can we build trust, and can we prevent all these catastrophic illnesses where people can see value? And what we have found being on ground is, we were at Oyinbo Market signing up people. I was there on Monday, and one woman was saying, she's like, she was saying it in Yoruba, me, I'm not going to go to the hospital. So it's even good that she said it. And a lot of them did not say it. Like, they were like, thank God you came, because I'm not ready to leave my market. I don't have time. Kiniko. And you check her blood pressure is 188 over 130. You check the blood sugar is 400, right? And you're treating them there, and they're seeing the changes. There's someone we took care of. Blood pressure was 200, 120 something. And they gave her medication in the market. And the next day she came, she was walking differently. She said before she couldn't walk without pausing, going to her bathroom, walking through the market. She had to keep sitting down. So she would do as if she's greeting people, but she's actually resting. And she was like, she could walk to the end of the street now. Her headache was gone. So it's like that shift, that transformation, but also them knowing that somebody cares. Because again, they go like, we go to the hospital, the nurses are shouting at us, the doctor is cold. Yes, because they're overworked, they are stressed. So it's like you're coming with gas and they give you both, and everybody doesn't like each other. So we're trying to just, how can we calm the tension down? So yeah. But aside all of that, there's a gross infrastructural deficit, right? There's human capacity. In Nigeria right now, just general health workers, going from doctors, specialists to healthcare assistants combined, we have less than 2 to 1,000 people. It's not enough at all. And everybody knows the Japa story. And I'm not going to tell anyone not to leave. You deserve a better life, and you deserve to get better education or better training. I did, and I'm more useful, right? I'm more useful and more valuable to my country. So if you're going, try to come back or try to give back. But talking about, human capacity or human resource deficit, we have a lot of that. But infrastructure, is also very, very lacking. And it's not just, infrastructure is not just about buildings. We have healthcare buildings that are underutilized. Even in Lagos, here, that are underutilized, that have been emptied because we did not put the proper structure and processes, proper system and processes in place to make sure those things are running. I remember I was a house officer or I was a medical student, and they put computers everywhere. Somehow somebody forgot that computers need internet to work, right? People go abroad and like, oh yes, I saw this system, let us set it up. You buy computers and your contractors are probably shady or not, but there's just, you're not putting the right people in building the right implementation plan. So you put computers, you want to digitize, but there's no internet, there's no power supply, you know, a lot of those things. You are collecting information, where you're storing people's information. You set up an equipment for a specialist center. You are not equipping, you're not training staff. You're not getting the adequate or right staff. You're not training them. You're not sending them for updates. It's so many things. And it's because we are not truly intentional about what we're doing. A lot of what we do, are we doing it for making true change, or are we doing it to be seen as doing, right? Check the box. Oh, I built this health facility. Check the box. Is it working 4 years later? Because those things matter.
Now, still on the challenges, what were the biggest challenge you faced when starting a year? And how did you overcome them? Because we have a lot of startups, looking forward to go into sector, you understand? So for you, what were the biggest challenges? Because it could be useful to someone out there. And how did you overcome them?
One of my biggest challenges, I haven't overcome it, is human resource. And I was still telling my team that maybe I'm looking at it from the specialist angle or from the American angle. Even we use a lot of community health workers, and even finding the ones that you think are capable is hard. And again, because we're trying to recruit geographically. So now we're like, okay, if you live in this local government, but we're working in this other local government, maybe we can pay you a little more for transport and stuff. But human resource is one big problem, because money doesn't fix everything, right? We are working again in the informal sector, so it requires a lot of boots on ground, and just working with stakeholders can be challenging, and you just have to approach it the right way, because everybody is wanting or needing or looking at things differently, and you have to understand the language of the people you're speaking with, and you have to present things to them in a way that they understand, that they see the win for them. So it's not necessarily for other people or for my constituents. What's in it? So if you're talking to someone, we're like, it makes you look good in this way, right? And then, your people, blah, blah, blah. So you have to do that. Funding is a big challenge, because I feel like health tech in many ways is not getting the attention and the funding that it deserves, not just at health tech itself, but as what it needs to do and the people it needs to serve. We're not getting the attention that we deserve. And I can tell you that, a lot of startups are doing great things, but I can tell you that health tech and ag tech people and ed tech, health, agriculture, education, oh Lord have mercy, there should be a special treat for us, somewhere, just because you're working in very, very tough spaces, and sometimes it's difficult so funding is one big thing that we are mostly self-funded, gotten a couple of grants, that has helped, but I was telling someone that the money from a particular competition or from wherever, I'm like, it's a lot of money, but honestly, it's a drop. 6 months salary, right? 6 months salary is a big deal of my whole staff getting it paid but again, it's 6 months, and then I still have to get back to the grind of paying it. So we need big funds, because we're solving big problems.
So let's look at advice you can give to entrepreneurs building startup with a social impact as this. What advice could you give to them?
I would say find your community, find your people, because it's hard when you are building something that you see the vision, you see where you're going, and everything else around you is telling you, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? So finding your community is very, very important. And that helps because a lot of peer-to-peer learning, you learn from other people's mistakes. There are people who have had to pivot, switch their business model or switch their business entirely. And you have to just work with people, talk to people, collaborate also. You don't have to solve all the problems. And a lot of the problems we are solving, the solutions are not necessarily non-existent. We are probably retooling or reutilizing something that's been used. For instance, for my own target community, we're talking about a health savings wallet. I'm sure the average Nigerian knows what Ajo or Isusu is. So the concept of Isusu for your healthcare wouldn't be so foreign, right? So we're just repurposing what is already existing. So you have to also do a good landscape assessment. What exists? And look at what can you improve. Yes, there are some things that you need to bring in, something that has never been seen, never been done before. But I think I can say that for most of the problems, there's someone doing something similar and you just need to talk to people. And a friend of mine posted something that was saying, talk about the problem you're solving. Talk about it a lot, because as you talk about it, you will find people who will give you insights, solutions, connections, something. Be like, oh, wait, this problem you're having, I know somebody that's doing this, and boom, problem solved. But a closed mouth doesn't get fed. And a lot of people are afraid. You talk about, people will steal your business idea. First of all, if it's a good idea, somebody else is already doing something similar. So just do your thing.
Thank you so much. A very big thank you to you, Dr. Folake Kofoido, for sharing such valuable insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep dreaming big, keep building, and keep watching Business Day television. Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight here on bdtv, where bold founders and brilliant ideas takes the center stage. On this show, we shine the light on game changers and entrepreneurs shaping the future of business and innovation in Nigeria and beyond.